Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Piano2099 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The next 6 months were painful, to say the least. For the first month, Izuku had been too sore to even move. He wore weights, exercised, cleaned the beach, meditated for hours, and studied. His appetite had tripled, leaving his parents confused. In the second and third months, he focused on drawing out his chi. After several failed attempts, he finally succeeded, unleashing an enormous amount of power that created shockwaves around him. Steve explained that this was due to his indomitable will, which amplified his power significantly. He, along with Steve, was among the first in over 8 generations to 𝐼𝐻𝐬 it. The 4th month was particularly grueling. He was made to repeatedly punch rocks, jump from various heights, and nail the landings, which were considered nearly impossible for a human. Failure was not an option. By the 5th month, Izuku had grown so powerful that he could take on Fat Gum and win, which bewildered him. Fat Gum marveled at Izuku's strength, noting that even though he could absorb any shock, Izuku's hits felt like bullets. Steve explained that Izuku used chi perfectly, unlike anyone he had seen before. He mentioned historical figures like Iron Fist Danny Rand, who could rival All Might in power, and Hans, who could obliterate cities. Fat Gum gasped in disbelief at the mention of people stronger than All Might. Steve confidently asserted that he believed Izuku would surpass them all. When Fat Gum inquired about Steve's own strength, Steve casually mentioned that he could destroy the moon, referencing legendary figures who could use such power. He explained that he could only maintain that form for about 30 seconds without exhausting his stamina, leaving Fat Gum in awe. As the 6th month began, Izuku was breaking boulders with his punches, and they shifted their focus to speed. Steve informed him that he had hyper healing, allowing him to heal broken bones in days. They needed to work on speed, but if he used chi to accelerate too suddenly, he risked injury. Izuku mastered the speed technique in just 3 weeks. With the 7th month underway, Izuku returned to school, wearing a loose shirt that concealed his bulked-up physique. No one noticed his transformation, except for All Might. The teacher announced that Izuku had topped the midterm results in every subject, including physical education, causing an uproar in the classroom. Bakugo, frustrated, couldn't understand how Izuku excelled at everything when he believed he should be the best. Steve had encouraged Izuku to stand up for himself, but he had been reluctant to draw attention. However, the pressure was building. Izumi questioned how someone she deemed useless could be at the top, prompting Izuku to mutter under his breath about her being his twin. When she confronted him, he dismissed her with a nonchalant response. As school ended, Bakugo charged at Izuku, demanding to teach him a lesson. Izuku ducked and delivered an uppercut that sent Bakugo soaring into the air before slamming him down. Irritated, Izuku addressed the crowd, stating he had enough of their bullying. He declared that he didn't care what they called him, but if they tried to fight him, they would see the consequences of pushing someone to their limit. Izumi, fuming yet scared, questioned his tone, but Izuku coldly replied that he had no sister and walked away, leaving her heartbroken. Afterward, he went to train with Steve as planned. Steve mentioned needing to travel to Europe for an excavation and then back to India. Izuku eagerly asked if he could join, and Steve smiled, confirming he needed Izuku for something important. Meanwhile, Bakugo was seething, wondering how Izuku had become so strong. Izumi shared her confusion about his sudden power. Unbeknownst to them, a sticky, slimy villain had set his sights on them. As Izuku walked, he witnessed a thug being chased by All Might. He thought about his father's capture skills with a hint of amusement. Sneaking into an alleyway, he jumped out to confront the villain, delivering a swift uppercut followed by a kick to the stomach. All Might watched in shock at the display of skill. All Might cautioned Izuku against getting involved, but Izuku feigned excitement at seeing him. He expressed a longing to ask All Might a question, much to the hero's dismay. Izuku inquired whether a person could become a hero without a quirk. All Might hesitated, knowing the dangers, but ultimately stated that while some villains were too powerful to face without a quirk, it wasn't impossible to pursue a heroic path. Izuku felt relieved to hear this, revealing that he had overheard All Might's conversation with Izumi about passing on his power. All Might stammered an apology for not trusting Izuku with it. Izuku expressed that while he didn't need an apology, he couldn't forgive All Might for giving his power to Izumi, who had bullied him alongside Bakugo. He revealed the scars on his body, stating they were her gifts. All Might was taken aback, realizing he had failed to notice the pain Izuku endured. Izuku acknowledged his feelings of resentment towards All Might, his mother, and Izumi, but clarified that his hatred for them paled in comparison to his feelings for his childhood bullies. All Might hung his head in shame, admitting he had failed Izuku. But Izuku pointed out that they had all failed themselves, as they too were quirkless, and they had also let Nana down. All Might, bewildered, asked how Izuku knew about her. Izuku explained that her friend's apprentice was more like family to him than they ever were. He understood their longing for a hero, but he felt they doubted him because of his lack of a quirk. He declared that he didn't need one for all. He was becoming strong on his own. When All Might inquired how he was achieving this, Izuku revealed his hand, which was enveloped in a glowing orange aura. All Might was shocked, recalling that 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐿 had used something similar. Izuku explained that it was a technique taught to him by Nightwatch, the ninja in 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐿. Curious, All Might asked about the weights Izuku was wearing. Izuku explained that he had about 400 kilograms in total, with various weights distributed across his body. All Might was taken aback by this revelation, but Izuku reassured him that he wore them all day, except when he slept. Just then, a commotion erupted as a villain known as the Sludge Monster took a hostage. Izuku's heart raced as he spotted Bakugo in the villain's grasp and Izumi unconscious nearby. All Might warned Izuku that he had exceeded his time limit and that help would arrive soon, but Izuku was already in motion. He recalled a technique he had learned, to restrain or distract. He threw his bag at the monster's face, momentarily stunning it. Bakugo shouted at him, but Izuku remained focused, channeling his energy into his palm. He remembered his training with Steve, who had taught him how to maximize the impact of his strikes. With determination, he concentrated on spreading his energy evenly, pushing himself to go beyond his limits. The sludge monster recovered, but Izuku struck with such force that the creature was sent flying, extinguishing nearby flames in the process. However, the impact also sent Izuku reeling. As Izumi regained consciousness, she marveled at his newfound strength. All Might managed to capture the sludge monster in a bottle, while Bakugo received praise from the heroes. 𝐻𝐼𝐿 approached Izuku, expressing concern over his reckless actions. Izuku explained that he was quirkless and had relied on his chi. Despite the reprimand, 𝐻𝐼𝐿 acknowledged his effort with a soft smile, assuring him that he would become a fine hero. Suddenly, Nightwatch arrived, furious with Izuku for his reckless move. Izuku felt a warmth inside, realizing that someone cared about him for once. Steve informed him that they would be leaving the next day, which surprised Izuku. He hadn't been consulted about this decision, but Steve explained that a law allowed him to become a legal apprentice without parental permission. The following morning, Izuku kept to himself, feeling the weight of his family's indifference. He decided to leave a letter behind, explaining his feelings. As he prepared to depart, All Might confronted him, asking where he was going. Izuku stated he was heading to Europe with Steve, feeling he could no longer endure the emotional distance from his family. All Might expressed his regret and assured Izuku of his belief in him. After Izuku left, Inko woke up to find All Might in distress, holding the letter Izuku had written. As they read it, Izumi was devastated, realizing the impact of her bullying over the years. She felt guilt for not recognizing the pain she had caused. Outside, Izuku observed the scene, feeling a strange sense of closure. He vanished into the leaves, using a technique he had learned from Steve. Steve, amused, noted his skill and explained that they were heading to explore some intriguing ruins related to a sword. Izuku was curious but followed, eager for the adventure that lay ahead. In all his years in school, he had never seen Izuku skip school. Izumi felt a deep sadness as she shared the news that Izuku had left them. Bakugo, confused, struggled to comprehend the situation. Izumi explained that Izuku had written he never considered them family and that he was going out of the country. The realization hit Bakugo hard, and he insisted it couldn't be true. Izumi, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed her regret for not being able to thank him or apologize, feeling she would never have the chance to express her love for him as an older sister. Bakugo tried to comfort her, reminding her that Izuku wasn't dead and would eventually return. But Izumi's despair deepened as she recalled Izuku's words about jumping off the roof, which made Bakugo feel a wave of guilt wash over him. Over a year and a half had passed since Izuku had left, but now he was back. Standing in front of the gates of UA, he was determined to show everyone the results of his training. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out to him. It was Bakugo, and Izuku's tone was sharp as he prepared for the usual insults he expected from his former friend. He cut Bakugo off, stating he wasn't interested in hearing any apologies. As he walked away, he noticed a girl in front of him trip. He quickly caught her, ensuring she didn't fall. She thanked him, mentioning that falling before the exams would be bad luck. Izuku, feeling a blush, stammered about the entrance exam. The girl smiled and encouraged him to give it his all, wishing him good luck as she moved ahead. Izuku couldn't help but think she was cute. In the auditorium, as President Mike announced important details, Izuku found himself caught up in fanboying over the hero. A fellow examinee raised a question about a potential misprint regarding the types of villains. Izuku, amused, defended President Mike, explaining that the fourth robot was different and an obstacle to be avoided. President Mike confirmed this, elaborating with a game-like scenario. When Izuku stood in front of the gate, the same boy who had questioned President Mike asked about the sword he carried. Izuku explained that he had brought it as his support item. Just then, Izumi approached him, asking if they could talk. Izuku, irritated, told her he wasn't interested in her apology but wished her luck in the exam. As the exam began, Izuku dashed forward while others looked on in confusion. The scene shifted as they rushed inside to find the arena filled with broken robots and Izuku, glowing with energy, swiftly taking down the opponents. Observing from the sidelines, Nizu and the other teachers noted the promising talent of this year's batch, particularly Izuku, who was labeled Quirkless. All Might, revealing his connection to Izuku, explained that he was using a unique energy technique and expressed interest in having him in his class. As the ground rumbled and the 0-pointers emerged, panic spread among the students. Izumi, unlike the others, was not running out of fear but rather to avoid wasting time. Izuku spotted the giant robot and turned, but then he heard a whimper. It was the girl he had met earlier, and he remembered her encouraging words. The robot's foot was descending towards her, and while others hesitated, Izuku resolved to act without holding back. In a flashback, Izuku recalled arriving at an excavation site with Steve, who pointed out a sword stuck in the ground, urging him to take it out. Confused but determined, Izuku complied, setting the stage for the challenges that lay ahead. He pulled the sword, and it came out easily. Izuku was surprised, expecting some resistance. Steve grinned widely and informed Izuku that he had been deemed worthy by 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Izuku stood there, frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. Steve explained that 𝐒𝐿𝐴, unlike the myths, did not make the wielder invincible. Instead, it significantly enhanced the healing factor of its user, making it difficult for them to succumb to injuries. He added that the sword could channel chakra or chi and release it as blasts of wind or energy. Izuku was amazed and eager to discover the sword's many unknown powers. With determination, Izuku ran towards the robot, gripping the hilt of the sword. Izumi watched him in awe as he rushed to rescue the girl in danger. He thought to himself that he was chosen by this sword and would not let anyone he could save down. As he leaped towards the girl, All Might encouraged him to rise to the surface. Izuku ascended above the robot, the sword in his hand glowing with a purple light. He unleashed a powerful blast from 𝐒𝐿𝐴, striking the robot and sending it flying. A shard of broken metal grazed his shoulder, embedding itself there. Midnight exclaimed in surprise, while Aizawa grinned and revealed the source of Izuku's power. He explained that the Nightwatch agency's excavation team had found the sword, and only Izuku could pull it from the ground. As the time limit was announced, Izuku landed gracefully, his shirt torn and revealing his physique. He nonchalantly removed the shard from his shoulder and rushed to check on the girl he had saved. Concerned, he asked if she was all right. She hugged him tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude, and expressed her fear of being crushed by the giant robot. Izuku reassured her that he would always have her back. Recovery Girl arrived to heal everyone, and the students whispered in admiration of Izuku's bravery and strength. Recovery Girl noticed the injury on Izuku's shoulder and offered her help. He expressed his admiration for her healing quirk but insisted she tend to the girl first, confident that his healing factor from Excalibur and Chi would suffice. As Recovery Girl tended to the girl, Izuku reflected on his actions. He had jumped to her rescue without hesitation, embodying the qualities of a true hero. Outside the girl approached him, flustered by his presence. She thanked him for saving her, admitting that she would have been crushed without him. Izuku smiled and encouraged her to be more careful in the future. Curious about each other's quirks, Izuku learned that her ability was zero gravity, while he explained that he had not yet developed a quirk of his own. She was astonished by his strength and the sword, which he revealed to be Excalibur. Her excitement grew as she realized the significance of the legendary sword. Just then, Nizu, the principal of UA, approached Izuku, requesting a conversation. Izuku felt a rush of excitement but quickly composed himself. Nizu led him away, and Ochako watched, wishing to be in the same class as him. She panicked when she realized she had forgotten to ask for his name. In a separate room, All Might, Snipe, Cementos, MDM 𝗟𝗏, and Midnight awaited Izuku's arrival. When Nizu entered with Izuku, everyone turned their attention to him. Midnight teased Izuku about his admiration for the heroes, and he eagerly named his favorites. All Might then addressed Izuku seriously, and Izuku greeted him with mixed emotions. Nizu explained that they wanted to discuss the sword. Snipe inquired if it was truly Excalibur, and Izuku confirmed it. Cementos asked how he could prove it, prompting Izuku to push the sword halfway into the ground. He then asked All Might to try and pull it out, but despite his strength, All Might was unable to budge it. He used even more power, but still, it didn't come out. He gasped in frustration, feeling overwhelmed. Then Izuku effortlessly pulled the handle out, as if it were nothing more than a knife being pulled from butter. Cementos was in disbelief, questioning how he managed that. Izuku explained simply that the previous wielder was unworthy. Midnight interjected, pointing out that All Might was the greatest hero, the symbol of peace. Izuku countered, noting that she didn't know All Might like he did, as both All Might and MDM 𝗟𝗏 looked down in shame. All Might asked if there was anything he could say to bring Izuku back, but Izuku replied that there was nothing at the moment. Nizu then raised a concern about the sword being vulnerable to theft now that it was out. Izuku clarified that in anyone else's hands, it was just a normal sword. Nizu thanked him and Izuku walked outside, pulling out his phone to check the chat with Nightwatch. He arrived at his apartment and headed up the stairs to the 12th floor. As he approached his door, he noticed it was unlocked. Curiosity piqued, he entered to find Steve setting the table. Steve greeted him warmly, explaining that he had come to cook since he thought Izuku would be tired. He mentioned he would be staying in Japan for the next few weeks, so he figured he might as well crash at Izuku's place. Izuku shuddered at the thought of the grueling training that awaited him over the next 3 weeks. Steve asked why Izuku was late, and he explained that the staff at UA wanted to know about Excalibur. Steve was intrigued, prompting Izuku to share that he had met a cute girl during the entrance exam. He recounted how he had used Excalibur to save her from the zero-pointer during the exam, feeling cheerful about the encounter. Steve teased him about having a crush, which made Izuku flustered. In a moment of panic, he realized he had forgotten to ask her name, causing Steve to burst into laughter. Steve then suggested they train after eating, leaving Izuku feeling a mix of excitement and dread. Later, Steve tossed Izuku an envelope, announcing that the results were in. Izuku eagerly opened it to find a holographic device, reminiscent of Rudra's communicator. Steve urged him to reveal the results quickly, as he needed to leave for India. All Might's projection suddenly appeared, adding a humorous touch to the moment. Izuku looked at Steve, who shrugged, insisting that All Might was family and deserved some understanding. Izuku struggled with the idea of forgiving All Might, but Steve encouraged him to care about his family. With a hint of pain in his voice, he reminded Izuku that many people didn't have a family to rely on. Izuku resolved to try. All Might announced that Izuku had passed the written exam with a score of 97 out of 100 and had scored 238 points in the practical. Confused, Izuku pointed out that he had only scored 178 points. All Might explained that the extra points came from rescue efforts, emphasizing that a hero's job is to save people, not just fight villains. The panel had recognized his actions during the exam, awarding him additional points for rescuing another examinee. Steve chimed in, teasing Izuku about saving his crush, which made Izuku blush. All Might welcomed him to Hero Academia, and Izuku felt a rush of emotion, realizing that his dream was coming true. He admired All Might's dedication, even after passing on One for All. As Steve prepared to leave, he ruffled Izuku's hair and encouraged him to shine. Izuku, feeling a mix of gratitude and sadness, thanked him as a tear slipped down his cheek. Steve reassured him that this wasn't the last time they would see each other. Izuku stood in front of the door to Class 1A, marveling at its size. He opened the door and entered, spotting Ida arguing with Bakugo while Izumi tried to intervene. Bakugo's competitive spirit shone through as he declared his intent to crush anyone who challenged him. Ida approached Izuku, apologizing for misjudging him and offering his hand in friendship. Izuku, feeling nervous, accepted the handshake and reassured Ida that they were all heroes in their own right. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted them, expressing gratitude for Izuku's earlier actions. It was Ochako, the girl he had saved. Izuku was taken aback, blushing as he introduced himself. She asked if she could call him Izuku, and he playfully replied that he would call her Ochako in return. Their exchange was filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness as they prepared to enter the classroom together. As Izuku scanned the room, he spotted Shoto sitting at the back, looking equally surprised to see him. Their eyes met, and Izuku's expression shifted to one of happiness, eager to reconnect with his friend. They had been trying to get a response from him for about half an hour, and this guy managed to do it in an instant, a certain blonde remarked. Izuku walked toward him, and Shoto stood up, a small smile on his face. Shoto acknowledged Izuku's effort, expressing hope that he was strong enough to surpass everyone, including All Might. Izuku responded confidently, suggesting that he hoped Shoto could keep up. Meanwhile, Izumi and Bakugo watched in shock. Izuku's smirk conveyed his determination. Just then, a voice interrupted them, suggesting that if they were there to make friends, they should leave. They turned to see a figure in a sleeping bag who opened it slightly to drink some juice. Ochako, who was closest, let out a startled scream. The figure then emerged from the sleeping bag, and Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized Eraserhead. Izuku quickly retrieved a notebook from his bag and rushed over, asking for an autograph. Eraserhead was caught off guard, questioning how Izuku knew him. Izuku explained that he had been a big fan, having watched Eraserhead's fighting videos and interviews online since he was 8. He had even sneaked out to observe underground heroes in action, analyzing quirks for reference material and as a hobby. He detailed Eraserhead's quirk, which erased a person's quirk, making battles fairer, and noted that it did not work on mutation-type quirks. He also mentioned the eye drops Eraserhead carried to combat dry eyes caused by his quirk. Eraserhead, intrigued, read the title of the notebook, Hero Analysis for Future, Eraserhead Edition. The class was captivated, and after skimming through a few pages, Eraserhead paled, asking how many such books Izuku had. Izuku replied that he had about 37 at home, stored in a locker for safety. He explained that someone from the villain side could use them against heroes, though he didn't think they were that impressive. Eraserhead was astonished, declaring the analysis to be the most accurate he had seen, inquiring if Izuku could even provide tips for improvement. Flustered, Izuku mentioned he had more books, including 3 on All Might and Present Mic, and 2 on Eraserhead himself. Eraserhead jokingly asked if Izuku had an IQ quirk, to which Izuku denied. Eraserhead instructed everyone to wear their gym clothes and meet him on the ground, introducing himself as Shota Aizawa, their homeroom teacher. Ochako, impressed, complimented Izuku, leaning closer with a smile. Izuku, feeling bashful, downplayed his hobby, while Denki Kaminari introduced himself, eager to shake hands. They all made their way to the ground in their gym clothes, where Aizawa informed them they would undergo a quirk assessment test. Ochako asked about the entrance ceremony, but Aizawa explained that aspiring heroes had no time for leisurely events, emphasizing UA's unique teaching traditions. Aizawa asked Izuku about his softball throw result from junior high, to which Izuku admitted he had skipped junior high but had thrown 40 meters before that. Aizawa allowed him to use his quirk to throw the ball, cautioning him to stay within the circle. Ida questioned why Aizawa hesitated to say quirk, and Ochako explained that Izuku did not have one. The class was shocked by this revelation. As Izuku stood in the circle, Aizawa's floating scarf attempted to grab him, but he dodged. Aizawa instructed him to use a sword, and Izuku hesitated, concerned about safety. Aizawa reassured him, suggesting he first throw with his hand and then use the move he had employed to defeat the zero-pointer. Izuku took the ball, enveloped in a yellow aura, and with a powerful yell he threw it. The ball shattered 3 sound barriers, soaring a remarkable distance of 765 meters, leaving Bakugo and Izumi in awe. Bakugo, astonished, exclaimed about Izuku's newfound strength. He then produced a scroll, performing a hand sign to summon a sword, which amazed the entire class. Aizawa, maintaining his composure, instructed Izuku to use the sword. Izuku unsheathed it, tossed the ball and shouted, "Black Excalibur." The resulting shockwave sent everyone staggering back as the ball disintegrated in the air. Aizawa confirmed that Izuku's performance was impressive and announced that they would go through a series of tests. After the tests concluded, Izuku topped nearly all of them, achieving an astonishing 0.98 seconds in the 50-meter dash and breaking the grip test machine. Bakugo's throw reached 705.6 meters, while Izumi's ball traveled 175 meters, as she had only used 25% of her full power. In the race, Izumi finished with a time of 0.99 seconds, narrowly losing to Izuku. Aizawa revealed the leaderboard, which displayed Izuku at the top, followed by Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Izumi Yagi, and Katsuki Bakugo. After the test, Aizawa granted them the rest of the day off. The blonde boy complimented Izuku's impressive quirk, while a pink-skinned girl excitedly inquired if he and Izumi were twins. Izuku confirmed this with a hint of annoyance, which only a few noticed. He then shared his story about being quirkless, and the redhead expressed admiration for his determination. Izuku, feeling a bit overwhelmed, acknowledged the challenges faced by those without quirks in their schools. The redhead expressed concern about Izuku's experiences. Izuku, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, glancing at Izumi and Bakugo. Izumi lowered her head, while Bakugo, true to his nature, reacted angrily and charged at him. He confronted Izuku, stating that he understood the training and admission to UA but felt it was time to stop rubbing it in their faces, reminding him that they had already apologized. Izuku, unfazed, grabbed Bakugo's hand, flipped him, and pinned him to the ground. He declared that he didn't believe Bakugo had truly changed and that a simple apology couldn't erase the years of bullying he had endured. After releasing Bakugo, Mina attempted to ease the tension that had arisen from the confrontation. Ochako, curious, asked Izuku why Bakugo referred to him as Deku. Izuku explained that it was originally an insult, causing Ochako to blush. She found the nickname endearing, noting its resemblance to a phrase in Japanese that meant, "You can do it." Izuku, flustered, quickly suggested she could call him that. Ida, surprised, pointed out the contradiction in Izuku's feelings about the nickname. As they continued their lunch, Shoto approached Izuku and inquired about his earlier sarcastic remark regarding bullying. Izuku opened up about his childhood experiences, prompting Ochako to express her frustration with the bullies. She asked if she could take action against them, startling the others. Izuku quickly reassured her that the bullies regretted their actions, calming her down. Ida asked how Shoto and Izuku knew each other, leading Izuku to share that they had been friends in preschool and that Shoto had never bullied him for being quirkless. Shoto confirmed that Izuku was his only friend as well. Izuku then encouraged Shoto to embrace his abilities and use them to show that he had moved on from his father's influence. Ochako supported Izuku's words, urging Shoto to prove to his father that he had grown beyond his past. Izuku reminded Shoto not to sever family ties, suggesting that he could help his father change for the better. Shoto expressed his pain regarding his mother's suffering, but Izuku encouraged him to strive for heroism and to show his father what it truly meant to be a hero. As the conversation deepened, Izuku revealed his own struggles with forgiveness, feeling responsible for his family's pain. Ochako, filled with determination, insisted that Izuku was not to blame and that he was a kind and pure person, a true hero in her eyes. Her words resonated with Izuku, lifting his spirits and giving him hope for the future. The next day at UA, excitement filled the air as they prepared for heroics class. Students were buzzing with enthusiasm over a new arrival, except for Izumi, Shoto, and Bakugo, who maintained their composure. Izuku chuckled at the entrance of their instructor, questioning how it could be considered a normal way to enter. Ochako appeared beside him, joking about the situation. Their instructor announced that they would be engaging in combat training, which thrilled Bakugo and motivated Izuku. He revealed the hero costumes designed for each student, instructing them to wear them and meet him outside. As everyone gathered in their new costumes, Ochako wondered where Izuku was, prompting Bakugo to ponder the significance of her calling him Deku. Just then, Izuku emerged, ready for the training ahead. Deku looked impressive in his new costume, and Ochako couldn't help but admire him. She thought to herself that he looked so muscular. She wished she had been more specific about her own costume, as it was skin-tight, making her blush as she scratched the back of her head. Izuku, feeling flustered, complimented her, saying she looked nice. He added that with her quirk, loose clothes would just float around awkwardly when she used her powers. Ochako realized he had a point, and her heart fluttered at the thought that he was going to call her pretty. Meanwhile, Izuku admired her costume, feeling a warmth in his chest. Kirishima expressed his admiration for Yagi's manly costume, while Izumi gazed at her brother with wide eyes, impressed by his appearance. All Might, recalling tales of a legendary ninja, shivered at the thought of Izuku being inspired by him. Izuku confirmed that his costume was indeed inspired by a ninja from the pre-quirk era, which intrigued Mina. All Might gathered the students and announced that they would be divided into teams of 2, prompting a flurry of questions. He quickly clarified that they would not be fighting robots, that the pairs would be drawn randomly, and there would be no expulsions. Ida questioned the randomness, to which Izuku explained that most hero team-ups happen spontaneously, making it beneficial to work with different partners. As All Might began to announce the teams, Izuku struggled to contain his laughter at the sight of the script. He noticed Ochako trying to hold back her laughter too, her cheeks puffed up in amusement. When she waved her hands in front of him, he panicked, realizing he had spaced out. She reassured him as they walked together, and he felt a rush of excitement at holding hands with her, even if it was unintentional. When she released his hand, she apologized profusely, covering her face in embarrassment. Izuku gently took her hands away, reassuring her with his signature smile. The teams were announced, and when Ochako saw that they were paired together, she felt a thrill of excitement. Izuku felt his face heat up as she leaned in closer to him. All Might declared the first match, Team A versus Team D, which meant Izuku and Ochako would face Bakugo and Ida. Izuku felt a mix of anxiety and determination as he thought about facing his childhood rival. As they prepared, Izuku expressed his concerns about going all out against Bakugo, who had recently apologized for his past behavior. Ochako encouraged him, finding his flustered state adorable. Just then, All Might instructed the heroes to enter the arena. Izuku, relying on his training, urged Ochako to stay behind him for her safety. Suddenly, Bakugo appeared from a corridor, and Izuku quickly reacted, instructing Ochako to move forward. He ducked and expertly threw Bakugo over his shoulder, causing him to land with a thud. Bakugo, determined not to be outdone, wiped away a bit of BLD and prepared for another round. They clashed fiercely, with Izuku dodging Bakugo's attacks and countering with his own. As the battle intensified, Bakugo expressed his frustration and confusion about their strengths. He had always believed himself to be the strongest, but now he saw the gap between them. Izuku, filled with determination, declared that he was no longer the worthless kid he once was. He had transformed into a hero, and he was ready to prove it. Bakugo's tears reflected his inner turmoil as he struggled with his own insecurities, realizing that strength was not just about power but also about growth and resilience. There was nothing in between. Izuku softly expressed that Kaken couldn't be strong alone, causing Bakugo's eyes to widen at the use of his nickname. At 4 years old, Izuku was playing with Bakugo and other kids, pretending to be part of Bakugo's agency when he suddenly fell into a small stream. A nearby child asked if Bakugo was okay, to which another replied that of course he was fine. Despite having injured his knee, Bakugo pretended nothing had happened. Izuku approached him, concerned and offering his hand, asking if he was all right and if he had hit his head. Later, Bakugo was talking to Izumi when the sludge monster took him hostage. The monster, with an evil grin, remarked that Bakugo would make a nice skin suit, claiming that even All Might wouldn't be able to defeat them with his awesome quirk. Bakugo, filled with determination, unleashed a series of explosions in an attempt to shake off the creature, but it was ineffective. He wondered why the heroes were not doing anything. 𝐷𝐼 lamented that his quirk wasn't suitable for the situation, while Backdraft was busy with a fire. Kamui Woods expressed his inability to help, and Emi Lady pointed out her own weakness. Bakugo thought to himself that she could simply reduce her size. His mind then turned to Izumi, questioning if she was all right. Just as he accepted the grim reality of his situation, he saw Izuku running toward them. Bakugo's thoughts raced, worried that Izuku was putting himself in danger. However, Izuku managed to blow away the sludge monster with a single hit. In the aftermath, the heroes praised Izuku while Bakugo was scolded. Confusion filled Bakugo's mind as he questioned why he was being praised despite being saved by Izuku, who was the one facing reprimand. He wondered why such unfairness seemed to follow him everywhere, whether at school or home. Bakugo was left with countless questions that day. Later, Bakugo confronted Izuku, tears in his eyes as he asked why Izuku had chosen to become a hero while he had become the opposite. He questioned why Izuku had never stood up to him or retaliated and why he had saved him despite the years of bullying. Bakugo expressed his guilt over being weak and causing harm to others, including Izumi. He cried, feeling overwhelmed by his emotions, while they both fought and spoke. Izuku was enhancing his power, while Bakugo propelled himself with explosions. Everyone in the room watched the battle with wide eyes. Izumi, frightened at the sight of Bakugo crying, had never seen him in such a state since the day she told him that Izuku had left. All Might noted that they couldn't know what was happening since both had switched off their mics. Izuku reassured Bakugo that he wasn't weak and that he didn't need to be the strongest, as there would always be someone better at something. Bakugo, in a moment of vulnerability, reflected on their friendship and how seeing Izuku in danger had compelled him to act. He apologized for everything, and while Izuku acknowledged that he couldn't simply say it was okay, he forgave Bakugo and urged him to focus on giving their all. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise as he smiled at Izuku's playful banter. They both shared a laugh, lightening the heavy atmosphere. As they prepared for their next move, Bakugo explained how his quirk worked, indicating that it collected nitroglycerin and stored it. All Might, concerned, warned Bakugo not to use it, fearing for Izuku's safety. Bakugo, undeterred, communicated with Izuku about a plan involving Ochako. When Bakugo was about to pull the pin, Izuku intervened, pushing his hand upward to redirect the blast. The recoil sent them both tumbling backward, and the explosion echoed through the building. Amidst the chaos, Ochako executed her improvised move to secure victory for their team. However, a rumble followed, and debris began to fall. Both Bakugo and Izuku used their powers to fend off the falling rubble, but they ended up with fractured arms. Despite the pain, they shared a laugh before losing consciousness. Later, Izuku and 𝗏𝐾𝐭 were taken to Recovery Girl by robots. All Might asked the students who they believed was the MVP. Kirishima suggested it was Yagi, while All Might countered that it was young Ida. Tsuyu questioned why it shouldn't be one of the heroes. Momo provided a detailed analysis of the situation, explaining that Ida had stuck to the plan and devised a counter for Ochako's quirk, demonstrating true character. All Might was taken aback by the depth of her insight. 𝗏𝐾𝐭 opened his eyes to see a white ceiling. Izuku greeted him, noting that he was finally awake. He yelled in frustration, expressing his irritation. Izuku simply acknowledged him with a casual response. The other boy then questioned why someone had called Izuku by the nickname Deku. Izuku explained that 𝐼𝐼𝐜𝐬 found the name cute and mentioned that it sounded like, "You can do it," in Japanese, which made him blush. The boy scoffed, calling Izuku lovesick, and declared his intention to become stronger. Izuku responded with determination, stating he would become stronger too. The boy, now agitated, insisted he would surpass Izuku. Both of them were interrupted by Recovery Girl, who demanded they calm down, and they fell silent, startled. The following day unfolded like any other, filled with regular classes. Izuku was elected class president. On that same day, a group of reporters unexpectedly burst in, causing panic as everyone assumed it was a villainous break-in. Izuku quickly instructed Ida to use his quirk to elevate himself above the crowd and announced that it was merely reporters and there was no need for alarm. After school, Izuku approached the door, where Midnight and Nizu were already examining it. He noted that while it appeared melted, it was actually a different material that seemed to have decayed. He pondered the cause, whether it was a quirk or a device, when Nizu interrupted his thoughts, asking what he was doing there. Izuku nervously greeted Nizu and explained he was analyzing the break-in, as it was unusual for the press to invade UA. Nizu inquired if Izuku had any clues about how they got in, to which Izuku presented his notebook filled with observations. Nizu complimented the information and jokingly asked if Izuku had an IQ quirk. Izuku denied it, and Nizu instructed him to head home, taking the notebook with him. Later, Izuku asked his classmates about their quirks. Tsuyu mentioned she could mimic anything a frog could do, while Izumi revealed her super strength and ability to create blasts of wind with her fingers. Izuku devised a plan to distract their opponents while they made their move toward the shore. Izumi expressed concern for his safety, but Izuku reassured her with a smile, feeling her care for him. Ochako asked if he was excited, and Izuku joked about Aizawa not threatening them in class, making Ochako laugh, which he found comforting. As they boarded the bus, Izuku sat next to Ochako, greeting Tsuyu with a smile. Tsuyu preferred to be called Tsu and was straightforward in her speech. She inquired about how long it took Izuku to 𝐼𝐼𝐻 his power, and Shoto expressed interest as well. Izuku explained it took him about a month and a half, which impressed Ochako. He described how Steve had helped him through a rigorous training process, and when asked if he could train them too, he hesitated, stating that it was something only Steve could do. When Shoto asked about Steve, Izuku casually mentioned he was Nightwatch, causing shock among his classmates. They all exclaimed in disbelief, and Aizawa interrupted, annoyed at the commotion. Kirishima asked how Izuku managed to develop his power, and Izuku explained his meditation and concentration techniques, emphasizing the importance of controlling his power to avoid injury. Kirishima expressed concern about not having a flashy quirk, but Izuku reassured him that his quirk was still valuable. The conversation shifted to their classmates' quirks, and Tsuyu pointed out 𝗏𝐾𝐭's temperament, which led to 𝗏𝐾𝐭's angry outburst. Upon arriving at their destination, they were greeted by 13, who introduced them to the unforeseen simulation joint. Ochako fangirled over 13, while Aizawa inquired about All Might's absence. 13 explained that All Might had overexerted himself during hero work, prompting Aizawa to comment on his irresponsibility. As 13 began discussing the dangers of quirks, Izuku sensed something was amiss. He gripped Excalibur tightly, alerting Aizawa to his concerns. Aizawa, recognizing Izuku's instincts, advised caution. Suddenly, Izuku noticed a portal opening near the fountain, and a swarm of villains began to emerge. He stepped forward, but Aizawa stopped him. Aizawa instructed 13 to SRT the students out, emphasizing that his quirk wasn't suited for prolonged battles against multiple enemies. Izuku argued that a pro hero couldn't rely on just one trick and expressed his determination to stay by Aizawa's side, taking up Excalibur. Aizawa urged him to protect the others as he moved into action. Izuku understood his responsibility and prepared himself. Aizawa warned 13 to take the students outside, noting that things could get chaotic since the alarms hadn't sounded and communication was down. 13 hesitated, concerned about Aizawa's safety, but Izuku reassured her with a determined smile. Just then, the misty figure who had opened the portal appeared, declaring that no one was going anywhere. He quickly separated the students, sending them to different areas of the USJ campus. Before disappearing, Izuku instructed Ida to seek help. Tsu found herself in a watery area with Izumi and quickly used her tongue to pull her onto the ship where Izuku was. Izuku expressed frustration at their separation, and Tsu nodded in agreement, while Izumi remained silent. Izuku realized they had been sent to the shipwreck zone, which could only mean one thing: their enemies were unaware of their quirks. He asked them to share their abilities. Tsu explained her frog-like capabilities, while Izumi revealed her super strength and ability to create blasts of wind with her fingers. Izuku devised a plan to distract their foes while the girls made their way to shore. When Izumi expressed concern for his safety, he reassured her with a smile, sensing her care for him. He focused and signaled Tsu to jump. As she leaped, Izuku swung Excalibur, unleashing a large purple blast toward the water, using the shockwave to propel himself and Tsu toward land. Izumi followed suit, sending a blast of air to the same spot, causing the water to rush back and knock down the villains. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Kirishima were battling other villains, while Shoto froze every foe in sight. Back with 𝐒𝐮𝐬, 13 was using her quirk to restrain him, while Ochako and the others assisted Ida in escaping. Izuku, Izumi, and Tsu landed on the beach, witnessing a bird-like creature attacking Aizawa. Izuku urged Tsu and Izumi to return to safety, his eyes shadowed by his hair. Tsu hesitated, but Izuku insisted he didn't want them involved. Izumi, determined to stay, encouraged Tsu to leave. Izuku attempted to blast the Nomu away with Excalibur, but it remained unfazed. Realizing the creature had shock absorption, he worried that a stronger blast could harm Aizawa. The villain with multiple hands mocked the students, but Izumi quickly retaliated with an air blast, giving Izuku the opportunity to rescue Aizawa. He instructed Tsu to take Aizawa back to safety. As the villain crashed into a wall, the misty figure returned, revealing that a kid had escaped. Shigaraki threatened 𝐒𝐮𝐬 for his failure. Izumi seized the moment to strike the Nomu with full force, but it barely reacted. Stunned, she realized the Nomu had hyper-regeneration and multiple quirks. Shigaraki gleefully explained that the Nomu was designed to defeat all. Izuku's eyes widened in realization, while Izumi, shocked, failed to notice a villain using his quirk to trap her legs. The Nomu lunged at her, but she managed to dodge just in time, narrowly avoiding disaster. Izuku rushed in, using Excalibur to sever the Nomu's hand, only to witness it regenerate. Izumi was taken aback, realizing the creature was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. The Nomu received orders to eliminate her, and as it swung its hand, she braced for impact, recalling a childhood memory of Izuku protecting her from a stray dog. As she awaited the blow, she felt a sudden embrace and was pushed back several meters. Opening her eyes, she saw Izuku hugging her, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. He reassured her with a smile before fainting, Excalibur slipping from his grasp. Overwhelmed with gratitude and guilt, Izumi cried out for him, her heart heavy with sorrow as shockwaves from the attack shattered his armor, leaving a large bruise on his back. At that moment, All Might arrived, his presence commanding attention. Shigaraki taunted him, but All Might's expression was grave as he surveyed the scene, noticing his students in distress. For the first time, he was not smiling. Izuku's name escaped All Might's lips in a whisper, eliciting fear from the conscious villains. Shigaraki mocked All Might for his lack of a smile, but before he could react, All Might swiftly incapacitated the villains nearby. He then focused on protecting the students, using his speed to relocate them to safety while engaging Shigaraki in battle. Shigaraki noted All Might's impressive speed as he executed a suplex on the Nomu, demonstrating the hero's unwavering resolve to protect his students. But at the last moment, 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 opened a portal, causing the head of the Nomu to come under his waist and grab him at the site of an old injury from a battle 6 years ago, making him bleed. He struggled to break free from the Nomu's grip, but it was futile. Before anyone could react, Bakugo seized the metal part of 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸, while Todoroki encased half of the Nomu in ice, stopping just before it reached All Might. All Might noted that the creature was frozen as he finally broke free from its hold. Bakugo explained what he had observed, deducing that 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 wasn't entirely gas. Todoroki declared that the symbol of peace could not be defeated by such a creature. Shigaraki, with a mad look and a wicked smile, taunted All Might, stating that he had grown weaker, as the rumors suggested. The Nomu began to move, shattering the ice on its limbs and revealing more of its monstrous form. All Might reacted in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Shigaraki commanded the Nomu to free 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸. Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗏𝐿 began to glow faintly. The Nomu charged at Bakugo, kicking up a massive dust cloud as it collided with the wall. Kirishima called out Bakugo's name, only to find him standing next to himself, bewildered by the situation. As the dust settled, everyone gasped at the sight of Izuku. He stood determined, covered in knight armor, with both hands in front of him, holding 𝗟𝗏𝐿 pointed towards the ground. He vowed not to let anyone harm his family or friends again. Izuku contemplated the new power that 𝗟𝗏𝐿 granted him before sheathing the sword. He playfully asked his father for assistance, eliciting shock from All Might, who had not been called Dad in 2 years. All Might cautioned Izuku about the danger, but Izuku's hands glowed, engulfed in yellow flames. In a flashback, Izuku stood outside a cave, trembling at the thought of facing a dragon. Steve reassured him as he entered the cave with 𝗟𝗏𝐿 slung on his back. A voice boomed, questioning who dared to enter the lair of 𝗟𝗏𝐿, the legendary dragon. Izuku steeled himself, declaring his intent to defeat the dragon. 𝗟𝗏𝐿, intrigued by the young hero, unleashed a blast of fire, which Izuku countered with a golden aura, nullifying the flames. With incredible speed, Izuku attacked 𝗟𝗏𝐿, landing blows that impressed the dragon. However, 𝗟𝗏𝐿 retaliated, sending Izuku flying. Determined not to lose, Izuku leaped at 𝗟𝗏𝐿, ready to strike. He called out Black 𝗟𝗏𝐿, as his attack connected, knocking the dragon to the ground. Rushing to check on 𝗟𝗏𝐿, Izuku insisted that the dragon was not his enemy, but merely an opponent. 𝗟𝗏𝐿 acknowledged Izuku's victory but warned him that he could not yet use the Iron Fist until he let go of the hate he held for his family. 𝗟𝗏𝐿 promised to watch Izuku's journey toward greatness before transforming into a golden aura that merged with Izuku. Back in the present, Izuku reassured everyone that everything would be fine because he was there. He unleashed the power of the Iron Fist, delivering a punch to the Nomu that created shockwaves, shaking the surroundings. Izawa, awakening, was astonished to see Izuku in action. Despite her injuries, 13 cheered him on. Shigaraki mocked Izuku for his reckless bravery, but Izuku countered that he would surpass the limits set for him. He began to unleash a flurry of punches at the Nomu, each strike generating shockwaves. Izuku encouraged All Might to relax and let him handle the situation. Bakugo joined in, launching small blasts at the Nomu from behind, while Todoroki leaped onto Izuku's shoulder to freeze the creature from the inside. As they turned their attention to Shigaraki, Todoroki pointed out the awkwardness of Izuku revealing All Might as his father in front of everyone. Izuku's eyes widened in realization, but All Might reassured him that the truth would come out eventually. Izuku accepted it, calling All Might Dad. Shigaraki, enraged, vowed to kill them all, but just then Ida burst in with the teachers from UA, announcing that help had arrived. Snipe fired multiple shots at Shigaraki, hitting him before 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 teleported him and several villains away. Izuku instructed All Might to stay put, noting that the smoke around him indicated he could no longer maintain his form. Cementos quickly built a wall around All Might as Izuku rushed out, limping. He scanned the area and spotted Izumi, standing with tears streaming down her face. Izuku rushed towards his sister, full of care, and hugged her tightly. She cried as she clung to him, asking why he had put his life in danger for her. He cheerfully replied that it was because she was his sister, though a hint of pain lingered in his voice. Izumi expressed her guilt, recalling how she had bullied him and caused him pain, yet he had nearly died saving her. Izuku reminded her of the promise he made when they were young to always protect her, his voice now tinged with irritation. She declared her love for him, holding him tighter, but he gasped for air, asking her to loosen her grip due to the pain in his back. Apologizing, she released him, and he fell onto the ground, laughing. He reassured her that it was okay, and she expressed her sorrow for everything she had done to him. He interrupted her, saying he had already forgiven her, admitting he had held onto a grudge for too long. Izumi insisted that he was justified in feeling hurt, recalling the times she had bullied him for being quirkless. Izuku maintained that she was still his sister and he should have forgiven her sooner. She noted that he always apologized, even when it wasn't his fault, and expressed regret for how she had treated him over the years. They shared another hug, and Izuku recalled how he felt when he saw a beast charging towards her, unable to imagine what would have happened if it had struck her. They both laughed, teasing each other about their past. Suddenly, a voice called out to Izuku, and Izumi playfully urged him to go to his girlfriend, causing him to blush. He protested, explaining that he couldn't move due to his injuries. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐿 arrived and hugged him tightly, expressing her fear. He apologized, explaining that he couldn't let the beast harm his family. Shoto then asked about the nickname he had used for Izumi, and Izuku sheepishly explained it was a childhood nickname. Bakugo attempted to reveal more, but Izuku quickly silenced him. Izumi revealed that she had called him Zuzu, and Izuku shot her a betrayed look. She argued that since she had revealed his nickname, it was only fair to share hers. Ochako chimed in, saying she liked the nickname Zuzu, which made Izuku hide his face in embarrassment. Kirishima joked about Izuku's feelings for Ochako, causing him to faint from embarrassment. Ochako, worried about him, shook him but received no response. Kirishima noted that he had fainted from embarrassment, and 𝐼𝐻𝐿 arrived, asking what had happened. Ochako explained that Izuku had hit Bakugo so hard that everything shook. As they watched Izuku drool and mumble about his favorite food, Bakugo pointed out that it was katsudon. Mina suggested that Ochako take note of it for the future, causing her to hide her face in Izuku's shoulder. Due to exhaustion, Izuku remained unconscious for 2 days. Recovery Girl couldn't use her quirk on him, so he had to wait nearly a week to heal, during which everyone was given time off. He met with his mom and apologized, only to be scolded for taking the blame when it wasn't his fault. The following day, he and Izumi spent the day together at his home, watching movies. Izumi asked why he hadn't asked 𝐼𝐻𝐿 on a date, and he countered with a question about why she hadn't asked Bakugo. She stuttered, and he playfully teased her about it. Their banter continued until Izumi asked if he would move in with them, to which he replied that he preferred living alone. When she pressed for a reason, he hesitated before taking her to his room, where she was amazed by his drawings covering the walls. She began taking photos, and he protested, embarrassed by her admiration. Izumi insisted that his art should be shared, while he downplayed his talent. She teased him about how 𝐼𝐻𝐿 would love his drawings, capturing a moment of flustered vulnerability from him. Meanwhile, Enji Todoroki returned home from the hospital, feeling the weight of his past mistakes. He had spent 2 years trying to mend his relationship with his wife, who was still struggling with painful memories. Tears fell from his eyes as he wished to fix everything, haunted by the thought of his family's struggles. In a flashback, Enji recalled a party for heroes where he had mocked a quirkless child, Steve, who had stood up to him. The memory served as a reminder of the challenges he had faced and the pain he had caused, fueling his determination to make amends. You may be skilled, but you aren't a hero, he thought with a deadly seriousness. A hero's role is to save people, yet what had this man done? He had driven his own wife to madness and neglected his children. Where did such behavior originate? Did his own parents treat him this way? If they did, then they too were misguided just like him. He had created his children for the sake of power, which was beyond comprehension. And yet he dared to call himself a hero. Others might accept this facade, but to Steve, he was nothing more than a villain disguised in a hero's clothing. 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐻, though deeply wounded by the words, avoided Steve's gaze. He felt the sting of truth in those accusations. Steve pressed on, challenging him to point out where he was wrong. The silence that followed spoke volumes. Steve continued, expressing that he had no family of his own and cherished the idea of one. When people took their families for granted, it caused him pain. He pleaded for 𝐿𝐴𝐻 to leave him be. 𝐿𝐴𝐻, frustrated, declared he had heard enough. Steve apologized if his words hurt, but insisted that deep down, 𝐿𝐴𝐻 knew they were true. His words had struck a nerve. They were painfully accurate. In a flashback, a young 𝐿𝐴𝐻 was asked by his father what he wanted to be when he grew up. With a bright smile, 𝐿𝐴𝐻 declared he would become the world's greatest hero, wanting to save people like his parents. Now, as he entered his home, he felt the weight of disappointment. Fuyumi greeted him, but he felt unworthy of the title of Dad. Natsuo, observing from a distance, looked confused. Just then Shoto, dressed up and ready to leave, announced his departure. The others were taken aback. Shoto had never referred to 𝐿𝐴𝐻 as Dad before. He explained that a friend had encouraged him to value family ties. Fuyumi was curious about this friend, and Shoto revealed it was Izuku Yagi, an old companion. As Shoto left, Fuyumi was astonished to see him smile, while Natsuo reminded 𝐿𝐴𝐻 that he had yet to earn their forgiveness. 𝐿𝐴𝐻 nodded, his expression shifting back to one of cold detachment, leaving his children to wonder how he could change from warm to intimidating in an instant. Shoto stood before a door, uncertain of how his mother would react. Memories flooded back of a conversation with Izuku, where he expressed fear that his mother might hate him. Izuku reassured him that she wouldn't. Gathering his courage, Shoto opened the door to find his mother looking out. She was apprehensive, unsure of how he would respond. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shoto ran to her and embraced her, tears streaming down his face. He reassured her that she had nothing to apologize for. They both felt a sense of completeness in that moment, as if everything was finally all right. Shoto shared that he had missed her and feared she might be scared of him because of his scars. Rei comforted him, insisting that could never happen. Shoto then revealed he had brought snacks and drinks, and they began to talk about school. As they chatted, Rei noted a change in Shoto's tone when discussing a girl from his recommendation exam, teasing him about the possibility of having a girlfriend. Shoto, flustered, had never considered it that way. Before leaving, he asked about the flowers in her room. Rei explained that 𝐿𝐴𝐻 had been visiting her daily for the past 2 years, bringing flowers as an apology. She had avoided him, fearing Shoto would resent her for the scars. Shoto reflected on his father's attempts to make amends, realizing that 𝐿𝐴𝐻 had been lost in his pursuit of greatness, blinded by comparisons to All Might. As the week passed peacefully, it was finally time for school. In class, Kirishima complimented Izuku's drawing, calling it manly, to which Izuku shyly thanked him. The atmosphere was light, filled with camaraderie and the promise of new beginnings. Tsuyu expressed her disbelief about Bakugo's friendliness. Bakugo, in his usual fiery manner, shouted a threat at her. Shoto then acknowledged Izuku's drawing, expressing his honor at being included. Izuku, feeling a brotherly bond with Shoto, reassured him. Siro playfully pointed out that Uraraka's drawing was the most prominent, teasing Izuku about his feelings for her. Izuku stammered that she was important to him, being his first friend in years. The group reacted with surprise, while Ochako questioned why anyone wouldn't want to be friends with Izuku. He lamented his quirkless status, feeling isolated. Kirishima attempted to shift the conversation by asking about the substitute teacher, noting Aizawa's injuries. Just then, Aizawa entered the room, heavily bandaged. Kaminari's loud exclamation was quickly silenced by Jiro's swift action. Tsuyu inquired about Aizawa's presence, but before he could respond, a loud voice interrupted, chastising Aizawa for not resting. The class was taken aback by the language used, except for Izuku, who was thrilled. A tall, well-built boy with raven hair entered, introducing himself as Steve Rei, the second-ranked hero, Nightwatch, and their substitute teacher. The girls found him even cuter than they had imagined, while the boys admired him, except for 𝐒𝐿, who grumbled a challenge. Steve responded with a light-hearted remark, prompting 𝐒𝐿 to threaten him. Steve, unfazed, welcomed the challenge. Steve informed the class about the upcoming sports festival, emphasizing its significance in their lives. 𝐿𝐬 questioned the timing after the villain attack, and Steve explained the festival's historical importance and its role in scouting for internships. When asked if he would scout them, Steve clarified he wasn't interested but might consider someone intriguing. Kaminari nervously asked about the day's lessons, only for Steve to declare they were free for the 𝐼𝐻𝐷. Ochako was surprised to learn Steve knew about her from Izuku, who quickly tried to hush him. Steve playfully teased Izuku, leading to laughter among the class. He then encouraged Iida to lighten up and offered to share some meme pages, which left Iida confused. As the class erupted in laughter, Iida attempted to share a joke from his brother, which fell flat, leading to more laughter at his expense. The homeroom session ended, and it was time for lunch. Izuku, ever diligent, quickly finished his meal and began writing in his notebook next to Ochako, who was still eating. Iida and Todoroki joined them at the table. Izumi approached Izuku, complimenting him, while 𝐒𝐿 sat at the end of the table, drinking water. Izuku, distracted, asked Ochako how she was doing instead. Iida and Shoto exchanged glances, while 𝐒𝐿 choked on his drink, embarrassed by the situation. Izumi, taken aback by her brother's newfound boldness, failed to notice 𝐒𝐿's discomfort. Ochako was radiating a warm red light as she covered her face, beginning to float. She shyly called out to Izuku, who suddenly realized the implications of his words. Despite his internal admonishments to ignore the situation, a blush crept onto his face. He stumbled over his words, trying to clarify his earlier statement, while Ochako questioned him, her curiosity piqued. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and affection as he noticed Ochako leaning in to see what he was working on. He shifted his chair closer to her, sharing his notebook, which made her smile despite her shyness. Just then, Steve passed by, teasing Izuku about having a girl interested in him, which only made Izuku stammer in response. Steve, with his keen senses, caught Izuku's quiet admission and gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Meanwhile, Ochako was nearly overwhelmed by the moment. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch and providing a welcome distraction. As students rushed out of the cafeteria, Izuku remained behind, stopped by Steve, who urged him to embrace his identity and show the world who he was. Later, as school ended, the door to Class 1A was blocked by a crowd of students. Kirishima wondered about the gathering, while 𝐒𝐿 bluntly pointed out their purpose. Izuku explained that they were there to scout for competition. 𝐒𝐿, ever confident, insisted that it didn't matter as long as one rose to the top, but Izuku countered that true heroes uplift others rather than push them down. A familiar voice chimed in, and Izuku recognized Hitoshi, who had come with a declaration of war but reconsidered upon seeing Izuku in the class. They discussed Shinso's quirk, with Todoroki emphasizing that a person's character defines their abilities, not the other way around. The conversation shifted to the upcoming festival, where everyone was eager to showcase their skills. As they walked home, Izuku asked Ochako about her motivation for wanting to be a hero. She revealed her longing to support her family, specifically her parents who owned a struggling construction company. Steve joined them, affirming that her reasons were noble and selfless, which made Ochako blush with gratitude. Steve then explained his extensive work as a hero and businessman, detailing how his multinational corporation operated with numerous heroes and sidekicks. He emphasized the importance of teamwork and how his efforts contributed to the economy, securing mythical weapons to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. His dedication to uplifting others resonated with the group, especially Ochako, who admired his multifaceted approach to heroism. As the conversation continued, Steve acknowledged the hard work of his sidekick, 𝐼𝐻𝐷, contrasting him with his father, whom he described in less flattering terms. Despite the rough words, he recognized the admirable qualities in those who strive to surpass their limits. The camaraderie among them deepened as they shared their aspirations and experiences, each motivated to become the best heroes they could be. Well, you are right, Shoto acknowledged. For the next 2 weeks, everyone trained hard. Soon it was time for the festival. They were currently sitting in the waiting room when Shoto approached Izuku. Izuku looked up at Shoto. Shoto expressed that while they were great friends, from this point on, Izuku would be his rival. As long as they were on the same side, it was fine, but if they faced each other, Shoto would give it his all. Izuku understood, stating that he saw all his friends, including Bakugo and Izumi, as rivals. He promised that if he faced any of them, they could expect nothing less than his full effort. Kaminari, feeling nervous, questioned how they would fight against such strong opponents. Izuku reassured him that he believed he couldn't win against any of them without giving everything he had. He reminded Shoto that he too needed to give his all, not just half. Shoto smiled slightly and offered his hand, which Izuku shook with determination. Kirishima cheered, calling their exchange manly, while Ochako thought about how awesome they were. Bakugo, with his usual intensity, declared he couldn't wait to face them all, prompting Izumi to wish him luck. The others were confused by Bakugo's aggressive words, but Izuku explained that it was just Bakugo's way of showing he cared, which only frustrated Bakugo further. As they made their way outside, Kirishima expressed his discomfort about their attire, noting that they were just teenagers. Midnight appeared in her hero costume, capturing everyone's attention. She called Izuku Yagi to the front to speak, and though she said many things, most were distracted by her appearance. Izuku pledged that they would surpass every hero and emphasized that anyone, regardless of their quirk or lack thereof, could become a hero. The crowd erupted in applause. With the first round announced, Midnight cracked her WHP, and the wheel spun, landing on the obstacle race. Everyone lined up at the starting line, and when the race began, they took off. Izuku led the pack, closely followed by Izumi, Ida, and Shoto, who used his ice and fire to propel himself. Bakugo also used his explosions to gain speed, and surprisingly, Denki was keeping pace in 7th place, running faster than anyone expected. They soon reached the first obstacle, large robots, some even bigger than those from the entrance exams, as requested by Aizawa. Present Mike excitedly commented on the situation. Shoto froze the robots while Izuku took down the one in front of him. Bakugo blasted the head off another robot, and Izumi used her quirk to break one of its legs. Ochako manipulated the gravity of the debris to clear her path. As they progressed to the second obstacle, a series of cliffs connected by ropes, Azui easily made her way across. Shoto froze the rope to slide along it, while Bakugo propelled himself with explosions. A girl from the support course used her gadgets to navigate the canyon, and Ochako floated across. Izumi jumped over using One for All, and Izuku followed suit with his chi. Bakugo shouted in excitement as he watched them leap over. After crossing the canyon, they faced the final obstacle, a minefield. Izuku ran carefully, watching for mines, while Izumi mirrored his cautious approach. Shoto chose to glide over the mines with his ice, and Bakugo propelled himself forward with explosions. Izuku then decided to take a risk, running without caution. Bakugo yelled at him not to think he could win, to which Izuku replied in kind. Suddenly, Izuku stepped on a mine, and the explosion sent him flying forward. He quickly realized he could use the blast to his advantage, landing on another mine to propel himself even further. Present Mike was astonished, commenting on how Izuku was using the mines strategically without being harmed. Aizawa explained that Izuku had enveloped his foot with chi, allowing him to absorb the impact while still being launched into the air. Just then, Izuku crossed the finish line first, followed closely by Shoto, Izumi, and Bakugo. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 finished 5th, Ida 6th, and Kaminari came in 7th, clearing a path through the mines with his electricity. Bakugo yelled at Izuku in frustration, but Izuku thanked him and congratulated him as well, which only made Bakugo grumble more. Izumi laughed, and Shoto chuckled lightly. Ochako expressed her admiration for Izuku's performance, and he blushed in response, feeling the pressure of competition. As the ranks were announced, Midnight excitedly introduced the next event, the cavalry battle. She explained the point system, building suspense as she revealed that the first place would earn a staggering 10 million points. The stadium fell silent, and Izuku groaned, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. Shinso offered his sympathy, understanding the pressure Izuku faced. Todoroki had mentioned the same thing, and Izumi was eager to form a team with the girls. Suddenly, Ochako appeared in front of him, excitedly suggesting they team up. Izuku felt overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes and unintentionally drenching her. He expressed his gratitude to Ochako, who blushed as she complimented him, acknowledging his strength, carefulness, and intelligence. Realizing she was getting flustered, she quickly shifted the conversation to finding 2 more teammates. Izuku noticed Kaminari, who had seemed different over the past week, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a serious tone. Izuku understood what he was going through, having faced similar struggles himself, wearing a mask to hide his true feelings. Izuku approached Kaminari and asked if he wanted to join their team. Kaminari hesitated but agreed, his voice lacking its usual enthusiasm. Ochako inquired about what was bothering him, but Kaminari reassured her with a gentle smile, insisting nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, J.I.R.U observed from a distance, sadness evident on her face as she whispered Kaminari's name, realizing the truth behind his mask. Izuku then asked Kaminari if he could use his electricity without harming his teammates. Kaminari explained that he could control the discharge from specific parts of his body, allowing him to avoid hurting anyone nearby. Satisfied with this, Izuku turned his attention to Tokoyami, asking if he would join their team. Tokoyami agreed, albeit in his usual formal manner, which made Dark Shadow chime in, teasing him about his serious image and how much he cared for his teammates, especially Tsuyu. Tokoyami blushed and told Dark Shadow to be quiet, while Kaminari and Ochako chuckled at the revelation. As they began to strategize, Izuku suggested he would take on the role of the rider, with Kaminari in the front and Ochako using her quirk to support him. Tokoyami agreed, noting that their team had a significant advantage over others, as they could move more freely. Izuku recalled advice from Steve about using his Iron Fist to create wind blasts similar to All Might's attacks, ensuring they had all ranges covered. Kaminari expressed his gratitude for the support and mentioned that Steve had offered to help him improve his quirk. Izuku was hopeful about Kaminari's potential, recognizing that his abilities were underutilized. As the competition began, midnight blew the whistle, and chaos erupted as teams attacked each other for the coveted points. For the first few minutes, everything seemed manageable until Todoroki's team, consisting of Momo, Ida, and a girl from the support course, charged toward them. Izuku called out to Tokoyami, who used Dark Shadow to fend them off, but Todoroki retaliated with a fireball, pushing them back. Izuku instructed Ochako to use her quirk, making herself and Kaminari weightless while Dark Shadow repositioned them across the field. As they regrouped, a wall of ice surged toward them. Izuku unleashed a powerful attack, his fist engulfed in flames, creating a strong gust of wind that shattered the ice and pushed back their opponents. Just then, Ida activated his Recipro Burst, propelling himself toward them, while Momo and the support girl maneuvered effortlessly. With time running out, Izuku urged Kaminari to take action. Without hesitation, he threw Kaminari toward the approaching teams. As Kaminari soared through the air, he spotted Todoroki preparing to unleash flames. With a smirk, he declared his attack, releasing a massive electric shock that dispersed the flames and impacted the other teams. The opposing teams fell, except for Todoroki's, as Momo managed to create a lightning rod at the last moment, neutralizing the electricity. When the match concluded, Izuku's team emerged victorious. He expressed his gratitude to Kaminari, who received praise from Momo for their strategy. Ochako asked how Kaminari managed to avoid short-circuiting himself, to which he explained that he used less electricity than his limit. Izuku felt uneasy about using Kaminari in such a manner, but Kaminari reassured him that in a real fight, saving people would always come first. J.I.R.U continued to watch quietly, whispering Kaminari's name, reflecting on her feelings. It was 10 days before the sports festival, and Jiro, Hagakure, Mina, and Siro were discussing their preparations. Siro asked how Kaminari's preparation was going, but Kaminari seemed distracted, looking outside the classroom. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 teased him, questioning his abilities, but he simply responded with a sad smile before walking away. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was shocked by his reaction and wondered what had just happened. During lunch, the rest of Baku squad gathered together. Kirishima inquired about Kaminari's whereabouts, noting that he wasn't acting like his usual self. Siro agreed, mentioning that Kaminari usually joked around. Bakugo, with a quiet intensity, pointed out that Kaminari was struggling, comparing him to Izuku. Izumi was taken aback, realizing the weight of Bakugo's words. Bakugo explained that Kaminari had been taking pills, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 recalled seeing him eating something in class. She had thought it was candy. Bakugo expressed his frustration that they hadn't noticed Kaminari's struggles sooner. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 felt a surge of guilt and decided to find him. After searching, she found Kaminari sitting alone in class, staring out the window. She approached him, apologizing for her earlier words. Kaminari seemed confused by her apology, but she insisted that he deserved better than being called stupid. He admitted that he had been trying to deny his feelings of inadequacy. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's heart sank as she realized how much he was hurting. Kaminari explained that he had been wearing a mask, and her words had forced him to confront the truth. He needed to step outside for some fresh air, leaving 𝐼𝐻𝐬 standing there, feeling a mix of love and regret. That night, Kaminari walked along Dagobah Beach, tears streaming down his face as he questioned why he had to endure so much pain. He felt overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy and the burden of his quirk. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Steve, who introduced himself as Nightwatch from class. Kaminari, still emotional, tried to mask his tears. Steve encouraged him to talk about his feelings, and after some hesitation, Kaminari opened up about his struggles with bullying and his family life. He shared how he felt like a disappointment, especially in the eyes of his family. When Steve asked about his love life, Kaminari hesitated before admitting his feelings for someone who also teased him. Steve reassured him that these challenges were obstacles, not definitions of his worth. He pointed out that 𝐼𝐻𝐬 actually cared for him, despite her teasing. Kaminari was surprised to hear this, and Steve explained that her behavior was typical of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷. The idea that someone might love him filled Kaminari with hope. Steve then promised to help Kaminari by arranging therapy and training together. He expressed his belief in Kaminari's potential, emphasizing that his quirk was amazing. Kaminari felt a wave of gratitude and relief wash over him. Steve's support gave him a sense of belonging he had longed for. The next day, as the class waited for Aizawa, Siro wondered about Kaminari's absence, feeling guilty for not noticing his friend's struggles. Aizawa informed the class that Kaminari would not be attending school until the sports festival due to training. Those who wanted to take leave could give their names after class, Aizawa announced. Hawks encouraged Steve to consider dating, while Kaminari agreed. They were at Steve's home, where Hawks was helping Kaminari study. Hawks explained that the exercises would enhance Kaminari's general math skills. To their surprise, Denki demonstrated remarkable creativity and an open-minded approach, unlike others who relied on traditional methods. This unorthodox thinking significantly reduced the time it took to solve problems, although his short attention span remained a challenge. Steve instructed Kaminari to focus entirely on math for the next 25 minutes, and Kaminari complied. When the time was up, Steve told him to stop. Kaminari felt he could continue, but Steve explained that pushing through concentration limits could lead to frustration and mistakes. Instead, they would work in 25-minute intervals, a technique known as the Pomodoro method. After a brief gaming session, Kaminari returned to his studies, calculating values and demonstrating improved accuracy in his answers. Steve praised him for his progress, noting that his accuracy had increased significantly compared to his previous homework attempts. Kaminari acknowledged that the 25-minute sessions helped him avoid mistakes caused by irritation. With studying complete, Steve shifted their focus to training in the gym. He asked Kaminari about his quirk, which allowed him to release electricity but also caused him to lose brain function after a certain limit. Steve clarified that Kaminari's brain didn't short-circuit. Instead, it lost the electricity needed for normal function, forcing him into a state where only essential functions operated. Kaminari learned that his body acted like a capacitor, storing energy from the electricity he produced. Steve explained how the body transmits signals through electrochemical methods and how Kaminari's quirk made his body nearly superconductive. He also discussed the concept of electrokinesis, prompting Kaminari to realize that channeling electricity through his synapses could enhance his speed. Steve advised caution, explaining that while Kaminari could run faster by channeling electricity to his legs, he would need to strengthen his body before fully harnessing his quirk. He also discussed the principles of electromagnetism, leading Kaminari to envision the possibilities of becoming an electromagnet. Steve explained that Kaminari's body could withstand significant temperature changes due to the constant flow of electricity, making him well-suited for rescue missions. He encouraged Kaminari to absorb electricity from his surroundings, likening it to feeling hungry for food. When Kaminari successfully channeled energy from a nearby phone, he experienced a surge of energy, moving at an accelerated pace. Finally, Steve introduced a powerful technique based on lightning release, explaining that it allowed for cutting through obstacles with electricity. He demonstrated the technique, showcasing its potential while cautioning Kaminari about its advanced nature and the risks involved. After an intense training session, Kaminari lay exhausted on the ground. Steve handed him a katana, instructing him to channel his electricity through it. When Kaminari followed the instructions, he was amazed to find that he could cut cleanly through a log with ease. As the day came to a close, Kaminari reflected on the extensive training he had undergone, feeling both exhausted and accomplished. Plus, Hawks had come to teach him how to use his enhanced senses, as he had a similar ability to feel vibrations through his feathers. Kaminari found the training overwhelming, exclaiming that even Aizawa-sensei didn't push them this hard. Hawks reassured him that he would be fine, especially since Steve was there to help. Kaminari felt grateful and acknowledged that he needed to thank Steve for his support. Hawks pointed out that he and Steve were quite similar, sharing experiences of loneliness and struggle during their childhoods. Kaminari reflected on his own problems, realizing they seemed trivial in comparison. Hawks emphasized that no problem is too small and encouraged Kaminari to value himself. He urged Kaminari to give his all during the sports festival and reassured him that losing wouldn't diminish his worth. Over the span of 9 days, Kaminari built a lot of confidence and improved significantly. Now it was time for the sports festival, and he felt ready to showcase his training. As the results for the cavalry battle were announced, he muttered to himself about demonstrating his progress. Izuku wished his team good luck, and Kaminari responded positively before walking away. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 expressed her excitement about showing their power together, and Izuku agreed enthusiastically. Dark Shadow teased them about being in love, which flustered Izuku, while Ochako felt insecure about her feelings. Noticing her sadness, Izuku hesitated but decided not to say anything, instead taking her hand as they walked away. Meanwhile, Steve was speaking with someone about the League of Villains, who were attempting to recruit more members despite skepticism following their previous failure. The person expressed uncertainty about their future with the League, but Steve reminded them of the trust placed in them by both himself and Hawks. They discussed the prospect of not having to resort to violence, emphasizing a stance against killing while still being part of the organization. The person then left, and Steve reflected on the conversation. As Todoroki made his way to the arena, he unexpectedly encountered 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿 addressed him, reminding Shoto of his expectations to surpass All Might. Shoto responded with indifference, and 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿, feeling guilty, urged him to focus on his own aspirations for just one day. He expressed his pride in Shoto, regardless of their complicated relationship. Shoto acknowledged 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿's status as the number 2 hero but felt detached from that identity. He stated that he couldn't forgive 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿 just yet but wanted to see how far he would go to amend their relationship as a father. With that, Shoto walked away, leaving 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐿 hopeful. The announcer, Mike, introduced the first match, Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. As they entered the ring, Mike provided commentary, noting Shiro's struggle to stand out. Aizawa, irritated, asked Mike to be quiet. Shiro, determined, prepared for the match, while Shoto remained focused. When the match began, Shiro used his tape to try and bind Shoto, but Shoto quickly created an ice track to evade being pushed out of bounds. He used his fire to weaken the tape and broke free. Apologizing for his next move, Shoto unleashed a wave of ice that immobilized 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and half-froze the arena, catching Midnight in the process. 𝐒𝐮𝐲, unable to move, confirmed his defeat as Midnight announced Shoto's victory. Shoto melted the ice off 𝐒𝐮𝐲, offering a small smile and an apology for his enthusiasm. Next, Hitoshi Shinso and Yuga Aoyama entered the arena. As the match began, Aoyama immediately fired a large laser beam, which Shinso skillfully dodged. Using his quirk, Shinso commanded Aoyama to walk out of the stadium, and Aoyama complied without resistance. Observers noted how intimidating Shinso's quirk was, and Midnight declared him the winner. Mike marveled at the potential of Shinso's ability to handle hostage situations effectively. That's a quirk for a great hero, Eraserhead thought, feeling a sense of pride. The crowd buzzed with excitement, praising the quirk's potential against villains, noting how it could minimize property damage. It was a relief that he was on the side of justice. Aoyama approached Shinso, his signature flair evident as he offered a handshake. Shinso, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise at the attention, rubbed the back of his head. In his waiting room, Kaminari paced nervously until he heard a knock. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 entered, looking serious. She quietly apologized for her earlier behavior before the match, expressing regret for not recognizing what he was going through. Kaminari, confused, reassured her that it was all right and that he didn't blame her. 𝐼𝐻𝐼's voice trembled as she revealed her feelings, explaining how Kaminari had withdrawn from their friendship. He admitted he thought he was a burden and that his friends saw him as useless. In a sudden rush of emotion, 𝐼𝐻𝐼 hugged him tightly, declaring that he was important to her and that his quirk had saved her life. Overwhelmed, Kaminari thanked her. She continued, her voice breaking as she shared how she had never heard such words from anyone except her parents. Kaminari gently broke the hug, looking directly at her, and complimented her. He encouraged her to keep calling him the name she did, saying it felt cute coming from her. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 blushed, surprised by his words. Kaminari, feeling flustered, insisted he wasn't trying to flirt, which only made 𝐼𝐻𝐼 giggle. As they shared a light moment, 𝐼𝐻𝐼 playfully lunged at him, catching him off guard. Startled, Kaminari pushed her away, apologizing for his reaction. He quickly clarified that he hadn't meant to push her and pulled her back for a kiss that left them both breathless. When he pulled away, he noticed tears in her eyes. She expressed her fear of losing him, recalling a moment when she thought he was gone for good. Kaminari reassured her, promising he wouldn't abandon someone he cared about. As the cheering for Shinso echoed, Kaminari prepared to leave, but 𝐼𝐻𝐼 kissed him again, urging him to do his best in the match. As Kaminari made his way to the stadium, he heard Shiozaki's speech about her motivations for becoming a hero, followed by Mick's apology for his earlier comments. He observed her, noting her petite appearance contrasted with her evident strength. When he asked her about her speech, she explained her motives clearly, prompting him to reflect on his own reasons for wanting to be a hero. He shared that making someone smile was the best feeling in the world, and protecting others was a way to ensure that happiness. Shiozaki acknowledged his noble intentions and vowed to give her all in the match. As the match began, Kaminari strategized, preparing to make the environment work to his advantage. He unleashed a powerful electric attack, but Shiozaki countered with her own defensive move. As the battle unfolded, Kaminari skillfully maneuvered, using his quirk to keep her on her toes. He noted her limitations and warned her to consider surrendering. The tension built as he revealed his strategy, knowing that he had the advantage in the charged atmosphere. And he could absorb that charge, which his metabolism used to generate even more electricity. Small sparks began to flicker from the ground and strike him. As the vines were just moments away from touching him, he ducked and dashed toward her, skillfully avoiding the vines she sent his way. When he was close, he bent, moved to her right, got behind her, grabbed her shoulder, and gently pushed her outside the stadium. Midnight announced that Ibra Shiozaki was out of bounds and declared Denki Kaminari the winner while cracking her WHP. Kaminari offered her his hand, praising her performance. She thanked him and wished him luck for the finals before exiting. Turning toward the audience, he noticed 𝐒𝐿 looking at him with slightly flushed cheeks and a smile. He flashed her a dazzling smile before making his way toward her. As he walked back, he came face to face with Izuku, who was heading toward the stadium. Izuku complimented him on his performance, and Kaminari extended his hand for a fist bump. Kaminari expressed his gratitude and wished Izuku the best for his match. Initially scared, he now looked forward to fighting him. Izuku nodded as he continued on his path. Kaminari reached the competitor's viewing area when 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his hand and practically pulled him to a seat. He remarked that he wasn't going to run away, feeling a bit flustered. 𝐒𝐿 insisted she wasn't taking any chances. Kirishima exclaimed in surprise, calling out to Kaminari. Kaminari awkwardly greeted him. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 apologized for not noticing everything that had happened. Kaminari reassured them, saying he had been trying to keep it hidden. Kirishima lamented their friendship, but Kaminari encouraged them not to worry and suggested they focus on the match. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 excitedly praised Kaminari's performance, expressing surprise at his strength. Kaminari admitted he had only discovered it 10 days ago. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐿 congratulated him on his victory as she sat beside Iida. Kaminari thanked her, and Iida inquired about how he had become so strong. Kaminari mentioned his training with Steve but hesitated, stopping mid-sentence. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 pressed for more information, but Kaminari repeated that it was nothing. Kirishima encouraged him not to worry about judgment. Timidly, Kaminari revealed that he was dyslexic and had ADHD, and that Steve had been helping him with those challenges. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐿 was astonished, and Kaminari asked for clarification. She praised him for overcoming his difficulties to achieve his dreams, recognizing that he deserved acknowledgement rather than pity. Kirishima admired his perseverance, expressing admiration for how he had faced his struggles. Kaminari felt overwhelmed with gratitude. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 inquired about how he managed to get Nightwatch to train him. Kaminari explained that he had encountered Nightwatch on the beach, who had recognized his potential. Hawks then appeared, surprising everyone. He clarified that he had been scouting and had just arrived moments ago. Hawks reassured Kaminari that Nightwatch saw untapped potential in him, just as he saw in Tokoyami. He encouraged Kaminari not to doubt himself. Kaminari expressed his gratitude, and Hawks announced he had to leave for patrol. Mike then announced the next match between Class 1A's Quirkless powerhouse Izuku Yagi and 1A's Mina Ishido, promising an exciting battle. Mina playfully pouted, expressing her disappointment at not receiving praise. Izuku chuckled to himself before focusing on the upcoming fight. Midnight called for the match to start, and without hesitation, Mina launched a large amount of acid at Izuku. He thought to himself that this would be challenging as he jumped out of the way, feeling the burn on his shirt. Izuku acknowledged her seriousness, and she continued her assault. He countered by sending an air blast that dispelled the acid and pushed Mina back. In a swift move, Izuku disappeared and reappeared behind her. As she attempted to punch him, he apologized in advance before ducking, turning, and pushing her back into her stomach while throwing her over his shoulder outside the arena. Mina winced as she got up, and Izuku sheepishly apologized. She accepted her defeat with a pout but congratulated him on a good game. Izuku returned to the participants' viewing area, where 𝐒𝐻𝐿 was already waiting for him. She excitedly praised his performance, causing him to blush. He thanked her with a close-eyed smile, and the others giggled at the antics of the not-so-secret couple. Kaminari complimented his friend, acknowledging how well they had performed. Izuku agreed, noting that Kaminari had finally gotten close to 𝐒𝐿. Kaminari, feeling a bit shy, moved closer to her. Mina, ever the enthusiastic supporter, asked who had asked out whom. Kaminari shared that 𝐒𝐿 had claimed him, a statement that made 𝐒𝐿 pout slightly. He quickly reassured her that it was a good thing, admitting he wouldn't have had the courage to ask her out himself. 𝐒𝐿 playfully called him Pikachu, and Kaminari lifted her onto his lap, causing her to gasp in surprise. He hugged her gently, but she playfully protested as he nuzzled against her shoulder. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 pointed out something shocking happening in the stadium. Present Mike exclaimed that a support course student had brought a mech into the arena. The following moments were filled with tension as Iida landed the final blow, resulting in the mech's dramatic explosion while Mei was safely ejected. Iida, breathing from the exertion, expressed his disbelief at the match's intensity. In the stands, everyone was on edge and Kyoka, without realizing it, had turned slightly towards Denki, gently petting him as he purred. Kirishima quickly got up and rushed to the waiting room. J.I.R.U noticed Kyoka's actions and blushed, removing her hand from Kaminari's head. Mina, filled with awe, commented on how calm Kaminari had looked during the match, though he had fallen asleep. Kyoka gently patted Kaminari's cheeks, waking him up. He was surprised to see J.I.R.U in front of him, and she encouraged him to wake up. Kaminari moved J.I.R.U from his lap, much to her disappointment, and stood up, walking to the corner to give himself a little electric shock to shake off his sleepiness. Izuku asked what he had just done, and Kaminari explained it was his way of waking up. Izuku, now furiously writing in his notebook, was captivated by the idea. Ochako expressed her surprise at Kaminari's method, and Iida joined them with a bottle of water. Mina playfully urged Ochako and Izuku to connect, while Izuku felt a bit flustered by the suggestion. Ochako, feeling a bit down, insisted they were just friends, a sentiment that only Mina and Izuku seemed to catch. Izuku thought about discussing this with Ochako during their internships. Ochako pointed out that Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's match had ended in a draw, leaving everyone curious about what would happen next. Izuku listed the upcoming matches, including Ochako's against Kaken, and encouraged her, assuring her that she would do great. Ochako, feeling more confident, declined Izuku's offer for help, stating she wanted to handle it herself. She thanked him for his support before rushing off to the waiting room. The match between Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami began, but it ended quickly with Yaoyorozu unable to make much of an impact. J.I.R.U waved at Momo as she returned to the stands, looking a bit defeated, with Tokoyami following closely behind. Izuku complimented Momo on her efforts, but she humbly disagreed, feeling she hadn't performed well. Shoto appeared unexpectedly, surprising everyone. He and Izuku exchanged playful banter about their nicknames, causing laughter among their friends. Shoto explained he had been with his siblings, and Izuku expressed a longing to meet them. As the next match was about to start, J.I.R.U reminded everyone to pay attention. The match concluded with everyone in shock, as murmurs of admiration filled the air. Izuku felt a mix of happiness for Bakugo and concern for Ochako, knowing she would be feeling down after such a tough battle. He decided to check on her and rushed to the waiting room. On his way, he encountered Bakugo, who teased him about his earlier support for Ochako. Izuku clarified that he had offered her help, but she had turned it down. Bakugo, in a rare moment of praise, told Izuku to let Ochako know she had done well before walking away, leaving Izuku flustered. Upon reaching the waiting area, Izuku approached Ochako, who greeted him nervously. She expressed her frustration about the match, admitting she had rushed in too quickly. Concerned for her well-being, Izuku asked about her injuries, and she reassured him that Recovery Girl had taken care of her. However, she felt defeated by Bakugo's strength. Izuku encouraged her to express her feelings, and as she began to tear up, he comforted her by holding her close, allowing her to release her emotions. Scouts wouldn't be able to tell with just one match, she thought. It was okay. She knew her friend wanted to help his parents and wanted to do it as soon as possible, but still, she couldn't rush. People had been impressed by her skills, so she might just receive a really nice offer, he had said. But she felt unprepared. She had no plan for after her move was done. Her friend reassured her, saying her idea had been brilliant. Even Kaken had complimented her, acknowledging her talent. That meant a lot, especially since he didn't recognize everyone. She felt a mix of emotions, overwhelmed by the pressure she put on herself. As she sobbed against his chest, Todoroki arrived but respectfully stood outside, sensing the moment. Her friend encouraged her to talk to her father, stepping out to give her privacy. She could hear the match between Kirishima and Tetsu happening in the background. Her father's voice came through the phone, reminding her not to rush. The way she was feeling showed her kindness, and he believed she would be a great hero. She felt a little happier at his words, recalling what her friend had said. When her father slyly asked if it was a boy who had encouraged her, she blushed and insisted it wasn't what he thought. Her father inquired about the boy, and she hesitated before revealing his name. Her father recognized him as the Quirkless boy and commented that it was a fine choice. She felt flustered, insisting it wasn't like that, but her father teased her about her reaction. She admitted she didn't want to get in his way of becoming a hero, feeling he was too good for her. Her father encouraged her to try, and she thanked him before ending the call. As she stepped outside, she saw her friend looking a bit embarrassed. She greeted him sweetly, and Todoroki mentioned it was time for his match against Tokoyami. Her friend seemed curious about what had happened, but she decided to move on, grabbing his hand and leading him to the stands. In the arena, Kirishima made a comment about not being able to go all out against someone like Uraraka, and Mina chimed in, teasing Bakugo about almost hurting her. Bakugo sarcastically defended himself, and Kaminari chuckled, reminding them of the last match. Bakugo insisted that if they had a spar, they would see things differently. Izumi, sitting next to Bakugo, remarked on his unexpected praise. Bakugo declared that he considered a few people strong, and during the sports festival, 2 more names had been added to that list. He yelled for everyone to focus on the battle. Izuku and Ochako, standing behind, exchanged glances. Her friend pointed out that he had warned her about Bakugo. Kirishima asked who the 2 were, and Bakugo shouted their names, expressing his frustration at being bothered. Izuku teased Bakugo, who shot him a fierce glare, making Izuku laugh. In the arena, Tokoyami and Todoroki faced each other. Todoroki, with his usual calm demeanor, expressed hope for a good match. Tokoyami responded with determination as the battle commenced. Todoroki wasted no time, launching his ice attack, which Tokoyami countered with Dark Shadow. The 2 worked in perfect coordination, communicating silently. As the battle intensified, Todoroki realized he needed to use fire to counter Tokoyami's strategy. The fight escalated, and Tokoyami commanded Dark Shadow to push Todoroki out of bounds. Todoroki countered with a blast of fire, forcing Tokoyami to retreat. The tension in the arena was palpable as the match reached its climax. After the match, Kaminari expressed his stress from the fights, inadvertently hugging Jiraiya tightly. He quickly apologized, feeling embarrassed. Ochako wondered whose match was next, and Izuku informed her it was Denki's. As Denki and Shinso made their way to the stage, Ochako playfully called Izuku by a nickname, causing him to blush and stutter. She asked how he knew Shinso, and he explained their past encounters, revealing they had become good friends during a training PRD. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as the matches continued, and Ochako felt a sense of hope for the future. From there, they traveled to Europe and then to India, where he dedicated much of his time to fighting crime. He also made frequent trips to Africa and South America, regions plagued by criminals and villains, Izuku explained. Ochako inquired if he fought there as well. Izuku clarified that he was part of a large organization, and whenever they were called for assistance, he typically responded if the situation was rated above A. She noted that there was only an S above A, to which Izuku responded that he had divided A into A and A+. He also mentioned that S had 3 categories: S, S+, and SSS. In the arena, Shinso and Kaminari faced each other. Shinso remarked that he guessed Kaminari would not respond, and Kaminari nodded in agreement. Kaminari thought to himself that it was fortunate he wasn't solely reliant on his quirk. He prepared to unleash a powerful one. 3 million volt charge, releasing a significant amount of electricity. However, Shinso simply drove his staff into the ground, absorbing all the electricity Kaminari had unleashed. He explained that the staff was designed as a lightning rod, insulated in the middle, ensuring that Kaminari's lightning wouldn't affect him. Kaminari recognized that Shinso had prepared for him, and both were ready for each other's quirks. The battle would come down to their hand-to-hand skills. Kaminari dashed forward, eager to utilize his superior speed. He attempted an uppercut, but Shinso skillfully deflected his hand with the staff, prompting Kaminari to mutter in frustration. Shinso smirked, confident in his temporary advantage. However, Kaminari quickly adapted, using his momentum to perform a handstand and kick towards Shinso's face. Shinso blocked the kick with his staff, but Kaminari's swift movement nearly caused him to lose his grip. Kaminari, undeterred, stood up and acknowledged Shinso's skill. He shared that as a child, others had deemed his quirk useless, which motivated him to practice martial arts he had seen in movies. Shinso agreed, recalling the martial arts from the pre-quirk era that were surprisingly realistic. Normally reserved, Shinso found himself engaging with Kaminari, perhaps due to their shared experiences and interests. Kaminari nodded in response to Shinso's words. Suddenly, he vanished and reappeared behind Shinso, who was ready and jabbed his staff into Kaminari's stomach. Kaminari winced but grabbed onto the staff. Shinso, surprised, attempted to pull it away, but Kaminari retaliated with a surge of electricity, causing Shinso to cry out but refused to let go. Kaminari's eyes widened as he released the staff, sending Shinso stumbling backward, prepared for the next move. Kaminari recognized Shinso's determination to win, mirroring his own resolve as he assumed a fighting stance. Observing from the sidelines, Ochako expressed confusion about the situation, while Izuku explained that Kaminari's shock had surprised Shinso, leading to his release of the staff. Kirishima commented on the intensity of the fight, and Ida wished Izuku luck. Kaminari felt ready, having analyzed Shinso's every move. He charged into punch, but instead of landing a blow, he pivoted and circled behind Shinso, executing a suplex that left the audience in awe. Bakugo shouted in disbelief, recognizing the move he had used against Izuku. Izuku noted the similarity, and as he prepared to leave for his own match, he acknowledged the power emanating from Kaminari. With Shinso's staff discarded, Kaminari seized the moment, unleashing a powerful jolt of electricity that dazed Shinso and sent him out of the ring. The crowd erupted in cheers as Shinso rose, looking at Kaminari, who extended a hand in camaraderie. They acknowledged the match's intensity, with Shinso warning Kaminari to stay alert, while Kaminari expressed confidence in Shinso's potential for the hero course. As they walked toward the waiting area, they found Izuku sitting and rocking in his chair. Izuku congratulated Shinso on the match, and Shinso returned the sentiment to Kaminari, who revealed he had won. Izuku noted that if he won his match, he would face Kaminari next, prompting Kaminari to comment on Izuku's powerful presence. Kaminari then mentioned his girlfriend, leading to playful banter with Shinso, who joked about stealing her. Kaminari defended his feelings, expressing his longing to keep her close. Shinso assured him of his support, and Kaminari happily acknowledged their newfound friendship. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ida faced off, ready for their match. Ida encouraged Izuku to give it his all, and Izuku promised to do the same as they took their stances. The battle commenced, with both fighters showcasing their speed and agility, neither landing a hit for several minutes. Kaminari and Shinso arrived with snacks, commenting on the match's intensity. 𝐼RU noted the lack of hits, while Shinso remarked on Izuku's effort. Kaminari observed that Izuku was holding back his full speed, just as Izuku began to accelerate, attempting to catch Ida off guard. He then went in to punch him, but Ida grabbed his fist, pushed him to the side, and kicked him in the back using reciprocal burst. Izuku slid near the end of the arena, his shirt singed. He got up and massaged his ribs from behind, feeling a sharp pain. He thought he might have broken his ribs. Ida asked if he wanted to forfeit, but Izuku refused. They both engaged in a brief hand-to-hand combat round, with Izuku landing an uppercut that sent Ida out of the arena. After the match, Izuku walked up to Ida and offered him his hand. They both acknowledged the intensity of the match, with Ida breathing and Izuku commenting on his injuries. Ida mentioned his dislocated jaw, his speech slightly distorted. Izuku recalled how Recovery Girl had been upset with him after their last training session and expressed his reluctance to face her again. Ida asked if they had any other options, but Izuku, frustrated for leaving 𝐒𝐿𝐽 at home, said no. Ida gave him a knowing look, a smug grin on his face. Izuku remarked on Ida's harshness, and Ida mumbled about learning from memes. Ochako excitedly commented on how cool Deku was. Mina teased her about being his girlfriend, which made Ochako flustered as she tried to deny it while floating. 𝐼RU warned her to be careful, but before they could get up, Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around Ochako's waist and brought her down safely. Tsuyu reassured Ochako, who expressed her gratitude. Momo smirked, insisting they needed answers about Izuku's feelings. Ochako nervously insisted that Izuku didn't like her, but when pressed about her feelings, she admitted that she did like him. Tsuyu pointed out that Yagi really liked her too, and Mina added that it was clear to everyone, though they were unsure of their relationship status. Shoto suggested that the only way to find out was for Ochako to confess. She panicked at the thought and asked Shoto to ask him instead, but he insisted she needed to make the effort herself. Ochako reluctantly agreed. Just then, Ida and Izuku entered the stand, greeting their friends. Mina exclaimed how awesome they both were, and Ida smiled in response. Izuku noted Ida's sarcasm, which was unusual for him. Ida jokingly claimed that the version of himself they knew was gone forever, mimicking a villainous impression from their training. Laughter erupted among the group, and Kaminari commented on how fun Ida was to hang out with. Izuku added that they didn't know the real them, while Mina expressed her nervousness about finding out. Shinso and Kaminari, however, were intrigued. Izuku made a playful comparison between Shinso and Kaminari to Aizawa and Present Mic, which Shinso took as a compliment. Kaminari dramatically feigned hurt at being called a loud blonde. Izuku matched his dramatics, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 smiled at the amusing exchange. The atmosphere was lively as Izuku and Kaminari laughed together, though Kaminari's laughter felt more genuine this time. As the fight between Kirishima and Bakugo concluded with Bakugo winning, Mina praised Kirishima for his effort, getting close to his face. Kirishima, nervous from her proximity, thanked her. She expressed her disappointment but reassured him that there was always next year. Izuku suggested they get going, and Kaminari nodded in agreement. Ochako wished Izuku luck, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 called out to Kaminari, pulling him closer with her earphone jack and encouraging him to do his best before turning away. Kaminari, flustered, could only respond with a nervous affirmation. Moments later, Kaminari and Izuku stood face to face, ready for their battle. Midnight announced the start of the match, and both rushed at each other, Kaminari's fists crackling with electricity while Izuku's were covered in chi. Kaminari threw a left hook that Izuku dodged by ducking, but Izuku's uppercut missed as Kaminari pulled back at the last second. Using the momentum, Kaminari kicked Izuku in the side, launching him into the air. Izuku performed a backflip and landed perfectly, quickly sending a blast of air towards Kaminari, hitting him in the stomach. Kaminari winced at the impact and wiped his lips with his knuckles. He attempted to unleash a powerful electric charge, but Izuku punched the ground, sending rubble flying towards him. While Kaminari's attack destroyed the debris, it also neutralized the charge. Izuku rushed forward and landed a powerful punch that tore off a piece of Kaminari's shirt. In retaliation, Kaminari released a massive blast of lightning, stunning Izuku and causing him to fall. Izuku's shirt was now charred and crisp, prompting him to lament about his wardrobe. Kaminari jokingly remarked on Izuku's priorities, teasing him about complaining about his shirt after taking such a hit. Izuku pointed out that he would have to pay for it, and when Kaminari noticed his own torn shirt, he shifted the focus back to the battle. They clashed again, their fists meeting in the center. Kaminari was pushed back slightly, while Izuku instinctively retracted his hand after feeling a jolt of pain from the electricity. They continued to fight, exchanging blows without using their quirks or chi, showcasing skills that only seasoned fighters could dream of. This shocked the audience, who were now on the edge of their seats, so tense that they forgot to cheer. Finally, after a multitude of blocking and dodging, Izuku landed a proper hit on Kaminari's face, sending him flying toward the line. He fell just behind it and got up, using all of his remaining strength. Kaminari declared that if he was going down, he would at least put up a good fight, cackling with electricity. Izuku's eyes widened as Kaminari rushed toward him, his fist glowing with a golden hue, indicating the use of Iron Fist. Kaminari unleashed a powerful attack, jumping toward Izuku with bolts of electricity striking the ground around him. Izuku responded with his own move, swinging his fist and causing the ground to crack. The two attacks collided, and Kaminari was sent flying out of the stadium, fainting upon impact with the wall. For a moment, there was complete silence, then the audience erupted into cheers. Midnight announced Izuku as the winner of the match. Izuku walked toward Kaminari, who was still knocked out, picked him up and slung his arm around his shoulder as he exited the arena to seek Recovery Girl. Before leaving, he looked at Midnight and requested not to ruin any more of his shirts by fighting shirtless. Midnight chuckled and explained that it wasn't possible. Izuku lamented that he would go broke buying new shirts. Tsuyu remarked that she never knew Yagi and Kaminari had such muscular builds, as they didn't look like they would have that much strength. Ochako and 𝐿𝐼𝐼 blushed at the comment. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 expressed her surprise at how attractive Yagi was and wished he was her boyfriend. Another spectator noted that Kaminari was equally impressive, and someone else wished for Kirishima to be closer to them. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 noted that they were gaining quite a few fangirls. Tsuyu advised Ochako to confess her feelings before someone else stole Yagi away. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 expressed her hope that Denki wouldn't leave her, to which Kaminari responded that he would never leave her. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 raised an eyebrow at him, surprised by his affection. Mina commented on 𝐿𝐼𝐼's unexpected softness, suggesting she seemed more like 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲, easily embarrassed and annoyed. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 admitted that while she usually was like that, she couldn't say no to Kaminari. Ida inquired about Yagi's whereabouts, and Kaminari's expression turned guilty as he explained that he had accidentally kicked Izuku in a vulnerable spot, causing him to need Recovery Girl's attention and an hour of rest before the finals. Ida reassured Kaminari that it wasn't his fault, and 𝐿𝐼𝐼 encouraged him, reminding him that he was automatically third place, which was a significant achievement. Kaminari thanked 𝐿𝐼𝐼 and kissed her hand, which was resting on his cheek. Mina playfully told Kaminari to stop being so lovey-dovey, as it was making everyone jealous. Kaminari teased the others to confess to their crushes, prompting Ida to express his frustration. Ochako remarked that she wished Ida had never discovered memes, to which Shoto offered to get ice for the burn. Mina and Ochako reacted in unison, telling Shoto to focus on his match. Bakugo, observing the scene with mild interest, commented on the ongoing repartee. Izumi teased Bakugo for supporting his friend, to which he vehemently denied, claiming he was merely enjoying the new side of Denki. Meanwhile, Izuku was being scolded by Recovery Girl for being reckless. He sheepishly apologized, noting that the final would be the most intense. Recovery Girl sighed and reminded him to avoid getting too injured. Izuku cheerfully agreed, and she told him to eat well, as he had a metabolism similar to Kaminari's and would recover quickly. After she pushed him out of the room, he made his way to the stands, where Ochako greeted him. He sat next to her, and she excitedly announced that it was time for Bakugo versus Todoroki. Izuku smirked, noting that he had made it just in time. Kaminari coolly remarked that they had stalled the match, as it took 𝐶𝐮𝐧𝐼𝐼 10 minutes to rebuild the arena. Izuku suggested they just watch the match. The winner of the match was Shoto. The battle was almost as intense as Izuku versus Denki, but not quite. Shoto used his ice to cool the surroundings, making Bakugo sweat less and weakening his explosions. In a decisive moment, Shoto grabbed hold of Bakugo. He could have inflicted significant damage but opted for a different strategy, throwing Bakugo toward the line and using a large blast of fire to push him outside, securing his victory. Present Mike announced a 1-hour break for the finalists to rest and prepare for the next battle, encouraging everyone to visit the stalls set up for the day. Mina dramatically expressed her need for a break, claiming her heart couldn't handle the pressure. Izuku pointed out that it wasn't that bad, but Mina reminded him that he had missed over half the battles, making it seem worse than Aizawa's false expulsion threat. Izuku suggested they go get something to cool off, and Kirishima agreed, eager to avoid further provoking Mina. They all stood up and headed to the stalls, where they found Bakugo shouting at a stoic Todoroki. Bakugo declared that he would crush Todoroki next time before falling silent. He then calmly addressed Todoroki, complimenting him on the match. Todoroki acknowledged Bakugo's skill, noting how he had used multiple small explosions to counter his ice attack. Bakugo, however, misinterpreted the compliment and shouted back, prompting Izuku to intervene, explaining that a compliment wasn't an insult. Bakugo retorted angrily, but Izuku's calm demeanor seemed to unsettle everyone except Todoroki, Ochako, and Kaminari. Mina wondered how they remained unbothered, to which Kaminari explained that as long as it wasn't directed at him, he felt fine. Todoroki agreed, and Ochako added that Izuku would never harm her, which Izuku happily confirmed. Mina, observing the dynamic, thought about how dense Ochako was regarding Izuku's feelings. Izuku then suggested they go eat, and Ochako eagerly pulled him along. After enjoying some snacks, Izuku and Todoroki made their way to the waiting rooms. The announcer excitedly called for the final match between the two titans of Class 1A. As they entered the arena, Shoto smiled slightly and asked if this was it, to which Izuku responded with determination. They both agreed not to hold back, and the match began. As soon as the signal was given, they rushed at each other. Shoto created a knife of ice and charged at Izuku, who deftly deflected it with his left hand and attempted a punch, but Shoto anticipated the move and jumped back. After several minutes of intense hand-to-hand combat, Izuku showcased his demps. Shoto leaped and attempted a somersault kick, but Izuku evaded and quickly regained his stance, circling Shoto. Kaminari commented on the impressive display of skills, while Kirishima noted it wasn't quite on the level of a previous fight. Ida had stepped away for a phone call and hadn't returned. Ochako expressed her belief that Izuku would win, but Momo countered, stating that Todoroki had superior overall abilities. Ochako reminded her that Izuku had excelled in both the entrance exam and the quirk assessment test, while Momo pointed out that Izuku lacked his sword, which was a significant part of his skill set. Mina, frustrated with the debate, urged them to focus on the battle instead. As the match continued, Shoto had Izuku in a hold when Izuku struck back, causing Shoto to wince. They locked eyes, momentarily emotionless, before bursting into laughter like children. Shoto admitted he wasn't as skilled in hand-to-hand combat as Izuku or Kaminari, while Izuku reassured him that he was decent enough. Shoto then prepared for round 2, igniting flames on one side while ice formed around him. Izuku responded by enveloping himself in a bright aura, ready for the next phase of their battle. Shoto unleashed a wave of ice toward Izuku, who easily broke through it. As Izuku charged, Shoto used his flames to create a barrier. Izuku countered with a blast of wind, but Shoto acted an ice wall to block it. Shoto then sent a barrage of flames, which Izuku skillfully dodged, continuing to press forward. Izuku leaped to close the distance, but Shoto retaliated with a powerful ice attack. Although Izuku's leg got caught, he managed to pull free and slide toward Shoto, who was ready with his flames. Izuku leaped over the fire and executed a somersault kick, but Shoto created a dome of ice to absorb the impact. As the battle raged on, Shoto unleashed another blast of fire, singeing Izuku's clothes. Frustrated, Izuku tore off the remnants of his shirt, while Shoto's own shirt suffered a similar fate due to the flames. The audience reacted with excitement, marveling at the sight of two of the hottest guys in their class battling without their shirts. As they charged at each other again, Shoto aimed a punch with his left side, which Izuku expertly deflected. However, the next moment, Shoto's right hand moved forward to strike Izuku in the stomach, which Izuku managed to block with his left hand. Anticipating this, Shoto froze that hand, prompting Izuku to leap back. The arena was in disarray, the ground shattered, and large icicles scattered throughout. Izuku called out, urging Shoto to give it his all, channeling every ounce of power into his fists. Shoto responded with determination, his fire side blazing even brighter. They both charged at each other, Izuku harnessing his chi while Shoto propelled himself using both ice and fire. Cementos shouted to Midnight, expressing concern that they might seriously harm each other as he formed walls of cement, while Midnight prepared to use her quirk. Yet, they both broke through the cement and collided, creating a massive explosion that overwhelmed Midnight's quirk. Smoke filled the arena, and the crowd fell silent, eager to see the outcome and shaken by the force of the blast. As the smoke dissipated, Izuku stood in the stadium, his hand injured and bruised, while Shoto lay exhausted in a crater against the wall, breathing heavily. Just as Shoto was about to collapse, Izuku appeared beneath him and offered a piggyback ride. Shoto, too tired to protest, rested his head on Izuku's shoulder. He remarked on the intensity of the battle, and in that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers as Mike announced Izuku as the victor. Izuku, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension, mentioned that they should head to Recovery Girl, worried about her reaction to his injuries. After receiving treatment, and in Izuku's case, a stern reprimand from Recovery Girl, it was finally time for the medal ceremony. Midnight announced the beginning of the awards as the platforms rose. In third place were Bakugo Katsuki and Kaminari Denki, with Bakugo grumbling angrily while Denki appeared nervous and embarrassed. In second place was Todoroki Shoto, who stood with a slight smile. Finally, in first place was Yagi Izuku, the champion of the sports festival, who wore a confident smile. Midnight called All Might to the stage, and he made a grand entrance, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm. He praised Denki and Bakugo for their impressive performances, hugging them both. Bakugo continued to grumble, though his voice was barely audible. All Might then commended Shoto for his control over his quirk and battle skills, embracing him as well. Finally, he congratulated Izuku for showcasing both strength and intelligence, presenting him with the medal. Aizawa addressed the class, acknowledging their efforts and announcing that requests would begin, granting them a break for the next 2 days, but reminding them not to become complacent. He inquired about Kaminari's internship plans, to which Kaminari confirmed he had made a decision. Aizawa informed him that he was expected to meet his mentor that very day. After dismissing the class, he instructed Izuku to meet him at the gates at 8. Izuku and Ochako walked toward her house, as Izuku had decided to accompany her since her home was on the way to his family's place. He thought it would be nice to spend some time with her. He reassured himself that it was purely moral support, though he couldn't help but wonder if his feelings were deeper. Ochako asked about his hand, and Izuku replied that it was fine, though it would leave permanent scars. An awkward silence fell between them until Ochako broke it by asking about his favorite food. Izuku shared his love for katsudon, New York cheesecake, and various cuisines, while Ochako realized she had never tried any of those dishes. Izuku suggested that they visit some of his favorite restaurants together, but Ochako hesitated, worried about the cost. Izuku insisted she should never pay when they were together, leading to a playful debate about alternating payments. He explained that he had received a substantial amount of money and was about to start earning, emphasizing that she was special to him. Ochako was about to inquire about his new job but was distracted by his compliment. When they arrived at her house, Ochako found the door already unlocked. Her parents rushed to greet her, expressing their pride in her performance. They introduced themselves to Izuku, who politely responded. Mr. Uraraka invited Izuku inside, but he respectfully declined, needing to head home. Izuku was having lunch with his family, and after that, he had to meet Aizawa. Ochako, curious, asked why he needed to meet their teacher. Izuku shared that he was finally debuting as a freelance hero that day, which excited Ochako immensely. After a warm lunch filled with emotional moments, especially with his mother expressing her regrets, it was finally 8 p.m., and Izuku stood before UA with Aizawa. Aizawa began explaining the structure of hero jobs, clarifying that he was not acting as a teacher but as Eraserhead. He detailed the various types of heroes in Japan, from those in agencies to freelancers like Izuku. Aizawa explained that freelancers, while not receiving regular pay, could earn rewards by apprehending known criminals. He informed Izuku that they would be taking on a B-rank kidnapping case involving a 12-year-old boy. Izuku, eager to learn, asked for a map to analyze the route the boy might have taken. After reviewing the CCTV footage, he noticed a suspicious individual who had been stalking the boy in the days leading up to the kidnapping. Aizawa was impressed with Izuku's deduction skills, and they discovered the stalker's identity through a government database. The next day, they trailed the suspect. Izuku, wearing a cap and goggles, pretended to be in a hurry and accidentally bumped into him. The encounter revealed the suspect's identity, and Izuku successfully activated a tracker on him. After a few hours of following, they saw him enter an abandoned building. Aizawa contacted Detective Tsukachi, and they stormed the building, finding a frightened kidnapper holding a gun to the boy's head. Aizawa demanded the kidnapper surrender, but the man was panicking. Izuku approached calmly, asking why he was doing this. The kidnapper revealed he was being coerced by a dangerous group. Izuku reassured him that he would be safe if he surrendered. The kidnapper, seeing he was outnumbered, reluctantly complied. Izuku suggested that the man be placed in a secure prison to protect him from the group he feared, emphasizing that this would also allow him to testify against them if needed. Aizawa considered this as they prepared to handle the situation. Brilliant, Aizawa noted. Izuku expressed his gratitude, acknowledging Aizawa's compliment about his potential as a detective, though he was glad to be in the hero business. Aizawa mentioned that the mission was B rank, which meant a nice paycheck. He then instructed Izuku to go home, stating he would handle things from there. Izuku, with a pout, insisted he wasn't a problem child. Aizawa reminded him of past incidents, including the USJ event and the festival arena mishap. Izuku chose not to respond and walked away, while Tsukachi remarked on the gamble they took, acknowledging Izuku's bright mind. Aizawa realized they could have tracked the kidnapper's route through phone location data, feeling foolish for not considering it sooner. Tsukachi reassured him that the kidnapper was caught regardless. As class began, some students were already seated, waiting for Aizawa. Earlier, the media had surrounded the school, fascinated by the first-year students working as heroes. Kirishima remarked on their newfound fame, while Kaminari expressed irritation at being approached by girls. J.Ru, having just arrived, overheard their conversation and asked Kaminari what he had said. Kaminari sarcastically claimed he had accepted their advances, which Kirishima took seriously. Kaminari clarified, emphasizing his loyalty to J.Ru and how no one compared to her. J.Ru entered the classroom and teased Kaminari about his stutter, which he attributed to contemplating a kiss. J.Ru blushed, calling him a pervert, to which Kaminari playfully defended himself, insisting his thoughts weren't perverted. Mina chimed in, calling Kaminari a simp, to which he proudly agreed. Izuku entered next, looking more exhausted than ever. Mina inquired about his condition, and Izuku explained his recent experiences, including a night spent apprehending a kidnapper and struggling to sleep afterward due to Aizawa's strong coffee. Bakugo teased him about his swearing, and Izuku retorted with a snarky comment about being chased by fangirls. Ochako entered and urged Izuku to calm down, to which he responded with a smile. Izuku then expressed his support for Ida, who reassured him that his brother would be fine. Izuku encouraged Ida to be cautious and remember his legacy as 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸. Aizawa entered the classroom, greeting the students, and asked Izuku if he had managed to sleep. Izuku suspected Aizawa's coffee prank was to blame for his sleeplessness. Aizawa then shifted the focus to the students' requests, revealing the number of offers each had received through a holographic projector. The class reacted with excitement, especially at Izuku's impressive number of offers, which was attributed to his victory at the sports festival. Kaminari, too, had received many offers, though he kept the details of his internship a secret. As the atmosphere shifted, Aizawa announced that they would be deciding on their hero names, emphasizing the importance of a name that would stick with them throughout their careers. Midnight entered to assist with this task, and the class cheered in anticipation. As they began presenting their names, Aoyama confidently introduced his name, I Cannot Stop Twinkling, which Midnight shortened to Can't Stop Twinkling. Mina followed with Acid Queen, but Midnight rejected it. Tsuyu introduced herself as the rainy season hero, 𝗟𝗶𝗸, which was well received by everyone. It was a friendly atmosphere as Midnight acknowledged the excitement in the room. Kirishima proudly introduced himself as sturdy hero, Red Riot, which made Midnight smile, though Kirishima felt a bit shy under the attention. Midnight reminded him that carrying the name of someone he admired came with its own pressures, but Kirishima was ready to face it with determination. Kaminari simply stated his hero name, Charge Bolt, and Midnight agreed that it had a nice ring to it. Other names were introduced, like Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack, Tentacle Hero, Tentacle, and Taping Hero, Cellophane, with Midnight emphasizing the importance of simplicity. Mina enthusiastically shouted her name, Pinky, and Midnight commented that it suited her perfectly. Then Bakugo stepped up to the stage and declared, King Explosion Murder, which sent the room into laughter. Midnight quickly pointed out that such violent names were not appropriate, and Kirishima jokingly suggested, Boom Boom Boy Bakugo. Bakugo, clearly annoyed, shot back angrily at Kirishima. Ochako nervously presented her name, and Izuku complimented her, calling it cute. Midnight wished she could be the one making comments instead. Izumi then expressed her longing to be called Paragon, a name that resonated with the aspiration of being a perfect hero, which Midnight noted was also the name of an old hero. Izuku gave her a supportive thumbs up. When it was Izuku's turn, he jokingly claimed, I'm Batman, which caused a stir among his classmates. After revealing his true name, he explained that it used to mean useless, but now it symbolized determination. Ochako blushed and smiled at his words. Bakugo, not to be outdone, shouted Lord Explosion Murder again, but Midnight firmly rejected it. Izuku suggested Dynamite, prompting Bakugo to quickly change his name to Explosion Hero, Dynamite, which Midnight approved of. Shoto, struggling to think of a name, was offered Frostburn by both Izuku and Momo simultaneously, leading to a playful moment between them. Shoto, with a red face, tried to deflect the attention, but Izuku teased him about their connection. Shoto hurriedly declared his name as Frostburn, which Midnight found fitting. As the class concluded and the break began, Izuku asked Ochako about her internship choice. She decided on Gunhead, explaining that her recent experiences made her realize the importance of being strong in combat as well. Kirishima and Izuku supported her decision, with Izuku sharing his past training experiences with Gunhead. When Ochako inquired about Izuku's choice, he playfully kept it a secret, causing her to blush. Ida mentioned he hadn't decided yet, and Kaminari chimed in about the challenges of some heroes. Kirishima teased Bakugo, which led to a playful explosion of anger from him, making everyone laugh. Izuku asked Tokoyami about his choice, and he replied with Hawks. Kirishima shared his choice of fourth kind, and Bakugo grumbled about his own selection, Gang Orca. Ochako rallied everyone with enthusiasm, urging them to do their best. As students prepared to leave for their internships the next day, Izuku and Ochako bid farewell to Ida, reminding him to stay safe. Izuku expressed his concern for Ida's safety, especially regarding his pursuit of Stain, and urged him not to seek revenge. Ida appreciated the support, and Izumi joined them, reinforcing their friendship. On his way to Hawk's agency, Izuku spotted Tokoyami and felt excited about working together. Upon arriving, Hawks greeted Tokoyami, playfully noting his tardiness. He encouraged both interns to keep up with him during patrols, framing it as a training exercise. Meanwhile, Izumi entered an old apartment for her training, only to be startled by an old man in a hero suit on the ground, surrounded by red liquid. Her initial panic turned to relief when the man revealed he was alive, leading to a humorous exchange. Ochako stepped into Gunhead's dojo, where she observed multiple practitioners engaged in martial arts, ready to begin her own training journey. "You must be Ochako Uraraka," Gunhead said. She replied cheerfully, confirming her identity. Gunhead then asked her what she wanted to work on. Ochako expressed her longing to improve her hand-to-hand combat skills, explaining that to use her quirk effectively, she needed to be proficient in combat. Gunhead acknowledged her point but added that her quirk made her feel nauseous, so she needed to practice fighting while using her quirk on various objects as well. With only a week to train, he urged her to get started. Ochako agreed enthusiastically. Gunhead also mentioned that after the internships, she was welcome to return anytime to practice or enroll in martial arts classes. Ochako hesitated, admitting she was concerned about the cost. Gunhead reassured her that it would be free for those who interned with him. Later, Shoto greeted Endeavor, who responded with a loud exclamation that startled Shoto. Endeavor apologized and mentioned that he had invited Natsuo and Fuyumi to watch Shoto's training, which Shoto appreciated with a small but genuine smile. Endeavor felt a sense of hope, thinking that their family would be whole again. The day was tiring for Izuku and Tokoyami as they chased after Hawks, who was effortlessly flying above them. They were determined to catch up, but by the time they did, Hawks had already dealt with the villains. His sidekicks encouraged them to continue pursuing Hawks, fully aware of his intentions. After 4 hours, Izuku finally caught up to Hawks, who was observing 3 individuals attempting to mug a girl. Hawks encouraged Izuku to take action, reminding him to signal when he needed assistance. Izuku approached the group, recognizing one of the assailants from a previous encounter. The man with a chainsaw for a hand was particularly menacing, while another appeared shark-like, and the third had sharp nails. Izuku confronted them, recalling their past encounter. The shark man attempted to punch him, but Izuku dodged and countered with an uppercut, slamming him to the ground. As the one with the nail quirk charged at him, Izuku kicked the shark man into him, knocking them both down. He then turned his attention to the chainsaw wielder, dodging his wild swings and landing a punch that caused the man to stagger. The chainsaw guy threatened Izuku, but he remained undeterred, ready to face him. Izuku ducked under another attack and struck back, pushing the villain against the alley wall. After dealing with the threats, Izuku turned to the girl they had been targeting, checking if she was alright. She assured him she was fine but seemed a bit shaken. Izuku offered to accompany her home, emphasizing that a hero's duty was to ensure the safety of civilians. She insisted she would be okay, expressing her gratitude. Izuku decided to take the captured villains to the police, confident that gaining experience was essential for his growth as a hero. Afterward, he returned to the agency, where Tokoyami arrived, breathing from his own chase. They discussed their day, and Hawks suggested they stay the night. Izuku eagerly agreed, while Tokoyami nodded in support. Hawks offered to order pizza, and they discussed their preferences. As they waited, Kaminari practiced parkour, jumping from wall to wall. Steve advised him on technique, explaining the importance of pushing off the wall rather than relying solely on jumping. Depending on the friction, a problem could arise because gravity can easily overcome it, causing one to lose their footing, Steve explained. Kaminari stared blankly for 2 minutes before realization struck him. He finally understood. Steve chuckled, asking if he got it, and Kaminari confirmed that he did. Steve then suggested that Kaminari go home, reminding him about moving into his new apartment. Kaminari expressed his longing to leave his mom and aunt behind. Steve advised him to make peace with his past, but Kaminari hesitated, unsure if he could confront them. Steve reassured him that it wasn't necessary to do it immediately, but he encouraged Kaminari to face his doubts and insecurities. Kaminari smiled at Steve, who ruffled his hair affectionately. Just then, Izuku entered the room, greeting Steve and asking about his internship. Izuku shared that he had an awesome time and decided to drop by. He greeted Kaminari, who replied that he was doing really well. Izuku invited Kaminari to join him at Hawks' place, but Kaminari declined, stating he needed some time alone to think. Izuku assured him that they were there for him, and Kaminari managed a small smile in response. When Kaminari arrived home, he was met with his mother's drunken anger. She scolded him for being late, calling him useless. Kaminari muttered under his breath that he wasn't useless, but his mother demanded to know what he said. As the confrontation escalated, Kaminari's sister intervened, trying to calm their mother down. The tension in the room grew as Kaminari expressed his frustration over the years of mistreatment, questioning why he was treated that way for being dyslexic. Kaminari's mother retaliated, claiming he was just like his father, useless and unreliable. This only fueled Kaminari's anger as he defended his father, asserting that he was far better than their mother. The argument intensified, with Kaminari revealing the pain he had endured alone, feeling abandoned and bullied. His aunt attempted to silence him, but Kaminari's cold glare silenced her. Feeling overwhelmed, Kaminari declared that he was moving out. He grabbed a small suitcase and prepared to leave, snapping at his sister when she expressed concern about his belongings. Realizing his mistake, he softened and took her hand, promising to take care of himself. As he walked out, he reminded her of his achievements, leaving her worried about where he would go. Kaminari assured her that his internship would provide for him, mentioning he was working with the Nightwatch. Meanwhile, day 2 of the internship began. Izumi lay on the couch, sore from the rigorous training with Gran Torino, who had proven to be a tough mentor. She understood now why her father feared him. Ochako, also sore but determined, prepared to train harder, motivated by her longing to help her parents and become a hero like Deku. Bakugo was on patrol with Gang Orca, who emphasized the importance of managing anger and teamwork. Bakugo, confident in his abilities, insisted that he preferred to work alone, but 𝐼𝐻𝐬 warned him that such an attitude could lead to dire consequences. Accepting and giving help shows true strength, not empty words and excessive anger, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 told 𝗶𝐿. 𝗶𝐿 was prideful and cocky, often ignoring others. However, after All Might, he had come to respect 𝐼𝐻𝐬. If 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had something to say, 𝗶𝐿 would certainly consider it. Meanwhile, Kaminari was in the gym, practicing boxing. Steve encouraged him to increase his speed. Suddenly, the boxing bag burst, sending sand flying everywhere. "Good. Now you need to practice punching on wooden dummies," Steve instructed, leading Kaminari to a separate room filled with wooden dummies, hanging logs to dodge, and a wooden post with a wooden katana. "Now, train with the striking dummy," he added. Kaminari approached the dummy and struck it, only for it to rotate unexpectedly, causing a spike to swing toward him. "Oh, did I mention this one rotates?" Steve asked with a grin. Meanwhile, Izuku and 𝐾𝐭𝐤 were chasing Hawks across the city. "He's too fast," 𝐾𝐭𝐤 breathed, feeling exhausted. Izuku agreed, noting that Hawks had likely been holding back the previous day. As night fell, Izuku was sweating and breathing, a feat that surprised 𝐾𝐭𝐤, who had seen Izuku push through even the toughest training sessions. "DMN, that was some workout," Izuku remarked. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 pointed out that they had run over 30 kilometers, likening it to a marathon. He credited Aizawa's rigorous training for their endurance. Just then, Hawks appeared, commenting on their tiredness. He instructed Izuku to rest and invited 𝐾𝐭𝐤 to join him. 𝐾𝐭𝐤 felt nervous at the prospect of more training, but Hawks reassured him. In an instant, 𝐾𝐭𝐤 found himself soaring through the air, held by Hawks. "The sky is amazing, right?" Hawks asked, and 𝐾𝐭𝐤 agreed, awed by the view. Hawks explained that he had requested 𝐾𝐭𝐤 because he believed he was underutilizing his potential. "Up here, you can see everything. We shouldn't be restricted to the ground," he said as they landed atop a communication tower. "Those who can fly should fly," he added. Gazing over the city. "Dark Shadow, can you pull it off?" 𝐾𝐭𝐤 asked. Dark Shadow confirmed that the theory was solid and that they had practiced it before. With a nod, 𝐾𝐭𝐤 instructed Dark Shadow to lift him, and soon he was floating, no part of him touching the ground. Encouraged, 𝐾𝐭𝐤 jumped off the edge, embracing the freedom of flight. The next day, Izuku woke up early for his gym routine, surprised to find a passed-out Hawks and a sleep-deprived 𝐾𝐭𝐤. "What happened here?" he wondered aloud. 𝐾𝐿 simply replied that they had been training hard. Dark Shadow chimed in, revealing that they could now fly, which excited Izuku. Izuku explained his morning routine, which involved waking up at 5 a.m. to work out until 7 a.m., then preparing for school. 𝐾𝐿 was impressed, realizing that this dedication contributed to Izuku's strength. As Izuku began his warm-up, 𝐾𝐿 watched in awe. Izuku completed an impressive series of push-ups and weightlifting, all while wearing wrist weights. He then tackled a challenging exercise called the salmon ladder, which left 𝐾𝐿 astonished. "I'm going for a 15-kilometer run," Izuku announced. 𝐾𝐿 was taken aback, realizing the run would take a significant amount of time. Izuku reassured him, stating that he could complete it in half an hour due to his incredible speed. 𝐾𝐿 could only marvel at Izuku's abilities, feeling a mix of admiration and disbelief. Later, when Izuku returned, Hawks was awake and stretching. "Nice sleep I had," Hawks said, and Izuku inquired about their plans for the day. Hawks revealed they would be doing something fun that afternoon. However, when Hawks took Izuku shopping for a hero costume, Izuku was less than thrilled. "I didn't imagine you'd bring me to do some hero costume shopping," he grumbled, frustrated by the outfit he was trying on. 𝐾𝐿 sat quietly in the corner, hoping to avoid similar embarrassment, while Dark Shadow found humor in Izuku's plight. Hawks suggested that 𝐾𝐿 find a nice cape to complement Dark Shadow's abilities. In a flashback, Hawks had encouraged 𝐾𝐿 to think about a name for his quirk, which he had been hesitant to do. They discussed the nature of darkness and how it related to 𝐾𝐿's powers. Hawks shared a story about Lucifer, explaining how he had once been favored before his fall from grace. 𝐾𝐿 listened, contemplating the weight of the conversation and the potential of his own abilities. But he could have used that very darkness to do great things. Instead, he was clouded by anger and revenge, 𝐼𝐬𝐬 explained. 𝗏𝐾𝐭𝐚𝐲 wondered why 𝐼𝐬𝐬 was sharing this with him. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 continued, stating that 𝗏𝐾𝐭𝐚𝐲 was wronged because of his so-called evil quirk. He had recognized it the moment he saw 𝗏𝐾𝐭𝐚𝐲. In a way, 𝗏𝐾𝐭𝐚𝐲 was also a fallen angel, shrouded by darkness. However, unlike others, he used that darkness to do great things and help people. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 remarked that 𝗏𝐾𝐭𝐚𝐲 was what Lucifer Morningstar should have been. 𝗏𝐾Ꞡ𝐴𝐚𝐲 pondered the title, Dark Fallen Angel. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 then mentioned that Lucifer had the most appealing wings. 𝗏𝐾Ꞡ𝐴𝐚𝐲 reflected on the previous day's conversation. Izuku, on the other hand, was in disbelief as 𝐼𝐬𝐬 showed him a particular costume. He protested vehemently, declaring that he was just a kid and not an adult hero. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 insisted that it wasn't that bad, pointing out that Izuku's friend went shirtless. Izuku countered that his friend's quirk made him vulnerable, which was why he wore that costume. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 remarked that Izuku was conservative and that the costume was the latest trend. Izuku continued to refuse, expressing his discomfort. A few moments later, 𝐼𝐬𝐬 had purchased the costume, much to Izuku's dismay. 𝗏𝐾Ꞡ𝐴𝐚𝐲 found the situation amusing and struggled to contain his laughter. As evening fell, they stood outside the shop, and Izuku, now in his new costume, attracted attention from girls who stared and giggled. Izuku groaned, expressing his frustration with 𝐼𝐬𝐬, who pointed out that the girls were enjoying the view. Just as Izuku was about to respond, they saw news of an attack in Hosu. Izuku gasped, pointing at the screen, and then received a notification on his mobile. He revealed that Izumi had sent a location, his expression turning horrified. Meanwhile, another girl teased Steve, asking if he was interested in boys. He assured her that he was perfectly straight, but the girls persisted, attempting to coax him into joining them. Steve felt overwhelmed, fearing he might lose his virginity to someone he didn't know. Kirishima announced that he had the suit, prompting Bakugo to shout in disbelief. Kirishima explained that Bakugo's mom had given it to him in case he wanted to go on a date with Izumi. Bakugo yelled for him to be quiet, unleashing a blast of energy and frustration. Izumi, trying to hide her excitement, mentioned that she wouldn't mind a date. Bakugo, suddenly uninterested, claimed he had nothing to do and wanted nice food. Ida was patrolling with Manuel when the Nomu attacked. He was about to follow Manuel when he recalled 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬's victims. He considered the possibility that 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 was working with the League of Villains. Ida instructed Manuel to go ahead while he checked on something, asking him to send help if he didn't return in an hour. As Ida ran towards the back alley, he encountered Izumi, who warned him against confronting 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬. Ida insisted that she should take the victim and run while he distracted 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬. Izumi questioned why he wouldn't escape instead, but Ida reminded her that he could run at incredible speeds. She reluctantly agreed, telling him to be careful and to run as soon as it was clear. Ida rushed into the alley and spotted 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, sword raised over a pro-hero named 𝗟𝗡. He charged at 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, attempting a kick, but 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 swung his sword. Thanks to his training with Izuku, Ida's instincts kicked in, and he ducked, trying to land an uppercut, but 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 dodged just in time. Ida took a few steps back, and 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 taunted him, calling him another fake. Ida declared that 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬's end was near, trying to sound menacing. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 responded with a sick grin, questioning Ida's claims. Ida charged again, dodging and retreating. He expressed sorrow over his brother's fate, declaring Ingenium a real hero who inspired many. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 revealed that he had left Ingenium alive as an example and threatened Ida. In that moment, Ida caught a glimpse of Izumi, and they made eye contact. Ida allowed 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 to strike his mask while Izumi picked up 𝗟𝗡 and ran. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 mocked Ida, claiming he should have saved 𝗟𝗡. Just then, Ida saw Izumi fleeing with 𝗟𝗡 on her back, but 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 threw a shuriken that grazed Izumi's leg. Izumi realized it was a boomerang shuriken and sent an SOS to everyone. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 liked her BLD, causing her to collapse, and 𝗟𝗡 rolled off her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sneered, accusing them of scheming, while Ida angrily retorted that saving lives was all that mattered. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 decided they could be left alive, but not 𝗟𝗡, and raised his sword to strike. Suddenly, a blast of fire obstructed him, and Shoto appeared, commanding 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 to leave them. Hawks and Tokoyami soared through the sky towards Hosu, with Hawks carrying Izuku. Izuku pointed to an alley, spotting Shoto, Izumi, and Ida on the ground, unable to move. Stain declared his intention to kill Shoto, but Izuku shouted for him to stop. Hawks, with a serious tone, told Izuku he was leaving him to handle Stain and urged him to take care. Izuku nodded, and Hawks released him, allowing him to land between Shoto and Stain, who had jumped back in surprise. The sports festival winner stood before Stain, who commented on the uniqueness of his costume. Izuku, gripping 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, explained that it was Hawks who had insisted he wear it. Stain, surprised, recognized the legendary sword, having heard rumors about it being wielded by a hero corps student. As if to confirm the rumors, Izuku was suddenly enveloped in knight's armor. Stain sighed, acknowledging the truth. Izuku then requested that Stain surrender peacefully, a statement that shocked everyone, especially those who knew him. Stain, embodying his villainous persona, dismissed the request, while Izuku maintained his stance against unnecessary violence, despite Stain's admission of having harmed many heroes. Stain taunted Izuku, questioning if he was afraid to fight. Izuku, realizing Stain would not surrender, charged at him, swinging his sword. Stain barely managed to block the strikes, but Izuku's relentless assault began to overwhelm him. In a moment of desperation, Stain threw a barrage of shuriken, striking Izuku's armor, which suddenly vanished. Confused, Stain wondered what had happened. Izuku, channeling his chi, prepared for another attack. He rushed at Stain, breaking his katana with a powerful swing. Tossing 𝐒𝐿IBur into the air, he unleashed a flurry of blows, delivering a knee strike to Stain's face. Using Stain's shoulder as leverage, he leaped to retrieve his sword and unleashed a blast of chi, causing Stain to fall. Stain quickly regained his footing, drawing dual broadswords, ready for another round. He acknowledged Izuku's skill, while Izuku warned him that he would not hold back any longer. Stain, confident in his strength, released a wave of killer intent that sent shockwaves through the onlookers, leaving them trembling. Despite the overwhelming aura, Izuku remained unfazed, glowing with determination. He declared that their wills were equal, shifting into an offensive stance that suited him perfectly. Stain smirked, recognizing Izuku as a worthy opponent. Confused by Izuku's mention of 𝐼𝐼, Stain barely dodged a large wave of ice that shot toward him. Izuku instructed Shoto to provide support from a distance, charging at Stain, who was airborne. In a swift maneuver, Izuku flipped midair, kicking Stain in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground. He then threw his sword to pin Stain's scarf to the ground, following up with an air strike that landed squarely in Stain's stomach. As Stain rose, the sword tore his scarf, but he managed to evade another barrage of air smashes from Izuku. After landing, Izuku charged again, but Stain countered with one sword while pulling back the other, only to be blocked by ice. Grateful for Shoto's assistance, Izuku acknowledged him as they prepared for the next exchange. Just then, Gran Torino and 𝗟𝗏𝐻 arrived, witnessing Izuku's charge. Stain attempted to defend himself with both swords, but Izuku struck with such force that both weapons shattered, sending Stain flying backward. In a moment of defeat, Stain acknowledged Izuku as a true hero and surrendered, raising his hand in 𝗟𝐵𝐻𝐿. Izuku, still cautious, armored up and approached him, while Shoto cuffed Stain with 𝐻𝐿𝐷𝐶FFS given by his father. Just as they secured him, Izuku was unexpectedly kicked in the face. Gran Torino appeared, and Izuku embraced him, acknowledging his tendency to get into trouble. Gran Torino, stern yet proud, reminded him of the importance of following orders. Izuku defended his actions, citing Hawk's instructions and his hero license. Gran Torino commended him for his efforts. He then turned towards Izumi, who gulped. Gran Torino asked where she had run away to. Izumi explained that she had been searching for Ida. Stain quietly noted that they had not used their quirks to fight him. Gran Torino, confused, wondered about this. Stain continued, stating that they had not broken any laws and that they were worthy of the title of hero, unlike most, glaring at 𝗟𝗏𝐻, who looked down at those words. They were all stunned until they heard a cry from a Nomu, which picked up Izumi and began to fly away. Izuku shouted her name just as he felt a gust of wind and saw a blur shoot past him. A figure appeared beneath Izumi, wrapping an arm around her waist. Steve unleashed a powerful attack, sending a blue sphere into the Nomu, which was blasted upwards, leaving a significant impact. He braced for the fall, and a shockwave from the attack sent them both tumbling to the ground. After sliding a few meters, he got up and released Izumi, asking if she was all right. She replied that she was fine, blushing slightly. Steve then turned to Izuku, instructing him to assist others in evacuating that side of the city, as the Nomu had attacked alongside a few members of the League of Villains, most of whom were low-level thugs. Izuku called for Ida, Sho, and Izumi to come with him. Steve asked 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐸 and Gran Torino if they were ready to team up. Gran Torino reminded him not to call him that, insisting he wasn't that old. Steve playfully pointed out that Gran Torino had been old since the first day Hellfire Sensei introduced them. Gran Torino simply pouted. 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐸 recalled their previous encounter and asked if they were teaming up. Steve, with a genuine smile, remarked that heroes had to stick together. 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 nodded, feeling a sense of improvement in his outlook. The Nomu that Steve had blasted was rushing toward him at high speed. He performed a series of hand signs and called upon a powerful fire technique. 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 noted that he would never get used to the fact that Steve could wield 5 different elements as the Nomu was engulfed in flames. 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 sighed, acknowledging that Steve was capable of more than they were. Steve encouraged 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 not to be sour, emphasizing their teamwork. As they prepared to leave, Steve mentioned that Kaminari was helping with the evacuation. Izumi, blushing, confessed that while she had a crush on Katsuki, she thought Steve was the hottest guy she had ever seen. Izuku smirked, reminding her that since Steve was his brother, he was also hers. Izumi lamented that it was sad. Shoto smirked, teasing that Bakugo would be angry and sad when he heard this. Izumi defended herself, insisting she was merely stating facts. Izuku teased her about her hero costume, asking if she had been inspired by Midnight. Izuku defended himself, claiming Hawks had forced him into it. Izumi slyly suggested that girls were probably loving it, playfully asking if he was trying to impress someone. Izuku insisted it wasn't the time for such discussions. Ida expressed curiosity about Bakugo's reaction to Izumi's confession. Izuku sternly reminded Tenya that he shouldn't have gone after Stain. Tenya apologized, explaining that he needed to stop Stain, not wanting to sit idly by while someone else suffered as his brother had. He thanked Izuku for intervening. Izuku thought about the hero instincts that his father and Steve always talked about. He advised Tenya to call for help in advance next time. Stain, who had been forgotten, interjected, prompting Izuku to realize they needed to take him to the nearest officer or police station. Izuku suggested that he and Izumi should handle it, as Ida and Sho's quirks were better suited for rescue. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 was engaged in battle with several criminals who had attacked Hosu when a raven-haired man with burn marks confronted him. The man introduced himself as 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 and shot extremely hot blue flames at 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸. 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 recognized the intensity of the flames and retaliated with his own attack, resulting in a powerful explosion. He commanded the criminal to stand down, but 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 refused, mocking him. 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 charged, attempting to punch 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸, who dodged and countered with flames. 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 ignited in flames, aiming to burn 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸's hands. He asked 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 who he was, and 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 simply replied with his name. 𝐿𝐴𝐸𝐸 urged him to surrender, not wanting to fight unnecessarily. 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸, dismissive, stated he didn't care and warned that they would meet again soon before disappearing. As 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 and Twice retreated, Twice commented on the damage 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 had taken, while 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 expressed frustration that their encounter hadn't lasted longer. Twice reminded him that their goal was to sow despair in society, hoping their attack would achieve that. 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸 agreed, stating that even if this attack didn't succeed, the next one would. Steve, feeling frustrated, noted that he had seen 17 Nomu so far. Hawks, flying in, remarked that these Nomu weren't very strong, suggesting that their creators had compromised quality for quantity. Steve, annoyed, declared that he would take action against those responsible for the chaos. Meanwhile, Kaminari was evacuating people when he noticed a large piece of debris falling toward a child. He sprinted toward the boy, electricity crackling around him, and in an instant, he disappeared and reappeared with the child safely away from danger, marveling at his success. He then put the boy down. Kaminari asked if he was okay, and the boy responded with a grateful nod. Just then, another part of the building collapsed, but Kaminari quickly jumped up, ensuring he was at a safe distance from the ground to avoid harming the boy. He unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, obliterating the falling debris. The boy watched in awe, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Kaminari landed beside him, effortlessly lifting him onto his back and carrying him to safety before gently setting him down. The boy, filled with excitement, exclaimed how cool Kaminari was and inquired about his identity. Kaminari chuckled and introduced himself as Denki Kaminari, also known as Charge Bolt. The boy then asked if he could become like Kaminari. With a warm smile, Kaminari assured him that he could be anything he wanted, no matter what his quirk was. Izuku and the others were currently in the hospital. Izuku, Ida, Tokoyami, Izumi, and Shoto occupied one room when the chief of police entered. Izuku had fractured a leg due to debris falling during the recent chaos but was now 80% healed thanks to the effects of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. Tokoyami had sustained a head injury while attempting to catch a boy who was falling from a building. Ida and Izumi had injuries from their encounter with the hero killer, and Shoto was recovering after fainting from overexerting his quirk. Kaminari was completely fine, so after a brief visit with Steve, he left. The chief of police, Kenji Tsuragami, who had a dog-like appearance, greeted them. They all acknowledged him. He explained that quirk usage on a person was illegal and that 3 of them had confronted Stain. Ida questioned whether they were expected to leave native to die. The chief clarified that while they were not expected to abandon him, using their quirks without a license on someone else constituted a breach of the law. Shoto, feeling frustrated, expressed his anger, questioning how the chief could call himself a police officer if he believed they should have left native behind. Izuku and Ida attempted to calm him down. The chief continued, stating that although they had broken some laws, there was no footage of them directly using their quirks in combat, and even the hero killer acknowledged their intent to save the hero without engaging him in battle. Therefore, the credit for defeating the hero killer would be attributed solely to Izuku Yagi. The chief recognized that this might seem unfair to the others and expressed gratitude for their efforts in saving so many lives. As he bowed, he expressed his apologies for raising his voice. Shoto nodded and exited the room. Gran Torino entered, commenting on how the siblings never seemed to stay out of trouble. The twins scratched their heads sheepishly in response. Shoto and Ida inquired about Izuku's connection to Gran Torino. Izuku explained that Gran Torino was friends with his father and had a relationship with Steve that resembled that of a grandfather and grandson. Gran Torino, in a playful yet frustrated manner, insisted that he was not old enough to be a grandfather, punctuating his statement with a light-hearted kick to Izuku's face. Izuku winced, nursing his cheek, and declared he was leaving. Just then, a voice interrupted, asking about chicken nuggets. They turned to see Hawks perched on the windowsill with a large bucket of chicken nuggets. Izuku and Tokoyami asked when he had arrived. Hawks casually mentioned that he had come in while Todoroki was arguing with the police chief. Izuku then announced that he needed to step outside for a moment. The break had just started when Ochako went to get a drink of water, and her phone buzzed. The day before, she had been extremely worried about Izuku after witnessing his fight with Stain. She felt anxious knowing he had gone to evacuate the city immediately afterward, especially after the chaos caused by the Nomus. Therefore, she felt a rush of relief when Izuku called. However, she knew she needed to maintain a serious demeanor, so she answered the call. Izuku greeted her, and she responded with a stern tone, addressing him by his full name. Izuku muttered to himself that he was in trouble. Ochako's anger boiled over as she scolded him for being reckless, accidentally letting slip a compliment that made her feel embarrassed. Izuku wished he could disappear at that moment. Izuku felt a mix of happiness and confusion after Ochako had called him attractive, but there was something weighing on his mind. He expressed his worry, explaining how concerned he had been. He reminded Ochako that they were both striving to become heroes and acknowledged that his actions the previous day had been reckless. However, he felt it was necessary to act, especially since Hawks and the Nomu had attacked the city, leaving them short on heroes. He had confidence in his abilities and believed he would prevail. Ochako, calming down, asked why he felt that way. Izuku shared his fear when he saw Stain about to harm Shoto. He admitted he was scared of losing his friend too soon, realizing there were so many things left unsaid and undone. He didn't want to live with regrets and was determined to survive. Feeling overwhelmed by his heartfelt speech, Ochako inquired about the others. Izuku reassured her that they were fine, mentioning only a minor injury he had sustained from falling debris. At that moment, Gunhead approached, curious about who Izuku was speaking to on the phone. He misinterpreted the situation, prompting a flustered response from Ochako, while Izuku playfully confirmed Gunhead's assumption. Gunhead decided to give them space, suggesting they wrap up their conversation soon. Izuku took the opportunity to confess his feelings, stating that he loved her and didn't mind if she didn't feel the same way. To his surprise, Ochako admitted she felt the same, expressing her gratitude for his support and inspiration. Tears filled her eyes as she confessed her love for him. Izuku thanked her, overwhelmed by her response, and asked if she would be his girlfriend. Ochako playfully remarked that someone needed to keep him in check during his reckless moments. Izuku was ecstatic, returning to the room with a beaming smile. When Shoto inquired about what had happened, Izuku proudly announced that he had asked Ochako out. Izumi chimed in, teasing him about the potential awkwardness during their internship, which made Izuku realize he hadn't considered that aspect. In another scene, 4 UA students were seen battling the hero killer Stain, who ultimately surrendered after being defeated by Izuku Yagi, the winner of the first-year sports festival. Other UA students, including Fumikage Tokoyami, Denki Kaminari, Tenya Ida, Izumi Yagi, Nito Monoma, and Setsuna Tokage, assisted in evacuating civilians alongside heroes like Endeavor, Hawks, and the Indian hero Nightwatch, while Shoto Todoroki supported Izuku in direct combat against Stain. Both of the boys in question also assisted in evacuation and rescue even after being exhausted, as reported by a news reporter on TV. 𝐼RU looked at the screen with admiration as she watched a kid being interviewed. The child exclaimed that Charge Bolt was incredible, moving so fast and then taking down the building with a powerful impact. He expressed his longing to become a hero like him. 𝐼RU was impressed by the kid's enthusiasm. 𝐷eathArm approached and asked what they were watching. 𝐼RU replied that it was the news and pointed out a picture of Kaminari. 𝐷eathArm inquired if Kaminari was her boyfriend, to which 𝐼RU nodded. 𝐷eathArm acknowledged Kaminari's bravery, recalling a video of him saving a child. A girl chimed in, saying he saved her life, referring to the Yagi twins. Another person remarked on how fast Kaminari was, likening it to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 speed. A group of fangirls gushed over the icy hot guy and the Quirkless hero, praising their costumes and abilities. A guy on camera expressed confidence in the future, feeling safe with such capable heroes around. Meanwhile, at Gunhead's agency, Ochako was training harder than ever. She thought about how Deku had asked her out and resolved to become a hero he could be proud of. In her determination, she slammed her training partner to the ground, surprising Gunhead. He urged her to calm down, and she sheepishly apologized, promising to avoid mistakes in the future. At Gang Orca's agency, the atmosphere was lively. Gang Orca repeatedly called for Bakugo to join him on patrol. Bakugo, however, was distracted by the news, commenting on how well his classmates had performed. Gang Orca teased him about complimenting his friends, to which Bakugo insisted he only complimented Deku and a few others, explaining that they deserved recognition for overcoming their struggles. Gang Orca noted that Bakugo had a good heart, even if he needed to work on his anger. Finally, the week of internships came to an end, and the day of class arrived. Izuku walked towards UA and spotted Ochako waiting at the gate. They exchanged greetings, but an awkward silence followed. Izuku hesitated before suggesting they go on a date, but before he could finish, Ochako gathered her courage and gave him a quick kiss. Both were taken aback, and Izuku remarked on the kiss while Ochako smiled shyly. Just then, Aizawa appeared, playfully scolding them for their public display of affection, leaving them both shocked and blushing. As they tried to process what had just happened, a voice interrupted them. It was Togata Mirio, one of the big three. Izuku greeted him warmly, and Mirio praised him for his performance in the festival and against 𝐼𝐻. Ochako asked who Mirio was, and Izuku introduced them, explaining Mirio's impressive reputation. Mirio shared a story about how he had met Izuku while he was cleaning up Dagobah Beach, impressed by his dedication and strength. Ochako listened intently, amazed by the connection. Mirio suggested they head to class to avoid being late. They entered the classroom hand in hand, prompting Mina to excitedly ask if they were dating. Izuku confirmed it, and Bakugo remarked on it as well. Ida reminded everyone to return to their seats. Mina then turned her attention to Tsuyu, eager to hear about her experiences fighting villains. Tsuyu modestly mentioned her role in evacuation, while J.I.R.U noted her support efforts. Mina pointed out that the real action had been with Shoto, Ida, the Yagi twins, Tokoyami, Bakugo, and Kirishima, who had all faced 𝐼𝐻 and helped during the Hosu incident. Izuku felt embarrassed by the praise, but Ochako enthusiastically supported him, further flustering him. Just then, Kaminari entered the classroom, adding to the excitement by commenting on Izuku's impressive performance against 𝐼𝐻. "And you weren't that bad yourself," Bakugo remarked, a hint of teasing in his tone. Kaminari felt a rush of nervousness at the compliment. Kirishima chimed in, praising both Yajibro and Kamibro for their manliness. J.I.R.U added with a smirk that Kaminari wasn't half bad either. In a moment of boldness, Kaminari approached J.I.R.U and kissed her, causing her to blush and fluster. She playfully scolded him for the unexpected gesture, stuttering as she expressed her surprise. Kaminari couldn't help but find her flustered expression adorable. Kaminari then shared his thoughts on 𝐼𝐻, acknowledging that while 𝐼𝐻's actions were wrong and despicable, he found himself agreeing with some of the points 𝐼𝐻 had made. Ochako looked puzzled, but Ida and Izuku nodded in agreement. Kaminari elaborated that although 𝐻's methods were misguided, he was right about the existence of corrupt and fake heroes in society. Ida added that while 𝐻's vision of heroism was unrealistic, there were indeed many who sought fame and fortune rather than genuinely helping others. Ochako seemed to sink a little in her seat at the mention of fakes in the hero world. Izuku chimed in, suggesting that as long as heroes did their jobs properly and gave their all, it wasn't entirely wrong. Kaminari pointed out that many heroes prioritized cases that would bring them glory, neglecting smaller, yet equally important, issues. Todoroki shared that despite his father's flaws, he never left a case unsolved, regardless of its size. Izuku reminded everyone that they could only control their own actions and ensure they gave their best. Todoroki proposed the idea of opening a large agency together, while Kaminari suggested joining Steve's organization. Ida confirmed it was indeed an organization, and they all agreed it would be a great way to collaborate while maintaining their individual agencies. Ida mentioned that his brother was part of that organization and shared that after 𝐻's attack, the organization had provided excellent medical support, transferring his brother to the best hospital for surgery. Although his brother's hero career was over, Ida expressed hope that he could still join UA in the future. Ochako felt a mix of sadness and relief, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances but appreciating the support his brother received. Izumi was impressed by the idea of Ida's brother becoming a teacher. Shoto added that his father had joined the organization as well, surprising Bakugo, who had never imagined Endeavor working with anyone. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation, instructing them to take their seats. The class jumped in surprise, except for Denki, Shoto, and Izuku, who had noticed Aizawa. Kaminari greeted him, and Aizawa, emerging from his sleeping bag, informed them about the upcoming final exams in a month. The class reacted with shock, realizing how soon it was. Aizawa reminded them that their term ended on July 20th, so the exams were inevitable. He warned that those who failed would miss the summer training camp, which excited the class, but Aizawa added that failing would mean attending summer school instead. Kaminari urged everyone to get to work, prompting the class to quickly pull out their notebooks. Aizawa thought to himself that he didn't get paid enough for this, but he felt a sense of pride seeing the class ready to learn. Later that morning, Shoto jogged in the park, preparing for exams and working on his stamina. He had just started when he heard Izuku's voice calling out as he sped past. As Shoto continued, Izuku passed him again, prompting Shoto to pick up his pace. Frustrated, he tried to chase Izuku down but soon found himself breathing and leaning against a tree. Izuku approached, teasingly asking if Shoto needed recovery. Shoto replied that he needed new lungs, and they exchanged banter about their running distances. Izuku shared his daily routine of heavy exercise followed by a long run, which made Shoto realize the difference in their training. They laughed together, and as Izuku prepared to leave for studying, Shoto invited him to train together in the future. Izuku agreed, and they parted ways as the bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Aizawa reminded the class to study hard as he packed up. And also train your body. There is a practical part too, Aizawa stated as he walked out. Now everyone except the top 5, Momo at 1, Izuku at 2, Bakugo at 3, Ida at 4, and Shoto at 5, along with Kaminari were panicking about the paper. Mina expressed her frustration about wanting to go to the camp. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 asked Kaminari if he was scared. Kaminari admitted he was, but he felt he would perform much better than he did in the midterm, noting that his dyslexia and ADHD were improving. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 inquired about how he managed that. Kaminari explained that while dyslexia couldn't be cured, he practiced speaking, read books aloud, and did other exercises that helped him. He also mentioned that music and singing aided his sequencing skills. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 was excited to learn that Kaminari could sing. He confirmed that both he and Yagi could sing as well. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 suggested going to karaoke, to which Kaminari responded playfully, saying he wouldn't complain if dragged along. After a moment of hesitation, 𝐼𝐼𝐬 agreed, but only after exams. 𝐼𝐬 then asked Kaminari about his struggles with depression and ADHD. Kaminari shared that he had been venting to Steve about his life and problems, which had made him feel happier and more trusting. He noted that his antidepressant dosage had significantly decreased. For both ADHD and depression, he practiced music therapy, meditated, and found that making chains of paperclips helped him focus. He also mentioned a technique where he took a 5-minute break after every 30 minutes of studying. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 nuzzled into Kaminari's shoulder, affirming that he was in good hands. Kaminari added that confessing to her had greatly uplifted his mood. 𝐼𝐼𝐬 then expressed her need to figure out how to study, prompting 𝐼𝐬 and Mina to panic again. Momo shyly offered to help, which excited 𝐼𝐬 and Mina. Ojiro and Hagakure also expressed their need for assistance, while 𝐼𝐼𝐬 asked for help with quadratic equations. Kaminari enthusiastically claimed he was good at mathematics. When Mina asked about his midterm score, Kaminari revealed he had received 87%, leaving everyone except Momo in awe. They all exclaimed their surprise, and Kaminari nervously admitted that he hadn't scored over 70% in other subjects. 𝐼𝐬 clarified that Kaminari had an A in mathematics and CS in everything else. Kaminari smirked, stating he didn't intend to be in the 20th position, a sentiment echoed by Mina. Momo offered to help with written work but was unsure about practical skills. Shoto approached her, asking if he could join the study group. Momo was surprised, noting that he was already quite smart. Shoto insisted that studying with others would be beneficial, and Mina expressed her gratitude. Shoto requested that Momo call him by his first name, which made her flustered. Ochako was in distress, wondering what she would do. Izuku assured her that they would study together. Bakugo teased Izuku, reminding him to focus on studying rather than getting distracted. Izuku, slightly embarrassed, assured Bakugo that he wouldn't do anything inappropriate unless Ochako wanted to, which made her blush. Tsuyu checked on Ochako, who panicked and denied imagining anything Bakugo had said. Realizing her outburst, she began to float, flustered. Izuku quickly caught her and gently told her to release her quirk, which she did. Izuku then asked who else wanted to study together. Ida expressed his longing to join, followed by Tokoyami and Tsuyu. Izumi stated she would study with Bakugo, who teased her about it being a study date. She quickly clarified that Kirishima would be joining them, leaving Izuku smirking at the situation. He then turned to Momo's group, inviting them to join for combat training. Shoto eagerly expressed his interest in seeing the exercises, leading others to question him about his morning routine. Izuku offered to help with the physical aspect of their training, sharing ideas on how they could improve their quirks. He explained how Shoto could use both hands to manipulate air temperature and how Ashido could enhance her acid attacks with a nozzle made from her hands. Momo and Izuku engaged in a deep conversation about how everyone could improve their abilities. At lunch, everyone except Izuku and Denki was eating. Izuku and Denki had eaten early and were now joking and talking. As Izumi, Bakugo, Shoto, and others enjoyed their meal, Monoma accidentally bumped into Shoto. He apologized, claiming he didn't see Shoto's head. Shoto merely glared at him. Monoma continued to speak about how the 1A students attracted trouble, but his words were interrupted when he bumped into Kaminari, causing his tray to fall. Kaminari offered to buy him another meal, but Monoma declined. Bakugo angrily confronted Monoma, questioning why he insulted everyone else but not Kaminari. Monoma explained that he respected those who understood the struggles of having a quirk deemed useless. Before he could continue, Kendo intervened, apologizing for Monoma's behavior. She then asked if they had been discussing the practical aspects of their training. Some seniors mentioned that the first years would have to battle robots during the entrance exams and navigate an obstacle course, Kendo noted. Izuku added that while that might have been true in previous years, this year's group had excelled during the sports festival, suggesting that the challenges might be tougher. Kaminari agreed, speculating that they might even have to face off against each other like in combat training. Mina wondered if that meant half of them could fail, to which Kaminari reassured her that if that happened, they would likely be judged individually, meaning even winners could fail while some losers might pass. They all agreed they needed to prepare for the worst, with Izuku expressing excitement about the challenge. Mina, however, was less enthusiastic, questioning how this could be fun. Kaminari explained that true enjoyment comes from overcoming what seems impossible, which left Mina skeptical. Days of training had finally concluded, and it was time for the results. The DK squad had witnessed Izuku's intense training, where he broke rocks until his hands were sore, a sight that was both impressive and difficult to watch. Meanwhile, the Baku squad endured Bakugo's loud outbursts. The only reprieve came from studying with Momo in her impressively large home, which Ochako remarked could fit her entire apartment in Momo's library. After a week of extensive papers, they stood before their teachers. Aizawa asked what they thought their test would entail, and the majority cheered for robots, except for Kaminari, Izuku, Momo, and Shoto. Izuku speculated that they would be facing the teachers, to which Aizawa confirmed with a grin, while Nizu playfully suggested he might consider making Izuku his apprentice for advanced shogi and world domination. Izuku respectfully declined the latter. Nizu assured them that the teachers would wear special weights to level the playing field, and when Izuku inquired about camera access for the teachers, Nizu confirmed they would not have it, which made Kaminari smirk. Nizu then revealed the matchups, which included Sato and Kirishima against Cementos, Tsuyu and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm, and others, culminating in Bakugo and Izuku facing All Might. Bakugo's maniacal grin met Izuku's equally intense expression, surprising All Might, who had expected Bakugo to refuse teamwork. Aizawa noted that Izuku's observational skills could give him an advantage, while Izuku and Bakugo prepared for their match, discussing strategies. In the first matches, Sato and Kirishima faced defeat, while Tsuyu and Tokoyami triumphed through their excellent teamwork and Tokoyami's hidden strength. Kaminari praised their performance, and Izuku teased Tokoyami about his interest in Tsuyu, which led to a humorous exchange among their friends. The next match saw Ida and Ojiro secure victory through quick thinking and agile dodging. When it was Todoroki and Momo's turn, Todoroki emphasized the importance of using their quirks to monitor Aizawa's attention. Momo, initially hesitant about her plan, gained confidence when Todoroki expressed his belief in her abilities. He asked her to call him Shoto, which made her blush, and they continued to strategize together. Momo introduced the concept of using Russian matryoshka dolls in their plan, which caught Shoto off guard, leading to a light-hearted moment between them. But their function is. Shoto and Momo were running towards the exit when a voice called out to them from above. Aizawa reminded them to be more aware of their surroundings. Shoto closed his eyes as Momo pulled a string and tossed a bunch of dolls into the air. Aizawa, curious, opened one midair and discovered they were flash grenades. Suddenly, they went off, blinding him. Momo shouted for Shoto to act, and he sent a wave of ice toward Aizawa. Aizawa managed to recover just before the ice reached him and retreated, but the wall was so large that it completely blocked his view. Shoto praised Momo for her cleverness, noting that Aizawa couldn't counter their move. Momo thanked Shoto, who assured her that he always believed in her intelligence and leadership abilities. Momo was surprised to learn that one of the votes she received was from him. She promised not to let him down, and Shoto thought to himself that he believed in her. Aizawa contemplated his next move, realizing that the exit was behind him. He spotted two figures covered by a cloth running toward the exit and knew he needed to see them to erase their quirks. He jumped after them and threw his capture gear, but as the tape wrapped around them, it uncovered Momo, revealing that they had used mannequins. Aizawa gasped in surprise while Momo attempted to release a catapult, but missed. Aizawa jumped away as she released the catapult, and Momo called for Shoto to act. Shoto sent a torrent of fire, but not directly at Aizawa. Aizawa wondered what they were up to, and his question was answered when the tape hardened and wrapped around him. Momo explained that the tape was made of a special alloy that returned to its original shape when heated. Shoto remarked that everything had gone too smoothly, and Aizawa, now captured, sat on the ground. Momo expressed her concern that Aizawa had allowed himself to be captured. Aizawa apologized for not stopping her sooner and explained that he believed rushing in would not have been a good plan. Shoto clarified that he didn't mean Aizawa had held back, he meant that Momo's plan was nearly foolproof. Momo thanked Shoto as she handcuffed Aizawa. Shoto approached Momo and kissed her on the cheek, suggesting they go somewhere together after everything was over. Aizawa commented on how his students were forming relationships before him. The plan was met with cheers from Izuku, Kaminari, and J.𝐼𝐸, while Ochako expressed her amazement. Bakugo, however, dismissed Izuku as just another nerd and demanded to discuss the plan. Izuku suggested they focus on watching the fights for now, but Bakugo initially refused to watch the others. After some thought, he realized it might give him ideas about their moves, causing Izuku and Kaminari to snicker while Izumi smiled at Bakugo. Ochako passed her exam using gunhead martial arts, and it was now Kaminari and Ishido's turn. Izuku expressed excitement about what Nizu and Kaminari could do. As Kaminari and Mina walked through the city, they heard a loud rumble. Kaminari took cover, while Mina, frightened, asked what was happening. Kaminari explained that the giant crane in the city was likely being used to block their path by causing destruction. Mina panicked, wondering what they could do. Kaminari suggested they take the fight to the crane, as the opponent would be focused on blocking the exits. Mina pointed out the steel wall separating them from the crane, but Kaminari assured her he had a plan. He asked her to get on his back, promising to run at full speed while she melted the obstacles in their path. In the observation room, Izuku was in awe, while Recovery Girl commented on Nizu's tendencies. Ochako wondered where Kaminari and Mina were, fearing they might be crushed. Izuku speculated that they were avoiding detection, which would serve to keep their plan hidden from Nizu. Just then, a chirping sound echoed in the arena, signaling that something was about to happen. Suddenly, a loud explosion created a hole in the east wall. The students focused on the screen to see Kaminari, electricity crackling in his hand, preparing to unleash a powerful technique. Izuku explained that it was a jutsu capable of cutting through anything, even steel. As Kaminari approached the crane, he unleashed a massive surge of electricity, knocking Nizu out. In that moment, he did something unexpected yet incredible, showcasing his determination and skill. He began to ascend the crane with remarkable agility. Everyone gasped in disbelief at the sight. Izuku explained that he was channeling a significant amount of electricity through his foot, functioning like an electromagnet, allowing him to stick to the metallic structure. Ida questioned how Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Kaminari's match had been so one-sided. Ochako gasped at Ida's outburst, while Bakugo looked at him with a hint of pride. Izuku noted that honing one's quirk to perfection requires being in the best physical and mental shape possible, dismissing Ida's slip of the tongue. Kaminari reached the top and secured an unconscious Nizu, leading to the announcement of his and Ishido's victory. However, he soon found himself in a predicament, wondering how to descend from the crane. With the exams concluded, it was finally Izuku and Bakugo's turn. Bakugo inquired about their strategy, and Izuku proposed that they both enter, confront their opponent, and decide whether to fight or flee. He suggested targeting the opponent's injury to slow him down, noting that their adversary often acted without thinking. They could use Bakugo's stun grenade move to blind him, then combine their attacks for maximum impact. Bakugo remarked on the ruthlessness of the plan, surprised at Izuku's strategic mindset. Izuku explained that their opponent could withstand significant damage, and they might need to retreat if things went awry. Bakugo suggested using 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴, but Izuku admitted his fear of causing serious harm. He recalled the Nomu incident, where he had felt justified, but with their father and other villains, he worried about crossing a line. Bakugo encouraged Izuku to embrace his powers, sharing his own experience of overcoming fear while using his quirk. Izuku acknowledged the wisdom in Bakugo's words and refined their strategy to focus on hit-and-run tactics. Bakugo smirked, claiming he had a plan of his own, and they both agreed to execute it. Kaminari expressed concern about their intense demeanor, while Todoroki and Tokoyami shared their apprehensions about All Might's formidable strength. They discussed the possibility of All Might being afraid, not of his opponents, but of the potential consequences of his power. Kaminari pointed out that unless All Might overcame this fear, his chances of winning would be slim. Izuku reminded Bakugo of their plan, but Bakugo playfully dismissed him, insisting he knew what to do. As All Might landed with a powerful declaration, Izuku urged Bakugo to run. Instead, Bakugo used his explosions to gain height and prepare for his attack. He unleashed a more powerful explosion, utilizing a nozzle technique to enhance its accuracy, catching All Might off guard. Izuku seized the moment, launching a series of strikes at All Might, demonstrating their combined strength. All Might countered with a powerful gust of wind, but Izuku quickly acted a force field with 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴 to shield them. However, the force of All Might's attack shattered the barrier. They realized they needed to tire All Might out for a chance at victory. Bakugo prepared small explosions, and they both charged at their opponent, determined to overwhelm him. As they approached, Bakugo shouted with intensity, channeling all his power into their assault. "Don't hold back, you two, because that is the only thing that will save your life in reality," All Might thought. Izuku unleashed a powerful attack as Bakugo created an explosion, and Izuku struck him directly in the face. All Might was sent crashing through buildings, hitting the ground with a tremendous force. The entire city was enveloped in dust. Izuku, breathing, wondered if they had succeeded. Bakugo replied that he thought so. In the next moment, a massive blur appeared, and Izuku was driven into the ground, only remaining conscious because he had shielded himself with armor at the last moment. All Might yelled out his signature move, sending Izuku and Bakugo flying from the sheer force. Both of them found themselves trapped under rubble. All Might asked Izuku what he planned to do next. Izuku declared that he was going to win. All Might questioned how he could do that with only half his power. Confused, Izuku responded with a simple "huh." All Might pointed out that Izuku had not once used 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴 to attack him, despite having many moves at his disposal. Izuku protested that it could kill All Might. All Might reminded him that he had held back even against Stain. Izuku gasped, insisting he couldn't kill him. All Might emphasized that Izuku was being overconfident and needed to understand that he must go all out to win. In a flashback, after a meeting about the exams, All Might was approached by Aizawa. Aizawa expressed concern about Izuku's fear of using his powers, particularly 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐴. He noted that Izuku hesitated to use it against living opponents, fearing he might lose control and harm them. Aizawa urged All Might to help Izuku overcome this fear. He also mentioned Bakugo's focus on fighting rather than rescuing, suggesting he might not be a reliable teammate in a crisis. All Might reflected on Aizawa's words, hoping both students would overcome their shortcomings during the fight. Back in the present, All Might, with a villainous grin, taunted Izuku about the consequences of holding back and his pride. Suddenly, A voice interrupted, demanding All Might to step away from Izuku, followed by a large explosion. Momo gasped, worried about Izuku's safety, while Kaminari, usually cheerful, wore a serious expression, acknowledging the severity of the situation. The other students of Class 1A felt the tremors from the smash and were concerned for their classmates, with Ochako praying for Izuku's victory. Bakugo took a protective stance in front of Izuku as All Might was pushed back by the explosion. All Might questioned Bakugo's intentions, but Izuku stood up, determined to win. Together, they declared their resolve to save and win. Izuku charged at All Might, but All Might dodged his attack, feeling a sharp pain as Izuku gripped 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿. Izuku affirmed that he would not hold back, launching a series of slashes at All Might. Bakugo appeared behind All Might, reminding him of a previous encounter. In a swift motion, he pulled the pin from his gauntlet, sending All Might flying toward Izuku. Bakugo then executed a powerful uppercut, launching All Might vertically. Izuku followed up with a dark blast from 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿, and Bakugo prepared for All Might's descent. As All Might fell, Bakugo counted down, launching himself upward to surprise All Might. In that moment, he grabbed All Might's face and unleashed a massive explosion, both crashing to the ground. All Might tried to recover but was struck at the back of his neck. When he didn't fall, Izuku targeted his knee, forcing him down. Using the momentum, Izuku pressed All Might into the ground, calling for Bakugo to cuff him. The figure of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐩𝐸 declared that the hero team had won. The students of Class 1A were in shock, with Kaminari expressing disbelief at the turn of events. Shoto noted that the fight had shifted once Izuku decided to use 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐿. They acknowledged that teamwork had played a crucial role in their victory. Aizawa instructed all students to return to class. Aizawa, with a smirk, announced the results. He noted that some students had failed the practical exam, while others had broken the class record for written exams, achieving above 90% in every subject. The class erupted in excitement, and Aizawa informed them that everyone would be going to camp. However, those who have failed will have extra classes there, Aizawa stated. Ida stuttered in response, but was quickly interrupted. Izuku and Aizawa simultaneously declared, "Logical ruse," with Aizawa wearing a slightly unsettling grin. Aizawa then announced that the term had ended and that Hitoshi Shinso would be joining Class 1A in the next term. Mina expressed her excitement about shopping for camp supplies, and Momo agreed that she could buy some things. Ochako chimed in, saying she would join as well. Izuku, however, declined, explaining that he was going to hang out with Aizawa. Ochako frowned and asked why, and Bakugo dismissed Izuku's plans with a challenge. Izuku, with a smirk, mentioned he had a secret weapon. Ochako then asked if he wanted anything, to which Izuku replied no, but reminded Denki to buy supplies for their upcoming trip out of the country for a week. Jiraiya was surprised by the duration, and Kaminari explained that Nightwatch needed them for something. When Ochako inquired about their destination, Izuku revealed it was a surprise. She wished him well as he rushed toward the staff room. Aizawa was tempted to sleep when Izuku burst into his office, excitedly announcing he had found him. Izuku suggested they go to the mall, but Aizawa declined. Izuku insisted that they could be great friends, but Aizawa reminded him of his role as a teacher. After some playful negotiation, Izuku offered to buy Aizawa a limited edition sleeping bag, which piqued Aizawa's interest. Despite his initial reluctance, Aizawa found himself agreeing, already regretting his decision. Izumi stood alone after Bakugo had flustered and left her. A hooded figure approached her, introducing himself as a fan. Nervously, Izumi asked who he was, and Shigaraki responded with a grin. He made a comment about needing chapstick, which Izumi tried to brush off. Shigaraki then revealed he had questions for her, suggesting he could easily harm her if he wanted. Izumi felt a chill at his words but stood her ground. When he asked why people still trusted heroes after the Hosu attack, she reflected on her own feelings of safety around her brother and other heroes. She expressed her belief that real heroes would always protect them, despite the existence of corrupt ones. Shigaraki seemed intrigued by her response, contemplating how to undermine that hope. Later, Izuku asked Aizawa about his social life, which irritated Aizawa slightly. When Izuku inquired about friends outside of UA, Aizawa mentioned a few, but Izuku pressed further about Aizawa's life beyond hero work. Aizawa explained that his friendships had formed since high school, and when Izuku asked about a love life, Aizawa was reluctant to discuss it. Izuku teased him about Ms. Joke, causing Aizawa to blush. Izuku playfully pointed out Aizawa's age, and Aizawa warned him about a photo that could embarrass him. As they entered the mall, they spotted someone holding Izumi by her neck. Izuku's demeanor shifted to serious as he pointed out the hooded figure to Aizawa. Aizawa activated his quirk, and Izuku approached the figure, demanding to know what he was doing with his sister. The figure, Tamura Shigaraki, acknowledged Izuku and remarked on the personal nature of his actions. Izuku warned Shigaraki that he would come for him and his emistu, promising that it wouldn't end well for them. Shigaraki suggested they could make a great team, but Izuku dismissed the idea, asserting that he would never join them. Shigaraki then ominously hinted at a future confrontation before disappearing into the crowd. Hope you all will like it. Here is a little teaser. Izumi asked what they were both doing there, to which Kirishima replied that they worked there. J.I.R.U. inquired why, and Bakugo shouted that he just wanted to be an extra. Kirishima explained that Bakugo's mother had insisted he wouldn't do anything productive over the summer, so she kicked him out with a suitcase, a plane ticket, and a work form. Bakugo, flustered, yelled that Kirishima didn't need to share that. Izumi tried to wake All Might from his sleep, telling him they could see Island and would land soon. She expressed a bit of guilt about her last encounter with Melissa, recalling an argument they had when they were younger. All Might reassured her that Izuku had forgiven her, so perhaps Melissa would too. Izumi wished Izuku could be with them, but All Might reminded her that he was busy with Kaminari. Outside the airport, they were surrounded by reporters until they were finally left alone. Melissa bounced toward them on a pogo stick and hugged All Might, expressing her happiness at seeing him. All Might complimented her growth, and she mentioned that her father was back at the lab, having finished the first stage of some research. She had invited All Might to surprise him. All Might introduced Izumi to Melissa, who greeted her warmly. Melissa noticed Izumi's hero suit and began inspecting it, asking if she had any support items. Izumi admitted she hadn't thought of any. All Might interrupted, indicating it was time to move on, and Melissa converted her pogo stick into a bracelet. Melissa asked if Izuku was with them, and Izumi explained he was busy with work. All Might nervously chuckled, revealing that Izuku was actually there representing Nightwatch with Kaminari and had some research to do. Izumi gasped in surprise, and All Might explained that they were hiding this because Uraraka and J.I.R.U. wanted to surprise them. Melissa was curious about these classmates, and Izumi shared that they were all part of the hero course. Melissa was amazed to learn that Izuku had made it into the hero course, won the sports festival, and even caught the hero killer, Stain, despite being quirkless. Izumi clarified that Izuku was Nightwatch's protege, leaving Melissa in awe. They arrived at David Shield's office, where Melissa announced their arrival. All Might greeted David, who was surprised to see him. They exchanged warm embraces, and Melissa happily asked if David was surprised. He acknowledged the surprise, and All Might expressed gratitude toward Melissa for the reunion. They shared a light-hearted moment about aging, and Izumi greeted David with a smile. He asked how she was doing, and she replied that she was fine, sharing that Izuku was doing great, patrolling the city and apprehending criminals with their homeroom teacher before preparing for exams. David assumed Izuku had topped his classes as usual, and Izumi confirmed it. All Might cleared his throat, prompting David to suggest that Melissa show Izumi around while he and All Might caught up. Melissa agreed and led Izumi out, bidding farewell to her father and uncle. As they walked, Melissa asked Izumi how her classes were going. Izumi mentioned they were fine and not too difficult. Melissa was curious if they taught anything different from normal courses. Izumi explained that while the studies were similar, quirk law was compulsory, and they had a gym class that involved a lot of exercise. She described it as a free gym membership, with weightlifting, running, and combat training included. Melissa expressed that it sounded like a handful, but Izumi reminded her that the support course required a lot of precision and knowledge, emphasizing the importance of their work in helping heroes fight effectively. The items created by everyone were what saved the lives of many heroes. Heroes protected civilians, but it was the gear crafted by these individuals that safeguarded the heroes during battles, Izumi explained. Melissa smiled appreciatively at the compliment. Izumi then expressed regret for things said in the past, apologizing for her words. Melissa reassured her that she had moved on from it, and Izumi felt relieved. Curious about Izuku, Melissa asked if he was Nightwatch's student. Izumi confirmed he was indeed a protégé and mentioned having met him twice. Melissa's excitement grew as she requested to hear more about him. Izumi described him as nice, approachable, fun to be around, compassionate, and incredibly strong. She even added that he was quite attractive, which surprised Melissa. Just then, Ochako appeared, grinning mischievously and prompting Izumi to gasp in surprise. J.I.R.U. and Momo chimed in, teasing Izumi about her feelings for Izuku. Izumi, flustered, pleaded for them not to share her thoughts with him. They were all seated at a cafe table, where Izumi introduced Melissa as David Shield's daughter, prompting gasps of surprise from the group. J.I.R.U. remarked that Izuku would have been excited to meet Melissa, while Ochako lamented that he and Denki had missed out on the gathering. A rough yet polite voice interrupted their conversation, and Izumi's face lit up with joy upon recognizing Bakugo. Kirishima, who had been unnoticed, greeted them as well. When asked what they were doing there, Kirishima revealed they were working at the cafe. Bakugo, frustrated, yelled about wanting to be an extra, while Kirishima explained how Bakugo's mother had insisted he find something productive to do over the summer. As laughter erupted among the group, Ida rushed in, announcing his presence as a representative of the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐷 family. The atmosphere shifted as an announcement revealed Shoto Todoroki's impressive time in a recent challenge. Bakugo, eager to compete, challenged Shoto, while Momo noted how rare it was to see Bakugo in a waistcoat. They all made their way to a field where robots were being challenged. The announcer revealed Kirishima's timing, leaving the group in awe. Just then, Shoto appeared and embraced Momo, causing her to blush and express her discomfort with public displays of affection. Shoto, unaware of the embarrassment he caused, simply smiled at her. As Bakugo continued to compete, he yelled at the announcer for the results, demanding to know who was in first and second place. The announcer revealed that Denki Kaminari and Izuku Yagi held the top spots, shocking Bakugo and igniting J.I.R.U.'s anger for not being informed of their presence. Meanwhile, a man on the phone expressed concern over All Might's presence on the island, assuring that they would handle the situation. In a separate scene, David confronted All Might, who was in his weakened form and connected to machines. David expressed worry over the drastic decline in All Might's quirk levels, fearing the implications for Japan's safety. All Might reassured him that other heroes were ready to take over, mentioning several promising individuals, including his own children, Izuku and Izumi, and other dedicated heroes. The world also has great support staff like you who do as much, if not more, to keep people safe, All Might expressed. Izuku pondered the idea of isolating the quirk factor and activating it using some kind of radiation. Kaminari, running a simulation, dismissed the notion, citing too much risk. Izuku felt disheartened, realizing there seemed to be no possible way forward. Kaminari suggested recreating the enzymes that activate the genetic components, but Izuku quickly pointed out the impracticality of injecting them into each cell. Kaminari admitted his struggles with the topic, and Izuku reminded him that they were not scientists, but they needed to analyze the test results. They were currently inside the central tower on the 30th floor, conducting experiments that Steve was supposed to handle. Kaminari asked what they would do next, and Izuku mentioned checking the readings of the solar device and then the tasks on the 80th floor. Just then, Kaminari's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Kaminari answered the call, and J.I.R.U.'s voice came through, filled with frustration as she demanded to know why he was at Island without informing her. Both Izuku and Kaminari reacted in surprise. Ochako then questioned Izuku about not sharing their plans. Kaminari explained that they wanted to surprise everyone at the party, but they had a lot of work to finish first. When J.I.R.U. pressed for details, Izuku explained that their current work was classified, but they had to check on some inventions afterward, and there was something related to plants on the 80th floor that required their attention after sunset. Kaminari joked about feeling like Izuku's assistant, trailing behind him with equipment and noting readings. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 sighed, admitting she couldn't stay mad at them, and said her goodbyes. Kaminari was puzzled about how she found out, and Ochako revealed that Bakugo had asked the announcer at the villain attack event. Izuku lamented their decision to participate, while Kaminari reminded him that he had made a bet. Izuku smirked, claiming victory, but Kaminari teased that he wouldn't be so lucky next time. Momo then suggested they end the call, and it abruptly disconnected. As evening fell and the sun set, Bakugo and Kirishima stood outside the cafe, exhausted after their shift. Bakugo grumbled about the irritation of the day, while Kirishima pointed out that at least they earned some money. Bakugo snapped at Kirishima, blaming him for being there. Izumi approached them, inviting them to join the opening ceremony party. Kirishima eagerly agreed, but Bakugo refused, citing his lack of a suit and other obligations. Izumi mentioned their father would be there, but Bakugo remained stubborn. Kirishima revealed he had a suit, which Bakugo reacted to with disbelief. Kirishima jokingly mentioned that his mother had given it to him in case Bakugo wanted to go on a date with Izumi, causing Bakugo to yell in frustration. Bakugo then suddenly expressed a longing to join the party for the food. Ida arrived, reminding them to meet in the lobby at 6:30 and warned them not to be late. Melissa asked if Ida was always that strict, and Ochako confirmed that he was. Everyone, including Bakugo and Kirishima, gathered at the reception, waiting for Ida. When he finally arrived, Ochako questioned his tardiness. Ida stammered, revealing that a girl had been flirting with him, which left Bakugo stunned and frustrated. He couldn't comprehend how his peers were so popular with girls. Izumi teased Bakugo, expecting him to react, but instead, he became flustered. Before the situation could escalate, the entire tower went into lockdown. Earlier, All Might had been called on stage to give a speech when the screen behind him displayed an emergency alert. An announcement echoed across Island, warning of an explosive device and placing the island on high alert. Armed individuals stormed in, aiming their weapons at the party attendees. A masked man warned everyone not to resist, as the security system would retaliate against innocents. He ordered the restraining systems to activate, capturing both heroes and civilians. The masked man approached All Might, recognizing him as a researcher and demanding his compliance. David Shield stepped forward, questioning the masked man's intentions. The man named David as well, threatening that refusal would result in dire consequences. David reluctantly agreed, and the masked man took both him and Sam away. Melissa noted the oddity of the security system not switching to high alert without confirmed threats. Izumi asked Ito where the party was taking place, and he replied that it was in the main hall. Izumi requested Melissa to lead them there, explaining that her father was present. Meanwhile, All Might lay restrained, contemplating how to escape and thwart the villains. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 communicated with Izumi, who had managed to get the villain's attention. All Might warned her of the danger, urging her to gather everyone and flee. Izumi considered his advice, and Kirishima suggested they follow it. No, they needed to stop the villains, Bakugo insisted. Ida cautioned against making rash decisions, emphasizing that this was not the time for impulsive actions. Izumi voiced her agreement with Bakugo, prompting surprise from Momo. Bakugo explained that he had thought this through, and Ida questioned his reasoning. Izumi pointed out that they were trapped on the island, with no safe place to hide from the villains. Bakugo declared he would not run away, while Ida reminded them that they lacked hero licenses and could not use their quirks. Bakugo's intensity rose as he proclaimed that the entire island was a hostage situation and questioned if they would really leave innocent people behind. Momo reminded them that they were still heroes in training, limited in what they could do. Shoto finally spoke up, asserting that whether in training or not, they were heroes and he refused to back down. If he did, he would never be able to call himself a hero again. Momo looked at him with concern, while Ochako echoed Deku's determination not to back down. Kirishima added that backing down would mean he could never call himself a man. Bakugo, with a fierce resolve, declared that he would go regardless of whether the others joined him. He would not give up on becoming the hero he wanted to be. Ochako expressed surprise at Bakugo's newfound thoughtfulness, to which he quietly acknowledged having a great rival. Meanwhile, Shoto was attempting to reach someone on the phone, only to find that Steve's number was unreachable. In another scene, Steve and his partner, 𝗟𝗶𝐸, found themselves cuffed in a dark underground room. Steve questioned how they ended up there, recalling their earlier conversation. Hours before, Steve had been in his office in Madripoor, discussing a plan with 𝗟𝗏 to gather information from a source. 𝗟𝗏 suggested a more peaceful approach, while Steve preferred familiar territory. Later, Steve expressed his discomfort at being in a 𝗟𝗶𝗸, which 𝗟𝗏 had not clarified. Despite his nervousness, Steve found himself at the bar, struggling to get drunk due to his fast metabolism. As he interacted with some girls, he felt overwhelmed and anxious about the situation. Just as he was about to leave, a man with a scar entered, prompting 𝗟𝗏 to record the moment. After escaping the club, Steve expressed his frustration about the experience. 𝗟𝗏 reassured him, but Steve was still upset about the situation. They met a person with a commanding presence who demanded payment for their information. 𝗟𝗏 produced a unique currency, which Steve found strange. Suddenly, they felt a prick in their necks and lost consciousness. When they regained awareness, Steve confronted 𝗟𝗏 about the predicament they were in. The leader of the thugs, Tristan, revealed the dire situation they were in, surrounded by powerful criminals. Steve remained unfazed, questioning the seriousness of their predicament. Tristan warned them about their cuffs suppressing their quirks, but Steve, curious about his own abilities, decided to take action. With a surge of energy, Steve broke free from his restraints, causing chaos in the building. As he unleashed his power, the ground trembled, and he prepared to confront the threats around them. 𝗟𝗏 encouraged him to go all out, and Steve embraced the challenge, ready to fight against the odds. In another location, Shoto sensed that something must have happened, indicating the urgency of the situation. Izumi suggested they think of a way to stop the villains without resorting to fighting. Kirishima proposed releasing All Might, believing he could handle the situation. Melissa, inspired by their determination, mentioned that the security system was on the top floor of the tower and they could free All Might from there. Izumi decided they should go, instructing Melissa to stay behind, but she insisted on joining them. Izumi expressed concern for her safety, but Melissa pointed out that they needed her expertise to access the system. As they made their way up the tower, All Might struggled against his restraints and saw Izumi. He silently urged her not to come closer, but she simply smiled at him before running back to the group. They continued their ascent until they reached the 80th floor, where they encountered a shutter blocking their path. Shoto suggested breaking it, but Melissa warned that it would trigger an alarm. Kirishima, feeling they had no other choice, opened the door despite her protests. Meanwhile, a villain questioned another about the security scan, only to be met with a camera revealing the heroes in training. The first villain ordered all sections to be locked down. As Izumi and her friends ran, the shutter doors began to close one by one. Ida shouted for Shoto, who quickly created a wall of ice to block the last door, while Ida used his Recipro burst to break through the gate just in time to see the elevator open, revealing 6 villains, 4 armed and 2 unarmed. The tall one without a weapon greeted them, demanding their surrender. Before they could react, a flash of yellow lightning struck the armed villains, incapacitating them. Kaminari, standing protectively in front of his friends, noted that he could project electricity at high speeds. Izuku, impressed, recorded Kaminari's speed. The atmosphere shifted as Kaminari pointed out Melissa, calling her a pretty girl. Izumi introduced her as David Shield's daughter, and both Izuku and Kaminari expressed their admiration for her, leaving everyone else puzzled by their behavior. They explained that they were looking for a girlfriend for their older brother, Steve, who was too shy to pursue one himself. Melissa found the situation awkward, while the others reacted with disbelief. Just then, Izuku and Kaminari were taken aback by J.I.R.U. and Ochako's unexpected appearance in dresses, leading to a flurry of compliments from them. Bakugo remarked on their synchronized reactions, teasing that they shared a single brain cell. As the conversation shifted back to the crisis at hand, Bakugo insisted they could handle the villains themselves, while Izuku argued they needed to be cautious without experienced heroes by their side. Bakugo admitted he had learned from Izuku's determination and decided to join forces with him. Kaminari quickly agreed, and they prepared to face the villains together. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed at them, reminding them of the villains they had forgotten. Shoto instructed the others to go ahead while he and Bakugo engaged the enemies. Izuku picked up Ochako, offering to carry her, and invited Melissa to hop on his back as well, referring to her as Nei-san, since she was related to his family. Melissa was surprised but complied, and Izuku assured her he was strong enough to manage. As they sped away, Ochako urged Izuku to slow down, concerned about his speed. They arrived at their destination, where the others soon caught up. 𝐼RA playfully complained that Kaminari could have carried her too, but he explained the need to conserve energy. Ochako noticed Izuku and Kaminari wearing glasses, and when she complimented Izuku, he explained they were hologlasses designed by Rudra, Steve's sidekick. With their plan forming, Izuku pointed out a trapdoor leading to the maintenance room for the security system. Melissa noted that there should be an emergency ladder inside, but it could only be operated from within. Izuku suggested using the vents to reach the top floor, where they could access the system. The group agreed to figure out the details as they moved forward. First, Izuku asked his sister for the go-ahead, and Izumi understood, nodding in agreement. They both aimed their hands at the trapdoor, with Izumi using her right hand and Izuku using his left. Together, they unleashed a powerful air blast that shattered the trapdoor. Kaminari questioned why they hadn't used 𝐒𝐿𝐽 instead, to which Izuku replied that it could have destroyed the wall. Ochako pointed out that they needed someone flexible enough to navigate through the vents and capable of scaling a wall, prompting everyone to look at Kaminari. Confused, Kaminari asked why they were all staring at him. Izuku, with an amused smile, raised his eyebrows. Kaminari then made a humorous remark about being Jesus, to which Izuku pointed out that Jesus could walk on water, not vertically upwards. Kaminari then suggested he could be a vampire, which could fly and hang upside down, or a werewolf, which could turn into a wolf during the full moon. Frustrated, he asked who could walk vertically upward. Momo, sensing urgency, suggested they discuss it later. Kaminari then expressed concern about fitting into the vent. A few minutes later, he was only in his underwear, while everyone else looked away, except for 𝐼RA, who stared intently at him, a trickle of blood running down her nose. Blushing, Kaminari decided to climb into the vent after noticing her state. Melissa asked how Kaminari would scale the wall. Izuku explained that Kaminari could run electricity in a loop through his limbs, creating an electromagnetic charge that allowed him to walk up metallic surfaces. Melissa was amazed by this revelation. Izuku further elaborated that Kaminari could use his electricity to enhance his speed and make his hands' molecules move so quickly that they could cut through anything. When Melissa compared it to the Flash, Izuku clarified that it was an old technique taught to him by Steve. Meanwhile, Steve was nursing his broken arm and remarked on the toll the previous encounter had taken on him. Rudra, breathing, asked how it had happened. Steve explained that he had been attacked by 6 strength enhancers, one of whom had caught his hand and snapped it. Rudra acknowledged the power of the enhancer, but Steve reassured him that it would heal in under 3 days. As they assessed their surroundings, Rudra realized they were not in Madripoor. Just then, they saw sparks in front of them, and Steve recognized that someone was approaching. A man in a blue cloak with a red cape and an eye-shaped locket appeared, and Steve greeted him with a smirk, recognizing him as Dr. Strange. Later, as everyone climbed into the room, Melissa complimented Kaminari on his earlier performance. Nervously, Kaminari asked Kyo for his clothes, which she tossed to him. Once dressed, they reached the 130th floor and found themselves running down a hallway. Kaminari speculated that they were either very lucky or walking into a trap, to which Izuku agreed. Izumi noted that they were likely being led somewhere to be captured. Izuku decided they should comply, and they entered a large circular room filled with a swarm of robots. Kaminari asked Momo if she could create a katana from a specific alloy he described, known as chakra metal, which was incredibly strong. Momo crafted a beautifully engraved sword for him, and Kaminari expressed his gratitude, promising to treasure it as a late birthday present. With a smirk, Kaminari told Izuku he would sit this one out, to which Izuku acknowledged that his sword could also be effective. However, Melissa warned that the robots were bulletproof and even an RPG wouldn't destroy them. Izuku revealed that his sword was the legendary 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, which shocked Melissa. He explained that some mysteries in the world remain unsolved. Kaminari urged them to move quickly, as they had a terrorist to stop. Izuku opened the door, activating a force field to protect the others as he pushed it open. The robots turned toward him, and in an instant, he vanished in a streak of yellow. Moments later, the sound of clanging echoed as robot heads fell to the ground, with Kaminari standing triumphantly at the end of the corridor. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was impressed, but their moment of victory was cut short as a wave of robots approached from all directions. Izuku instructed Kaminari to stand back as he removed his glasses. Izumi stepped forward, and together, the siblings charged at the robots, taking them down with precision. Kaminari, filled with excitement, couldn't hold back and unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing robots to fall around them. Ochako marveled at the chaos, while Ida, revving his engines, joined the fray. Izuku charged his chi and delivered a powerful punch that sent several robots flying. Izumi skillfully redirected a robot's missile, causing it to hit others nearby. As explosions erupted around them, Kaminari casually admitted to overcharging a robot's battery, resulting in a spectacular explosion. They turned to Ochako, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, and Momo, urging them to join the fight. Izuku reminded them to avoid unnecessary destruction, as the robots were responsible for the island's security. Izumi acknowledged his command, and Kaminari took the lead, ready to protect his friends as they continued their mission. They would come after everyone got through safely, Izuku declared with determination. He sped in front of Ochako, his excitement palpable. They reached the end of the hallway when a few armed guards appeared, demanding everyone to raise their hands. Kaminari complied, raising his hand and eyebrows in a show of mock innocence. He suggested they talk it out like gentlemen, but before they could engage, a powerful sound wave struck, knocking them out. Kaminari acknowledged the unexpected turn of events, thanking 𝐼𝐻𝐬 for her timely intervention. Suddenly, they heard gunfire as a dazed guard began shooting at Kaminari. Time seemed to slow for him as he focused, exclaiming about his heightened senses. With remarkable speed, he drew his sword and deflected each bullet, leaving everyone in awe. Momo and Melissa gasped in disbelief at Kaminari's display of skill. He remarked that Izuku could do better and that Steve's moves were even more impressive, prompting a playful debate about training. 𝐼𝐻𝐬, unable to contain her excitement, yelled at Kaminari, who simply shrugged off the praise. As they exited, Izumi and Ida rushed in, asking where Izuku was. He surprised Ochako from behind, causing her to jump in shock. Izuku, trained by a ninja, explained his stealthy arrival. Ochako blushed at the unexpected affection, and Izuku joked about Steve's lack of bravado in such matters, earning playful reprimands from Izumi and Momo. Meanwhile, two observers monitoring the situation were taken aback by the kids' prowess. One of them expressed annoyance at their antics. They soon found themselves in an open area filled with fans, and Izuku marveled at the wind power generator system. Kaminari suggested they should have explored it earlier. Melissa explained that taking the tower would have led to an ambush, but with Ochako's quirk, they could ascend undetected. Izuku organized the group, instructing Ida to stay behind for support. Ochako nodded and activated her quirk, allowing everyone except Kaminari, Ida, and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to float upwards. Kaminari carried 𝐼𝐻𝐬, who expressed her nervousness. He reassured her, and they ascended together. As they neared the top, security robots emerged in large numbers. Izumi panicked, fearing they wouldn't be able to handle the onslaught. Just then, Bakugo arrived with a powerful blast, followed by Kirishima, who created an ice barrier to block the robots. Ochako expressed her gratitude for their timely arrival, noting her improved abilities. Kaminari reached the topmost level and unleashed a Chidori, creating an entrance for the group. Izuku instructed everyone to release, and Ochako complied. Meanwhile, a masked man on the phone learned of the kids' progress and ordered reinforcements to hold them off. Izuku noticed Kaminari breathing on the floor and asked what had happened. Kaminari explained that the last Chidori had drained him. Despite Izuku's insistence that he rest, Kaminari was determined to continue, fearing he would regret staying behind if something went wrong. Before they could proceed, a figure with a sword for a hand appeared, threatening them. Izuku was about to take charge when a loud noise interrupted, sending the assailant crashing into a wall. Momo stood there, wielding a warhammer, leaving everyone stunned. Kaminari stuttered in disbelief, while Izumi marveled at Momo's unexpected strength. Momo shrugged off their astonishment, and Izuku shook his head in admiration. The observers monitoring the situation were now genuinely worried. As they moved forward, two attackers appeared, firing at them. Everyone took cover except Izuku, who effortlessly dodged the bullets and incapacitated the assailants. Kaminari praised his impressive skills, and Izumi echoed the sentiment, impressed by his bravery. However, a swarm of security bots approached, and Kaminari urged Izuku, Melissa, and Izumi to go ahead while he and the others held them off. Kaminari charged his sword with electricity, ready to fight. Melissa noted the similarity between Kaminari's sword and Izuku's Chidori, and he explained how he controlled his electricity to enhance his attacks. Izuku, Melissa, and Izumi reached a room where they found Sam and David working on a project. They approached, stunned to hear David's determination to never give up on his invention. Melissa, shocked, called out to her father. Meanwhile, Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the device. He realized it was the forbidden tech number 23 and wondered why the professor would want it. The professor didn't have a particularly strong quirk and had always been a sidekick to his father, so something didn't add up. Melissa approached him slowly, her eyes wide with disbelief. She asked if he had arranged everything just to get that device. David lowered his gaze and confirmed her fears. Melissa was shocked and demanded to know why. Sam explained that the device amplified a person's quirk without any drawbacks, unlike drags. He recounted how he and the professor had been working on it until their sponsors confiscated the data and the invention, fearing it would drastically change society. Melissa, still in denial, couldn't believe her father would be involved in something like that. Sam revealed that All Might was losing his powers at an unprecedented rate, and this device could restore him to his former strength, perhaps even make him stronger. He pleaded to let him give the device to All Might, stating he didn't care about the consequences. Melissa yelled that their friends had risked their lives to rescue hostages, demanding to know what Sam meant. Izuku chimed in, revealing that the villains were fake, or at least they were supposed to be actors. David confirmed this with a shocked expression. Just then, a figure entered, claiming it was all an act. Wolfram, a notorious figure on the wanted list, greeted them with interest. Izuku recognized him and drew his sword, stating his bounty. Wolfram seemed amused, but the tension escalated when he pinned Izuku and Izumi against the wall with a metal railing. Sam handed the device over to Wolfram, who had been waiting for this moment. David was horrified, realizing Sam had planned to betray them all along. Wolfram, however, had no intention of keeping his promise. He shot Sam, who cried out in pain, and then shot again, causing chaos in the room. The professor intervened, urging Sam to run away. Melissa rushed toward her father, but Wolfram struck her down. He taunted the professor, declaring that he could no longer be a scientist and could only join the ranks of villains. Izuku, filled with fury, demanded Wolfram to back off from the professor. Wolfram mocked him, but Izuku retaliated with a powerful punch, freeing the professor from Wolfram's grip. Izumi managed to break free as well. Izuku expressed that the professor was not a villain but someone who had made wrong choices, and he couldn't let anyone harm them. Melissa took off to save the others, while Izuku and Izumi prepared to protect the professor and Sam. Wolfram ordered his grunts to pursue Melissa, but Izuku urged Izumi to go after her while he dealt with Wolfram. As Izumi leaped over obstacles, Izuku felt his power surge, surrounded by a golden aura. Wolfram feigned indifference but was clearly intimidated. Izuku channeled his energy through 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, giving it a golden glow, determined to save the professor and Sam first. David, sensing Izuku's resolve, encouraged him to focus on stopping Wolfram. In a flash, Izuku appeared before Wolfram, who retaliated with a metal column, sending him flying. Izuku landed on a wall and launched himself back at Wolfram, dodging attacks while declaring his intention to save everyone. He shouted that heroes save those in trouble, reminiscent of All Might's ideals. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating blow, sending Wolfram crashing into a wall. He quickly grabbed David and Sam, urging them to follow him as he ran toward Izumi. David couldn't help but think that Izuku was a true hero. As they reached Izumi, he entrusted their safety to her and called for Momo, asking if she could create a first aid kit. They were hurt pretty badly, Izuku thought as he looked at the situation. He turned away, determined to act. Izumi asked where he was going, and he replied that he couldn't let the situation go unchallenged. Shoto, who had just caught up, insisted on joining him, as did Bakugo. However, Izuku firmly stated that they couldn't all go. He explained that Kaminari was tired and that Wolfram was after the professor, urging them to protect everyone instead. Bakugo, with a hint of reluctance, acknowledged Izuku's reasoning. With that, Izuku and Shoto set off toward Wolfram as the robots approached them. Izuku blasted off with Shoto following closely on his ice. As they reached the room where Wolfram was, they found him sitting calmly. He taunted them, acknowledging Izuku as a true hero but criticizing his choice to prioritize others over finishing him off. Wolfram then unleashed pillars of metal toward them, which Izuku destroyed while Shoto blocked with ice. Shoto expressed concern about their decision to leave others behind, to which Izuku responded sarcastically. Izuku charged at Wolfram, who acted walls to stop him, but Izuku blasted through them and landed a punch. Just before impact, metal ropes wrapped around his hands, reducing the punch's force, and Wolfram absorbed the blow without flinching. Izuku was taken aback, realizing that even with the ropes, his punch should have had more effect. Wolfram's body began to glow orange as he retaliated with a powerful punch to Izuku's stomach, sending him flying through multiple rooms. Suddenly, the ceiling was gone. Wolfram had constructed a towering structure from the metal, crushing and reshaping it into massive cubes. He looked down at Izuku, mocking him for being a worthless brat. Izuku felt the pain of broken ribs and an injured arm, realizing that Wolfram's strength surpassed even that of All Might. Confused, Izuku asked how Wolfram possessed two quirks. Wolfram revealed that he had received a quirk from a man named 𝐿, who had hoped to witness their defeat. As Wolfram continued to berate him, all the bullying and negativity from Izuku's past flooded back, overwhelming him with memories. He found himself frozen in place, paralyzed by a panic attack. Bakugo shouted at Izuku, urging him not to lose to such a weak opponent. Shoto encouraged him to get up, reminding him that he wasn't alone. Ochako cheered him on, reinforcing his strength and potential as a hero. The voices of his friends filled him with determination, and he remembered that he was not alone in this fight. All Might suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful punch that shattered one of Wolfram's metal cubes. Shoto followed up with a wave of ice, creating an opening for Izuku. Bakugo joined them, ready to assist. Kaminari looked up at the clouds, realizing the potential for a powerful move. He asked J.I.R.U for help with his ultimate technique, and she agreed. Shoto prepared a combined attack, unleashing a powerful blast of wind that destroyed the metal walls. Bakugo cleared the way with an explosion, urging Izuku to go. As Izuku jumped forward, armored and ready, Wolfram sent a massive cube toward him. Just then, a blur of yellow and green collided with it, destroying the obstacle. Izumi, alongside All Might, had joined the fight. Kaminari called out to Izuku, asking him to create an opening for his move. Izuku nodded and charged at Wolfram. Wolfram dodged expertly until a cannonball struck him, causing him to pause in confusion. Momo stood with a cannon, ready to fire again. She shot another round, this one smoking, and Wolfram reacted angrily, crushing the helicopter he had intended to escape in and throwing it at the cannonball, resulting in a massive explosion. As the chaos continued, Shoto confronted Wolfram about his lack of loyalty, expressing disgust at his disregard for his own men. Izuku seized the moment to land a powerful punch on Wolfram's face before jumping back. Kaminari took advantage of the opening, launching a bolt of lightning into the sky, preparing for his ultimate move. The tension in the air was palpable as the battle raged on, with each hero determined to stand against 𝐿𝐴 and protect their friends. That's how natural lightning is created. However, Kaminari wondered if he could use his electricity to cross the threshold in a cloud system and channel the natural electricity towards his enemies. He proposed to use his body not just as a lightning rod, but as an amplifier, suggesting that a small amount of natural electricity could increase his own output. Steve explained that theoretically, Kaminari could shock his opponent with up to 1 billion volts of electricity, but there were serious risks involved. The immense electricity could fry his neurons, leaving him in a perilous state. He warned Kaminari that he would be completely drained afterward, comparing his electricity to a river and himself to a dam that could overflow if too much was added. Kaminari's initial excitement faded as he processed the potential consequences. However, Steve mentioned that there was a 50-50 chance of finding technology to help reduce or negate the side effects, advising Kaminari to refrain from using it for now. Kaminari agreed, but as he ran off, Steve questioned what part of no using it he didn't understand. In a moment of urgency, Kaminari thought about how this was an emergency. Izuku instructed his teammates to aim their strongest attacks at the tower once Kaminari was safely back. As soon as they nodded, he jumped off. Kaminari unleashed his ultimate move, calling upon a large bolt of electricity that struck him. He then touched the tip of his sword to the top of the tower, sending a shock through 𝐿𝐴 and destroying the device and the tower itself. As Kaminari began to fall, Izuku caught him before he hit the ground. With Kaminari safe, the others unleashed their special moves, ensuring the tower was reduced to pieces to minimize damage. All Might quickly restrained 𝐿𝐴 with a 𝐼𝐼𝐿𝐴, who appeared severely damaged. Izuku placed Kaminari on the ground as the others gathered around him. Izuku checked Kaminari's heartbeat, but there was none. 𝐿𝐴 attempted to listen with her quirk, only to find the same result. She was on the verge of tears when Kaminari suddenly jolted upright, startling everyone. 𝗏𝐾𝐿 yelled in frustration, while Kirishima expressed relief, and Momo urged Kaminari not to scare them again. Kaminari, now fully awake, asked if they had won and if anyone was hurt. Izuku reassured him that everyone was fine and had not suffered serious injuries. However, he was met with a slap from 𝐿𝐴, who firmly told him not to attempt such a dangerous move again. Kaminari accepted the reprimand, raising his hands in surrender, but was left dazed when 𝐿𝐴 kissed him. Shoto reminded him to be careful next time, expressing how worried they had been. Kaminari, trying to lighten the mood, insisted he was all right and credited Momo's sword for saving him. Melissa, however, spoke in a sad tone, prompting Izumi to ask for a moment alone with her. Izumi gently urged Melissa to accept the situation, explaining that she never expected her father to act in such a way. Izuku surprised them both by admitting he would have done the same to help a friend, acknowledging that while her father had made a mistake, the world was not simply black and white. Later, Izuku asked if this was the second highest place in 𝐼, to which Melissa confirmed. Kaminari expressed disappointment after touring the central tower. David arrived with Charles, who greeted them warmly. Izuku and Kaminari exchanged pleasantries with Charles, who was known as Steve's assistant, though they preferred not to call him that. As they discussed the arrival of someone important, they noticed a helicopter approaching. Suddenly, a figure jumped out and landed in front of them, causing everyone except Izuku and Kaminari to scream. They greeted Steve, who appeared relaxed despite his fractured arm and casual attire. Kaminari teased him about showing off, but Steve explained he couldn't wear a sleeve due to his injury. Charles advised Steve to use a parachute, but Steve dismissed the suggestion, claiming it was unnecessary. He then greeted David's shield, expressing admiration for him. David acknowledged the introduction and inquired about the events from the previous day. Steve mentioned that he hadn't called anyone. It was someone else who did as the helicopter was preparing to land. Rudra, from inside the copter, expressed his frustration, pointing out that Steve had just fractured his arm yet was jumping out of helicopters from a height of 1,000 feet. Steve acknowledged Rudra's concern, noting that the jump had caused the ground to crack. Despite the situation, Steve complimented everyone on their excellent work the previous day and then turned his attention to Kaminari, questioning his choice of action during an emergency. Kaminari hesitated, trying to justify himself, while Steve warned him, half-jokingly, that he would be in serious trouble if it happened again. Kaminari sighed in relief, but then Steve's gaze shifted to Melissa, prompting him to ask her name. She introduced herself, blushing slightly. Izuku, curious, inquired about Steve's injury. Steve explained that it was just one of the less severe incidents from a chaotic day filled with trauma. When pressed for details, he hesitated, feeling embarrassed. Kaminari urged him to share, and Steve reluctantly revealed that he had almost lost his virginity to a random girl at 𝐼𝐶LB, which left everyone in shock. Steve vented his frustration, blaming Rudra for the undercover mission that led to his predicament. He recounted how he had been betrayed, captured, and forced to confront numerous high-ranking criminals, resulting in his injury. Melissa, meanwhile, found herself conflicted, realizing her feelings for Steve while grappling with her own insecurities. Steve announced his plans to stay on Island for a few weeks, giving everyone the freedom to do as they pleased. Izuku reminded him about a previous request, to which Steve confirmed a 6-month probation. Izuku suggested that since Steve was staying, he should explore the island, with Melissa offering to give him a tour, which she was eager to do. As they discussed their plans, Izumi teased Steve about the potential date, causing him to freeze in surprise. Both he and Melissa quickly denied any romantic implications, while Kaminari couldn't help but laugh at their reactions. Meanwhile, Rudra and David were having a serious conversation about the events of the previous day. David expressed his willingness to accept any consequences for his actions, feeling guilty about the chaos that ensued. Rudra reassured him that it wasn't entirely his fault, explaining that he had acted with good intentions. David was surprised to learn that Rudra held significant influence over Island through his connection to Hellfire Incorporated. Rudra clarified that Steve was the one who indirectly owned the island, as it was a project born from the dreams of both him and their late mentor. David was taken aback by this revelation, realizing the depth of their connection to the organization. Rudra explained that many board members were aligned with Steve and that David would likely face only a year of probation due to his good motives. He emphasized the importance of second chances, reflecting on the struggles faced by those who had strayed from their paths despite having pure intentions. As the conversation continued, Steve was seen interacting with the UA group, and Rudra felt a sense of camaraderie, knowing that they all shared a bond forged through their experiences. The group then shifted their focus to the upcoming camping trip, with Kaminari expressing excitement. Izuku noted that the first week of vacation had been chaotic, leading to laughter as Kaminari recounted the playful prank Steve had pulled on him, much to the amusement of the others. They all agreed to enjoy the moment, looking forward to the adventures ahead. "Aren't you excited, Dick?" Ochako asked with a smile. Izuku and the others were now at the airport, preparing to board a plane back to Japan. Steve, Melissa, and Rudra had come to see them off. Melissa waved goodbye, and they all responded in unison. Steve pulled Izuku aside, speaking quietly. He warned Izuku that they were in danger, as the League of Villains was targeting them and something significant was about to happen. Izuku realized that they were on the island for a reason and asked if the League planned to target Island. Steve explained that if the island were destroyed, it would severely impact the hero society worldwide. He also expressed concern that they might target UA during the upcoming camps, urging Izuku to be careful. Izuku agreed and wished Steve to stay safe as well. "Yeah, Oka, I am excited," Izuku replied, determined to protect her no matter what. Ochako smiled and pecked his cheek, but Izuku playfully insisted it wasn't enough. Without warning, he leaned in and kissed her on the lips, causing her to fluster. "Now, let's get on the bus," he said, taking her hand. And Kaminari, I got the thing you asked for," Izuku mentioned, pulling something out. Kaminari trailed off, his curiosity piqued. "Yeah, remember you said you'd like a portrait of you and 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬?" Izuku asked. "Why yeah, when we were discussing the pictures and drawings." Kaminari replied. "Here," Izuku said, handing over the artwork. "And I made two, so here, 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, belated happy birthday," he added with a smile. Both 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬 and Kaminari gasped softly, admiring the gift. "Wow, I don't know what to say," Kaminari admitted, overwhelmed. Come on, it's nothing. Anything for you guys. I also got one for Sho and Momo, Izuku assured them. These hearts are so pretty, Ochako remarked as she peeked at the artwork with Izumi. I know, right? 𝐼𝐻𝐬 agreed. Yeah, Kaminari added. This is the best present, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 declared. By the way, what did Kaminari give you? Ochako asked. What? 𝐼𝐻𝐬 began, blushing. What was it? Both girls pressed. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 showed them her ring finger on her right hand. The ring. Both Izumi and Ochako gasped. A promise ring, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 said happily. Wow, Ochako responded. Nice choice, Kaminari, Izumi teased. Thanks, Kaminari replied, feeling a bit shy. Whose idea was it? Ochako inquired. Izuku, Shoto, and Kaminari had shopped for it together, but Izuku wanted to keep his part a secret. Bakugo had tagged along but hadn't bought anything. Bakugo's, Kaminari admitted, which was true, he had suggested it. What? Never knew Bakugo was this thoughtful, Izumi exclaimed. Anyways, let's go or Ida will be on our case, Kaminari urged. Just then, a dark figure appeared behind him, one eye glinting. You said something, Denki. Came the voice. Kaminari yelped in surprise. Let's go and stand with our class. It's not good for UA's reputation for ITS students to be scattered like this, Ida shouted, gesturing emphatically. Izumi, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, and Kaminari quickly ran toward the group. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Ochako teased Ida. No one will believe you, Ida replied, mimicking the villainous impression he had used during combat training. Ochako giggled as they walked back together. Sho, Izuku called as he approached Shoto and Momo. Hey, Izuku, Shoto greeted, turning to him. Nothing much, I just got something for you both, Izuku said. What? Shoto asked, intrigued. Izuku always treated his friends with small gifts, which excited Shoto. Here, Izuku said, pulling out 2 canvases and handing them to Momo and Shoto. Kawaii, everyone thought at the same time. Kaminari remarked that Izuku acted like a big brother, even though he was older, feeling more like the younger sibling. Shoto agreed, noting that he literally called Izuku brother. Azui added that whenever they hung out with him, he made them feel pampered. Dark Shadow pointed out that Ida was like the dad of the group while Izuku took on the big brother role. Tokoyami surprisingly agreed with Dark Shadow. Izumi, who was Izuku's big sister, felt that he seemed more like the elder sibling. Overwhelmed, Izuku didn't know what to say. Momo smiled and told him there was no need to say anything. He hugged her tightly, thanking her while trying to hold back tears. Shoto asked what was wrong, and Izuku shared that before UA, he had never felt so loved, as if all the bad things in his life had vanished. Bakugo felt a twinge of guilt at those words, realizing he was a significant part of that negativity. Izuku expressed his gratitude to everyone, and Shoto returned the sentiment, thanking him for all he had done for them. They were all gathered when Class 1A heard a voice. Monoma questioned whether some of Class A were taking extra classes, implying that it was odd for them to have failed the finals. Before he could finish, Kendo knocked him out with a swift chop to the neck. Apologizing to Class A, she dragged Monoma away, prompting laughter from Kaminari and Izuku. Izuku commented on Monoma's creepiness, and Kaminari agreed that it was funny. Monoma, now awake, asked about the Island trip, which had been cancelled due to someone trying to steal something. Kaminari confirmed that there had been a fight, and Izuku admitted he had almost been beaten. Monoma, as he boarded the bus, remarked that it must have been a tough opponent. Tetsu, confused, greeted them, and Kendo noted that it was unusual to see Monoma so talkative. She then introduced herself and the rest of Class B to Class C. Ida announced it was time to board the bus, and everyone complied. The bus stopped for a break, and Izuku stretched, expressing his dislike for buses. Ochako asked how he traveled, and he replied that he walked. When she inquired about longer distances, he casually mentioned that he ran. Her confusion was evident, and he clarified that he ran 15 kilometers daily for training but usually took the bus or train for travel. Laughing, he revealed he was joking about running everywhere, which irritated Ochako. She declared there would be no kissing for the rest of the camp, to which Izuku playfully protested. Despite her resolve, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 eventually gave in and kissed him, only to be interrupted by Aizawa, who reminded them of their purpose for stopping. Suddenly, two girls emerged from a car, announcing their presence with enthusiasm. Aizawa greeted them, introducing them as the pros who would be working with the students during the camp. Izuku began to explain their credentials but was interrupted by one of the girls, who playfully asserted her youthful spirit. She explained that they owned the land where the students would be staying, pointing toward the mountain. The others were taken aback by the distance they would have to travel. As the realization set in, Izuku drew 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 from his sleeve, surprising everyone. He declared that the last one down would buy everyone katsudon and jumped off the cliff. Bakugo, unwilling to lose, followed suit, using his explosions to propel himself down. Izumi and Kaminari jumped after him, with Kaminari crackling with electricity. Tokoyami called upon Dark Shadow to help him fly down. Kirishima urged everyone to return to the bus, only to find Pixie Bob blocking the way. Mandalay warned that those who didn't make it by a certain time would miss lunch, and as Pixie Bob caused the ground to cave in, Class 1A found themselves tumbling into the forest. Izuku sprinted ahead, reaching an incredible speed as he used 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 to clear his path. After a few kilometers, his speed decreased to a steady 45 kilometers per hour, but overall, he completed the race in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Kaminari harnessed electricity to boost his speed and used Chidori to fend off the creatures in his path. Bakugo declared it was time to unleash his full power, creating multiple explosions to clear the earth beasts summoned by Pixie Bob. Izumi combined her quirk with One for All to navigate through the forest efficiently. Tokoyami had to land after a few minutes of flying. The sunny day and lack of his protective cloak left Dark Shadow vulnerable. Todoroki, determined to win, used ice in a manner reminiscent of his performance during the sports festival's obstacle course. Pixie Bob, witnessing the destruction of her beasts, called out to Eraser, questioning the intensity of the training. Aizawa explained that all his students were strong, particularly Kaminari, Bakugo, Izumi, Shoto, and Tokoyami. He noted that Yaoyorozu was also impressive, not for her strength but for her quick thinking and versatile quirk. He mentioned his favorite problem child, Izuku Yagi, stating that he was on a different level and could outmatch anyone, even the staff, except for All Might. Mandalay expressed concern about the intensity of the camp start, but Aizawa reassured her that they could handle it and needed the training to acquire their provisional hero licenses early. Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment, having reached his destination quickly. He spotted Ragdoll standing nearby with a child. Surprised, he greeted her and asked how long it had taken him to arrive. Ragdoll informed him it was 15 minutes and 38 seconds, praising his speed and strength, especially considering he was quirkless. Izuku noticed the child, Koda, and inquired about him. Ragdoll introduced Koda as Mandalay's cousin's child. Izuku extended his hand in greeting, but Koda reacted aggressively, attempting to strike him. Izuku narrowly avoided the blow and sighed, explaining that it wasn't polite to hit someone upon first meeting. Koda dismissed him, expressing his disinterest in talking to hero wannabes. However, Izuku's serious tone caught Koda's attention, prompting him to ask who he had lost. Caught off guard, Koda hesitated but eventually revealed his pain about losing his parents, expressing his frustration with heroes and villains who seem to care only about their battles. Izuku, understanding the depth of Koda's hurt, reassured him that true heroes risk their lives to protect others. He emphasized that Koda's parents didn't abandon him, they had sacrificed themselves for a greater cause. Koda struggled with disbelief, but Izuku encouraged him to remember that love never truly fades. After a moment of silence, Izuku invited Koda to join him for some fun, and despite his reluctance, Koda climbed onto Izuku's back. As they soared high above the landscape, Koda marveled at the view from the mountaintop. Izuku encouraged him to share his previous experiences of height, and together they explored the beauty of the world around them. Izuku then posed a thought-provoking question about the consequences of inaction against villains, prompting Koda to realize that he would want to stop them if given the chance. Izuku explained that heroes possess an unwavering drive to save others, urging Koda to think about the lives saved by his parents. He shared the profound fulfillment that comes from saving someone, hoping to inspire Kota to see beyond his pain. As Kota listened, tears filled his eyes, reflecting the maturity he had gained from his loss. In that moment, he began to understand the importance of hope and the role of a hero in protecting those who matter most. Izuku bent down to pat Kota's head and then hugged him until he stopped crying. He asked if what Kota had said was right. Kota admitted he had been selfish and a 𝐿𝐼𝐬. Izuku corrected him, saying he wasn't selfish, he just hadn't considered another's perspective. Kota apologized for trying to hit him, and Izuku reassured him that it was alright. The real question was what Kota planned to do next. Kota expressed his longing to be a hero like his parents, wanting to protect others as they had. Izuku offered to help him develop his quirk, but Kota hesitated, insisting he didn't need anyone's help, though secretly wishing for Izuku's guidance. Izuku encouraged him not to be so sour and explained that to become truly strong, he needed to work with others. After a moment, Kota agreed. Izuku cheered, reminding Kota they needed to return to camp before their instructors got worried. Upon their return, Mandalay and Aizawa arrived on the bus with Pixie Bob. Pixie Bob complained about the slow progress of the students, while Aizawa took pride in his class's abilities. Izuku playfully thanked Aizawa, but Aizawa quickly took back his compliment. Izuku teased him about a certain someone not replying to his messages, prompting Aizawa to remind him of a video he had of Izuku that could be shared at any moment. Kota, overhearing this, expressed his disgust at the thought of such things. Aizawa then asked how quickly they had returned. Izuku mentioned it took them about 15 minutes, and 𝐼𝐬𝐬 chimed in with the exact time. Aizawa pointed out that Izuku could have gone faster, to which Izuku sheepishly scratched his head. Kota, amazed, remarked on Izuku's speed despite being quirkless. Mandalay noted that Kota had made a new friend, but Kota clarified that Izuku was more like a teacher. Izuku confirmed he would train Kota, but with a hint of sadness, he reminded Kota that he would only be there for a week. Kota reassured him they would meet again, and Izuku promised to invite him to intern with him at UA if all went well. Kota smiled, realizing it had been a long time since he had felt that way. Mandalay was thrilled to hear Kota wanted to be a hero, just like his parents. Kota's admission brought her joy, finally allowing her to move past the pain of their loss. Suddenly, two figures burst from the bushes at full speed, announcing their arrival. Bakugo and Kaminari argued over who had arrived first, while 𝐼𝐬𝐬 pointed out their actual times. Bakugo challenged Kaminari to a duel for second place, and Kaminari, feeling the pressure, tried to calm him down. Izuku noted that he had expected Kaminari to come in second due to his quirk, but Kaminari revealed an injury on his foot. As more students arrived, Momo and Shoto came in last, with Shoto limping. Concerned, Izuku asked what had happened. Momo explained that Shoto had injured himself while fighting a group of 25 creatures. Shoto defended his actions, wanting to test his strength, while Momo expressed her frustration at having to help him. Izuku jokingly suggested that Shoto owed everyone a treat, but Aizawa quickly shut that down. Shoto attempted to convince Aizawa that it was fine since it was 𝗟𝗏𝐻's card, but Aizawa remained unimpressed. Gathering everyone around, Aizawa remarked on how they had all arrived sooner than expected. Mandalay praised Momo for her quick thinking, which had helped them all. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 announced that they had enough food for everyone, and Kaminari excitedly declared that he and Izuku could eat a lot. As they began to eat, Mandalay was astonished by their appetites. Kaminari explained that his quirk increased his metabolism, requiring him to eat more than the average person. Izuku confirmed he experienced the same effect. Aizawa noted it was good to see them taking care of their health, recalling how a friend had once forced him to eat properly instead of living on coffee and instant noodles. He warned them that after their meal, they would be heading to the gym, where they would be pushed to their limits. "You all will be sleeping in there," Mandalay said, pointing at a building. Tiger, the fourth member of WWPC, added that everyone should get rest because tomorrow would be challenging. The next morning, everyone was gathered. Aizawa asked where Izuku was, and Kaminari replied that he should be arriving soon. Tokoyami pointed towards the horizon, announcing Izuku's arrival. Izuku stopped and remarked that everyone was up. Aizawa questioned him about his whereabouts at 6 in the morning, to which Izuku explained he had been working out and running. Ochako yawned and commented on how early he started, while Izuku complimented her bedhead, causing her to blush. Aizawa interrupted, reminding them that they were starting camp and that many had not worked on their quirks, including Bakugo, Izumi, and Kirishima. He noted that others like Kaminari and Todoroki had made progress, but they would all need to push their limits during the camp. He warned them that they would feel like dying but urged them to avoid actually dying, grinning in a way that startled everyone except Kaminari and Izuku. Izuku confidently stated that they were used to challenges, and Kaminari agreed excitedly. Class 1B had just woken up, except for Monoma, who had been working out early since meeting Izuku. He was determined not to fall behind, believing that if Izuku could do it, so could he. Unlike the other students in Class 1A, he respected Izuku and did not tease him, though he still wished to surpass him. Vlad addressed Class 1B, stating that they had been behind Class A since the start of the year, but it was time to catch up. His students cheered in response. As they walked to a small clearing, someone raised a concern about how they would train together with different quirks. Vlad explained that just as muscles grow stronger through strain, quirks could be developed by pushing past their limits. Upon reaching the clearing, they were taken aback by the intense training happening around them. Bakugo was creating massive explosions while expanding his sweat glands in boiling water. Shoto was alternating between freezing and melting ice in a large drum of water, while Siro shot out his tape to enhance its range. Ida was sprinting at full speed to boost his stamina, and Kirishima was hardening while Ojiro practiced martial arts on him. Koda was shouting at the top of his lungs to increase his range, and Aoyama was firing lasers to acclimate his body. Tokoyami was in a cave working on his quirk control, while Ochako was rolling inside a ball with heavy weights to combat her nausea. Tsuyu was scaling a wall using her tongue, and Momo and Sato were preparing food at lightning speed. Jairu was strengthening her earphone jacks, while Mina was using her quirk to melt part of the mountain. Hagakure was hiding from Shoji, who was using his abilities to find her. Izumi was dodging Tiger while wearing weights to build muscle strength, and Kaminari was sword fighting with Izuku, who was restrained, both moving like blurs while avoiding Tiger's attacks. Awaze watched in disbelief, while Monoma grinned, excited about the training. A competition soon ensued among Izuku, Bakugo, Shoto, Kaminari, Izumi, Tokoyami, and Monoma, with everything becoming a contest, from laps to food consumption to bathing times. Shoto observed the others cooking at an astonishing speed, feeling a mix of admiration and fear. Ochako and Momo approached him, curious about his distress. Shoto timidly pointed at a kettle, and realization dawned on them. Momo reassured him that they would help him, but Shoto kept his distance, still nervous. Later that night, Izuku and Ochako lay on the ground, stargazing. The night was peaceful, a stark contrast to the previous day's chaos. Ochako remarked on the tranquility, and Izuku agreed, turning to see her eyes reflecting the stars. He thought she looked incredibly cute, feeling his eyes moisten. Noticing his gaze, Ochako playfully asked why he was tearing up. Izuku jokingly claimed he was allergic to angels, prompting her to question how he could be alive if that were true. In a moment of fluster, he proposed to her, only to quickly clarify that it was a joke. Ochako, with a mischievous smirk, teased him by saying she would have accepted. Really, Izuku thought as he approached, not falling for her ruse. Ochako stood her ground, a determined look on her face. He smirked, a gesture that made Ochako feel flustered as he crawled closer. Zuzu-kun, she thought, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement as he towered over her. In one swift move, he pinned her hand to the ground, and their lips met in a kiss that sent her heart racing. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted them. Izuku pulled away, surprised to see Koda standing there, a mischievous grin on his face, holding a phone. He was accompanied by Shoto, Momo, Tsu, Tokoyami, and Ida. Ida, with his signature hand chops, remarked that they had agreed not to disturb them. Koda shrugged, claiming it was worth it. Izuku was bewildered, asking what was happening, while Ochako questioned if they had been spying on them. Momo explained that they had come looking for Izuku and Ochako when they noticed they hadn't returned to their room. Ida added that he initially thought they were up to something inappropriate, but now he was curious to see what would happen next. Izuku called them mean, while Kaminari chimed in, saying it was nice drama. When Izuku turned to him, Kaminari explained that he and 𝐼𝐻𝐬 had been stargazing and thought it would be amusing to spy on them. After introductions, they all settled down together. Momo suggested a campfire, but Ochako expressed concern about safety. Izuku reassured her that Shoto could freeze things and Kota had a water quirk, making it less of a risk. Momo added that she could create fire extinguishers if necessary. Izuku decided to gather wood while Ochako volunteered to go with 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Momo, and Tsu to see if Mandalay had any snacks. Kaminari asked if there was a nearby lake or stream for fishing, and Kota pointed out that there was one about half a kilometer away. Kaminari proposed that he, Ida, and Shoto go fishing while Izuku collected wood, and Kota would join them. Izuku wished them safety as they set off. In a flashback, Izuku had just woken up and was working out when his phone rang. He answered an unknown number, and it was Steve. They exchanged pleasantries, with Steve mentioning he was in China. They both understood that the conversation held a hidden message, indicating a potential threat. Izuku asked when Steve would return to India, and Steve replied it would likely be later in the week. They both sensed the urgency in their conversation. After hanging up, Kaminari expressed concern, and Izuku emphasized the need for caution, especially in the days to come. Back at the campfire, everyone had gathered, enjoying the warmth and camaraderie. Ochako leaned against Izuku, feeling content. Shoto reminded Izuku that he owed him a battle, having previously discussed a weapon blueprint that Momo would help create. Curious about Steve, Ochako wondered what he was doing at that moment. Meanwhile, Steve was with Melissa and Rudra, who had concocted a drink that had left him quite tipsy. He joked about starting a cult in honor of the rat god Nizu, causing Melissa to laugh. Steve complimented Melissa, making her blush as he expressed his admiration for her intelligence and kindness. He found her cute, and she was taken aback, unsure if he truly meant it. Rudra confirmed that he did, and Steve continued to praise her, making her heart flutter. Steve expressed his fondness for blondes as he climbed onto the table and crawled to the other side, taking a seat next to her, causing her blush to deepen. Rudra observed them with amusement. He noted that Steve was likely to goof around, which was typical of him. Meanwhile, everyone except Izuku and Kaminari was asleep, sprawled on the ground or on the logs they had used as seats around the campfire. Kaminari remarked on how nice the moment was as they both gazed up at the sky, which was beginning to brighten, signaling that the sun would rise soon. Izuku pointed out that Aizawa couldn't hide from them, noticing him perched in a tree. Aizawa responded with a sigh, acknowledging the trouble they often caused. Izuku suggested that Aizawa could have joined them, but Aizawa declined, explaining that he was there for adult supervision since they were planning to stay in the forest all night. Izuku teased him about caring for them, to which Aizawa replied that they were his students, and Kaminari jokingly dubbed him Dadzawa, which made Aizawa mutter in response. As the others began to wake up, they were confused by the commotion. Kaminari explained the nickname, and Ochako, still half asleep, expressed a longing for cuddles, causing Izuku to turn bright red. The group greeted Aizawa nervously, but he encouraged them to continue as they were, leaving them feeling a mix of embarrassment and relief. Ochako commented on how scary Aizawa could be, but Izuku reassured her that he was just acting tough. Momo asked for the time, and when Kaminari revealed it was early, everyone but the early risers reacted in surprise. Shoto suggested a pre-training warm-up, and the others joined in, stretching just as Bakugo approached, questioning what they were doing. Shoto explained their situation, and Bakugo revealed he was an early riser too. As they trained, Kota felt inspired to join them, determined to make his parents proud. Aizawa reminded them to be careful and not to injure each other too much, as they didn't have Recovery Girl with them. Izuku prepared for a sparring match with Shoto, and they both decided to remove their shirts to avoid damaging them again, drawing the attention of Ochako and Momo, who blushed at the sight. Mina playfully teased them for staring, prompting them to look away. Aizawa signaled for the match to begin, and Shoto readied himself, revealing his wrist blades. He had two knives, one red and one blue, symbolizing fire and ice. The 𝗟𝗶𝐸 handles and mechanisms were colored, but the blades remained unchanged. Mina expressed her surprise at the sight of the knives, while Kaminari explained their uniqueness. He described the daggers as fireproof, able to withstand extreme temperatures. Shoto could heat one blade with fire while cooling the other to just above freezing, creating wounds that were unhealable and preventing the victim from dying. The left blade would burn and close the wound, while the right would freeze it, potentially causing frostbite and severe burns. Kirishima admired the manliness of the knives. Meanwhile, Shoto and Izuku were engaged in a fierce battle. Izuku was faster, but Shoto countered with his quirk whenever Izuku approached. Shoto created a wall of ice, but Izuku dodged and attempted to close in again, only to be met with a burst of fire from Shoto's knife. Izuku acknowledged Shoto's skill, impressed by his progress in just a month. Shoto revealed that the knives were customized to enhance his fighting style, allowing him to create cover that made it difficult for opponents to evade. Izuku responded with a transparent force field, which he called 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽. Shoto challenged him by forming an ice spear and launching it, but Izuku destroyed it with an energy blast. As the battle continued, Shoto initially overwhelmed Izuku in close combat, but Izuku soon retaliated, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shoto soaring. Shoto then countered with an axe kick to Izuku's stomach, driving him into the ground. Both fighters were exhausted after their intense training session. Izuku sat down, breathing, while Shoto admitted that he felt drained as well. They shared a laugh, despite their fatigue. Aizawa instructed them to return to their room to rest, while the others would continue training. Kaminari protested, questioning why they were allowed to rest. Later that night, Izuku and 𝗏𝗏𝐽 faced off in a cooking competition, each determined to prove their superiority. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 declared the score tied at 100, with the next round deciding the winner. Izuku confidently claimed it would be him. Izumi sat with Shoto and Monoma, who humorously introduced the competitors. Shoto maintained a straight face as he described 𝗏𝗏𝐽 as an angry Pomeranian, prompting laughter from their classmates. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 shouted in frustration, while Shoto playfully acknowledged his own lineage. The cooking battle concluded without a clear winner, resulting in a tie, with both promising to settle the score before the camp ended. However, the camp was nearing its conclusion, and it was time for a test of courage. Unfortunately for Kirishima, Sato, Siro, and Monoma, they were assigned extra classes instead. Siro voiced his discontent, but Aizawa reminded them of their responsibilities as heroes. Aizawa announced that Class A students would leave in pairs every 3 minutes, tasked with retrieving tags from the center of the course while Class B attempted to scare them. Izuku and Kaminari teamed up for the challenge. As the test progressed, it was Ochako and Tsuyu's turn, and the atmosphere grew tense, knowing that Tsuyu rarely got scared, and Ochako's reaction was uncertain. After training with Gunhead, her first instinct when scared was to confront whatever frightened her, often resulting in the other person getting hurt. Kaminari and Izuku, having faced enough challenges in their lives, were not easily frightened. However, despite Steve's warnings, they were unprepared for what was about to unfold. Yui, Kendo, and Hananuki were discussing their success in scaring everyone, with Kendo and Hananuki animatedly sharing their thoughts while Yui listened quietly. Suddenly, smoke began to fill the area. Hananuki remarked on the possibility of Bakugo and Todoroki setting off their quirks, but before he could finish, he collapsed. Kendo, alarmed, shielded Yui with her fist and shouted for everyone not to breathe, warning that the smoke was poisonous. Back at the base, Pixie Bob detected something unusual in the air. Izuku and Kaminari exchanged worried glances as Izuku urged his sensei to listen carefully. He sensed an impending attack and felt a knot of dread in his stomach. He asked Mandalay about Koda's whereabouts, and her response only deepened his fear. She revealed that Koda had gone to his usual spot for a better view of the track. Izuku's anxiety escalated, and he decided to go after Koda, instructing Kaminari to handle things at the base. Kaminari hesitated, but Izuku reassured him that he was allowed to fight with his provisional license. Ida warned him to be cautious, to which Izuku responded with a light-hearted jab about Ida's tendency for caution. Just then, Pixie Bob was suddenly lifted off the ground, and Izumi managed to pull her back just in time to avoid a collision with a large, strange object that resembled a metal bar wrapped in cloth. Izuku urged Izumi to stay behind while he went after Koda, and she agreed, preparing to face the threat. Meanwhile, Koda was enjoying the sight of Class A students getting scared, but his amusement faded when he noticed smoke rising in the distance. He wondered what was happening, especially since Todoroki and Bakugo had gone in the opposite direction. Aizawa was teaching advanced tactics to 4 students when he received an urgent message from Mandalay, warning that the training camp had been attacked and instructing everyone to retreat to safety. Aizawa's expression turned serious as he sprang from his chair, telling Vlad to look after the kids while he went out. He emphasized the importance of defending themselves in an emergency, allowing them to use their quirks if necessary. Monoma quickly activated his quirk, preparing to fight alongside Aizawa. Kirishima readied himself as well, but Vlad's reassurance was cut short when the classroom door was blasted open and blue flames surged in. Kirishima shielded his classmates, while Vlad created a barrier with his BLD. As the smoke cleared, a figure with black hair and burn scars emerged, prompting Aizawa to comment on the villain's appearance. The hooded figure approached Koda, expressing disappointment at finding a child who wasn't on the list. He attempted to intimidate Koda, but the boy was paralyzed by memories of his past. Just as the figure lunged at him, Izuku arrived in the nick of time, scooping Koda up and assuring him that he was safe. Izuku confronted the villain, demanding to know what he was doing there. The villain laughed, finding Izuku's bravado amusing, but he was determined to capture him. As the villain charged, Izuku swiftly dodged and countered with a powerful punch, sending shockwaves through the air. The villain, unfazed, taunted Izuku, dismissing his attack as weak. Muscular taunted Izuku, claiming he was weak. Izuku, with a confident smirk, replied that he was merely testing Muscular's strength. As Muscular swung his right hand to punch him, Izuku swiftly grabbed it with his left and aimed a strike at Muscular's elbow, attempting to incapacitate him. Muscular, however, reinforced his arm with muscle, thwarting Izuku's effort. Undeterred, Izuku unleashed his iron fist technique, enveloping his fist in a bright yellow energy before delivering a powerful blow to Muscular's abdomen. Muscular barely had time to recover from the impact when Izuku followed up with another strike, this time hitting him in the face and sending him crashing into a nearby mountain. Satisfied with his effort, Izuku turned to Koda and indicated it was time to leave. Meanwhile, Aizawa's scarf shot toward an intruder, who attempted to counter with fire but found himself unable to do so. The scarred boy muttered Aizawa's name in surprise. Aizawa, maintaining his composure, asked for the intruder's identity. The intruder, who introduced himself as 𝗟𝗶𝐻, attempted to lighten the mood with a joke that fell flat, prompting Aizawa to roll his eyes. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 revealed his intentions, igniting his hands as he prepared to attack. Just as he unleashed a burst of flames, Kirishima intervened, stepping in front of Aizawa to shield him. Kirishima shouted for Aizawa to be cautious, and Aizawa nodded, seizing the moment to engage 𝗟𝗶𝐻. He instructed Kirishima to protect the injured and hold their position while he pursued 𝗟𝗶𝐻. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 waited for Aizawa to blink, but this time, Aizawa was ready. His scarf shot forward, forcing 𝗟𝗶𝐻 to dodge. As 𝗟𝗶𝐻 moved, Aizawa's eyes opened, and he ensnared 𝗟𝗶𝐻 with the other end of his scarf. Pulling 𝗟𝗶𝐻 closer, Aizawa delivered a knee to 𝗟𝗶𝐻's face. As they landed, Aizawa's eyes widened in horror as he realized 𝗟𝗶𝐻 was melting away, taunting him with a final remark about saving everyone. Elsewhere, the WWPC was engaged in battle with Spinner and Magna while others were tasked with locating their classmates and heading to the study hall where Kirishima and the others were. Ida led Mineta, Siro, Sato, and others back, while Izumi, Kaminari, and Jairu set out to find more students. Upon reaching Aizawa, Ida called out to him, but Aizawa insisted he needed to leave. Ida ordered his classmates to return to the classroom, expressing concern for his friends in danger before he dashed off into the forest, urging everyone to stick together. As Izuku and Koda prepared to leave, they noticed rubble shifting nearby. Muscular re-emerged, his muscle fibers retracting beneath his skin, challenging Izuku's earlier assumption that he was defeated. Muscular declared that just because Izuku wielded the Iron Fist didn't mean he was the only one capable of using chi. He lunged at Koda, enveloped in a blue aura, but Izuku instinctively hugged Koda to protect him, taking the brunt of the attack. In another part of the forest, Ochako was sprinting when a knife grazed her cheek. A voice taunted her, commenting on her appearance. Suddenly, another knife pinned Tsuyu to a tree by her hair. Ochako quickly retrieved the knife that had grazed her and prepared to defend herself. Just then, a blonde girl in a school uniform leaped from the bushes to attack. Ochako dodged the assault and aimed a punch at the girl, but she ducked at the last moment. Anticipating this, Ochako followed up with a knee strike to the girl's stomach, sending her flying. The girl, who introduced herself as Himiko Toga, giggled in a creepy manner, but before Ochako could respond, the ground between them erupted as something destructive flew through the air. Izuku Midoriya found himself in immense pain. Though he had covered himself in chi, the force of the punch had sent him hurtling through the forest, crashing into trees and tearing up the ground. The experience brought back memories of his training, where he had felt similarly helpless. Despite the pain, he held on to Koda, who remained unharmed. When Izuku finally opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer in the forest. Before him stood a single figure, flanked by a dragon, who greeted him as Izuku Midoriya Yagi. Izuku Yagi stood before a calm figure. The person introduced himself as Danny Rand, a previous user of the Iron Fist. Izuku bowed slightly, acknowledging Danny's presence. Confused, he asked where they were, to which a loud voice responded that they were in his mindscape. Excitedly, Izuku recognized the voice as Xiao Lao, the dragon, who became visible as the fog cleared. Izuku smiled and shared that he had completed the task Xiao Lao had set for him. Xiao Lao acknowledged his success but noted that Izuku had also become overconfident and careless. Danny, observing the exchange, pointed out that Izuku often held back in battles. He explained that despite possessing Excalibur and the Iron Fist, there would always be stronger opponents. Holding back could lead to dire consequences, as demonstrated by a recent encounter where a powerful enemy nearly harmed a friend. Izuku listened intently, realizing that his reluctance to unleash his full power could put others at risk. Danny urged him to stop holding back, sharing his own experiences as a hero and how it could lead to regret. Izuku reflected on his pride in his abilities and recognized that he needed to acknowledge his limitations. He resolved to ensure his opponents stayed down in future battles. Danny encouraged Izuku to wake up and save everyone he could. As Izuku began to fade, he asked for Danny's hero name, to which Danny replied that it was the name of his power. Grateful, Izuku thanked him as he returned to consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, Izuku was greeted by Koda, who had been worried about him. Izuku reassured the young boy that he was there to handle a significant threat. Spotting Muscular in the distance, Izuku's determination solidified. He declared that he would confront Muscular directly. As they charged at each other, Muscular attempted a punch, but Izuku countered, landing a powerful blow with his Iron Fist. Muscular, unfazed, kicked Izuku away, but he quickly regained his footing and prepared for another strike. Meanwhile, Kaminari, Momo, Izumi, and J.𝗷 faced a peculiar Nomo. Kaminari expressed concern about their situation and devised a plan. He would distract the creature while Momo prepared a heavy weapon. J.𝗷 and Izumi were tasked with finding others, despite their reluctance to leave. Momo insisted that their priority was to gather reinforcements rather than engage in battle. She handed J.𝗷 a flare to signal their return. Before parting, J.𝗷 shared a moment with Kaminari, urging him to stay safe. Momo added a light-hearted comment, and the girls shared a laugh before focusing on the approaching Nomu. With determination, they prepared to face the threat. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Shoto rushed toward the hall when they encountered a figure with blades protruding from his mouth. Bakugo expressed his disdain, while Shoto observed the unusual appearance with mild surprise. They braced themselves for the confrontation ahead. Seems so, Shoto thought in the same tone. Aizawa had just reached Mandalay and saw her engaged in battle with Magna and Spinner. He noticed Magna grabbing Tiger and quickly erased his quirk while launching his scarf at Spinner, who had nearly struck Ojiro, who was trying to fend him off alongside Mandalay. Aizawa called out to Mandalay to get her attention. She responded hurriedly, asking what he needed as she attempted to strike Magna. Aizawa informed her that he had an important message for everyone. Meanwhile, Ochako was skillfully dodging Toga's slashes when she heard the announcement. The order from Eraserhead allowed everyone to use their quirks in self-defense. With a determined mindset, Ochako decided not to hold back any longer. As Toga lunged at her again, Ochako retaliated with a punch to Toga's face, swiftly grabbing her wrist, negating her gravity, and throwing her upward. When she released her gravity, Toga managed to land gracefully on her feet. Toga, with a grin, remarked on Ochako's strength, noting that any other opponent would have been severely injured. Ochako acknowledged Toga's strength and expressed her eagerness to see just how strong she truly was. Izuku was facing a challenging battle against Muscular. Following the previous Iron Fist's advice, he had stopped holding back, realizing too late that this had been a mistake. Muscular was a formidable opponent, using both his quirk and chi to push Izuku into a corner. Frustrated, Izuku attempted an axe kick, only for Muscular to block it. Muscular taunted Izuku, demanding to see his power, while Izuku felt the weight of the challenge ahead. As they exchanged blows, Izuku managed to land a punch that sent Muscular reeling, creating a crater around them. However, Muscular was not finished yet. A purple aura enveloped him as he leaped high into the air, and he challenged Izuku to unleash his full potential. Izuku felt a surge of energy as he tapped into his own abilities, enveloped in a blue aura that resonated throughout the camp. The tension escalated as they both prepared for a decisive clash. Izumi and Bakugo found themselves in a precarious situation. After encountering a formidable foe, they had been separated, with Bakugo ending up alongside Izumi, who had chosen to split from the group to cover more ground. A peculiar-looking Nomu, equipped with a flamethrower, stood before them. Bakugo expressed his frustration, while Izumi powered up her strength enhancement and won for all. She recognized the mismatch in their combat styles, knowing she was a close-range fighter against a ranged attacker. Bakugo suggested a plan, but Izumi insisted on keeping the Nomu distracted while he fetched reinforcements. Their argument was cut short when the Nomu seized Bakugo and slammed him into a nearby tree. Izumi rushed to his side, punching the Nomu in the face and pulling him away. Despite Bakugo's reassurances, Izumi noticed the tears streaming down his face, prompting her to scold him for his condition. Bakugo insisted on bringing backup, arguing that it was better for one of them to survive than both to fall. Determined, Izumi kicked the Nomu, causing it to kneel, and seized the opportunity to strike. However, the Nomu retaliated, igniting its head and burning Izumi's hand. As she was thrown across the clearing, she caught a glimpse of her appealing raven-haired woman before losing consciousness, just as a shockwave rippled through the camp from Izuku and Muscular's clash. When Izumi opened her eyes, she found herself in a surreal place resembling the surface of the moon. She recognized the woman from her vision before fainting. It was Nana Shimura, her father's predecessor. Nana informed Izumi that the users of One for All had deemed her unworthy of the quirk. Izumi felt shame wash over her, knowing she had abandoned her brother and made his life difficult. Nana confronted her about the pain she had caused, questioning her actions and the choices she had made. Izumi, overwhelmed with emotion, could only look down as tears streamed down her cheeks. Nana demanded a response, but Izumi could only stammer out a hesitant acknowledgement. She had often wondered why her brother had forgiven her, even when she felt she had failed him completely. Yet, he chose to put himself in harm's way for her, who had only caused him pain. She looked down, anticipating the loss of her quirk. Izuku was strong, far stronger than she was. He could likely handle All for One without her. However, they had witnessed her change and growth. Though her past actions were despicable, her motivation was not. Initially, they had not intended to give her a chance, but seeing that her brother, the victim himself, they decided to offer her another opportunity. Since she was just a child back then, and children often made foolish mistakes, they would raise the previous limit of 25% One for All to 40% and continue to observe her. She expressed her gratitude for this chance. The woman acknowledged her harshness but explained that, given everything, the girl had not been reprimanded even once, prompting her to take the initiative. Now, she needed to wake up and confront the Nomu. The girl affirmed her commitment, understanding the gravity of her past mistakes and the importance of acting like a true hero. Her brother had placed his trust in her, and she was determined to make him proud. The woman reminded her that her boyfriend was in critical condition and needed to survive. Izuku stood victorious, gazing at the battered figure of Muscular. His muscles were torn, and he lay in a pool of his own blood, showing the toll of the battle. Izuku himself was not in great shape either. With a broken rib and a bruised hand, he bore numerous cuts and a swollen lip, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. He reflected on how unaccustomed he was to such injuries, realizing he had relied too heavily on Excalibur's healing. He acknowledged the need to train for more defensive fighting, irritated by the ringing in his ears. Exhausted, he failed to notice a masked figure approaching him from behind, holding a marble. Shoto struggled against the toothy villain while carrying 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐫 on his back. He wondered about the toothpaste the villain used as he blocked a wave of sharp projectiles. The villain taunted him, reveling in the chaos. Shoto's heart raced as he realized the difficulty of protecting his friend while fighting. Just as Moonfish's teeth came toward him, preparing to create an ice wall for defense, a blue blur struck Moonfish. Iida had arrived, delivering a powerful blow that incapacitated the villain. Shoto felt a surge of relief, realizing he was not alone in this fight. They both decided to assist their friends, heading toward Tokoyami, who was still in a frenzy. As Izuku noticed the masked man approaching, he pushed Koda away and unleashed a wind blast with his uninjured hand. The man acknowledged Izuku's sharpness but insisted that the mission must proceed. Izuku recognized him as Mr. 𝐼𝐻𝐿, notorious for his elaborate heists. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 expressed his surprise at being recognized but stated that he had to cut their conversation short due to time constraints. He threw a marble at Izuku, who skillfully dodged it. Koda, frightened, called out to Izuku, but 𝐼𝐻𝐿 attempted to target him instead. Izuku intervened, delivering a punch to 𝐼𝐻𝐿's face, warning him to keep his hands off children. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 was taken aback but quickly refocused on the fight. Izuku kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing into a tree. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 groaned about underhanded tactics, but Izuku reminded him that they had also launched a surprise attack. 𝐾𝐞𝐭 interrupted, expressing impatience as he dodged an incoming attack. Izuku shouted for Kendo to take Koda and leave, insisting that he would handle the situation. Kendo complied, grabbing Koda as Izuku engaged 𝐾𝐞𝐭 in combat despite his injuries. 𝐾𝐞𝐭 commented on Izuku's skills, and as the fight intensified, he warned Izuku about a powerful attack. Izuku prepared himself for the blast that followed, but 𝐼𝐻𝐿 seized the opportunity to turn Izuku into marble. Bakugo was taken aback when Izumi, who had appeared on the verge of fainting, suddenly destroyed the Nomu's head. Concerned, he checked her hand, noticing her bleeding knuckles. Izumi reassured him that they needed to regroup with the others, and Bakugo nodded in agreement. Ochako and Toga were about to re-engage in battle when Bakugo and Izumi arrived. Toga acknowledged the situation, jumping back just as an ice wall shot toward her, narrowly missing. Shoto yelled in frustration as Iida struggled with his engines. Toga, with a wild look in her eyes, taunted the group about their teamwork. Shoto realized they were missing Tokoyami and called out for him, only to find that Toga had taken him with her magic. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 was juggling two marbles when everyone looked at him in surprise. He mentioned taking them to a stage where they could shine more, his voice dripping with smugness. Bakugo, unable to contain his anger, yelled out in frustration and charged at him, only to be halted by a sudden burst of blue flames. Izumi cried out for her friends as 𝐾𝐞𝐭 appeared beside Toga, smirking as he remarked on the crude nature of their words. Shoto, determined, warned them to get away and unleashed ice toward 𝐼𝐻𝐿, but 𝐾𝐞𝐭 countered with flames that clashed with Shoto's attack. In a desperate struggle, Shoto attempted to overcome 𝐾𝐞𝐿's fire but missed his target. 𝐾𝐞𝐭 explained that they wanted to show 𝐼𝐻𝐿 that his chosen path wasn't the only one available to him, before making a swift escape, leaving behind a wall of flames. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Momo were engaged in a fierce battle against the Nomu. Kaminari was covered in cuts, and Momo's condition was not much better, with her head bleeding and her clothes in tatters. Frustrated, Kaminari lamented the situation, aware that he couldn't fight at full strength with 𝐒𝐻𝐬 and Pony unconscious nearby. Suddenly, the Nomu ceased its attacks and began to retreat, leading Kaminari to realize that their goals had likely been achieved. As he struggled to crawl toward the Nomu, Momo rushed to his side, formulating a plan. She created a spear and charged at the Nomu, stabbing it in the back. The creature let out a chilling scream as it retaliated by throwing Momo into a tree. Despite the pain, Momo noticed that the spearhead she had used was now lodged inside the Nomu, a tracker that would go undetected. At the villains' meeting spot, Izumi, Ochako, Shoto, and Bakugo arrived, still relatively unharmed. Izumi demanded the return of their friends, nearly breaking Compress's grip. In a panic, he dropped the marbles and leaped toward the warp gate. The students sighed in relief, only to be shocked when the marbles transformed into rocks. Compress explained that it was a trick of magic, flaunting what he didn't want to reveal. Just then, a laser struck him, causing him to stagger and drop the marbles. Todoroki lunged for them, managing to grab one, while 𝐾𝐿 seized the other. 𝐾𝐿 taunted Todoroki before delivering a swift blow to his stomach and tossing him toward his friends. Compress complied with 𝐾𝐿's command, and an unconscious Tokoyami appeared on Shoto. However, 𝐾𝐿 held a badly injured Izuku in his grasp. As the group rushed to their friend, 𝐾𝐿 and the others began to be enveloped in shadows. Bakugo stood frozen, overwhelmed by the situation. Izumi and Ochako called out to Izuku, who managed a reassuring smile, expressing his relief that they were safe before the portal vanished. The attack had concluded, and the villains had emerged victorious, leaving an unsettling silence in the forest. The silence was shattered by Ochako's heart-wrenching scream as she cried out for Izuku, tears streaming down her face. Izumi attempted to comfort her, but the ground around Ochako began to crack and float, surrounded by a pink energy. As the energy dissipated, the debris fell, and Ochako fainted, her quirk having evolved in that moment. The following day, the gates of UA were swarmed with reporters, demanding answers about the attack. Inside the staff meeting room, the atmosphere was tense and grim. Nizu expressed the irony of the students being attacked at a training camp meant to prepare them for such encounters, acknowledging their naivety about the villains' intentions. The group reflected on their complacency during peaceful times, realizing they had underestimated the threat posed by the League of Villains. All Might, in his smaller form, felt a deep sense of anger at his own inaction while others fought for their lives. As the discussion continued, Steve joined via video call, inquiring about their plans. Nizu revealed that he had a strategy in mind, having received information about a potential location of the League of Villains, where someone resembling 𝐾𝐿 had been seen entering a seemingly vacant building. When they checked the records, they discovered a hidden bar where Izuku had been seen. Additionally, one of their students, Momo Yaoyorozu, had placed a tracker in a Nomu, which returned to its facility. As a result, they now had two plausible locations for the villain's base. Nizu spoke, noting present mixed tension, which did not go unnoticed by the others. He reassured Mike, emphasizing that everyone present was someone he trusted completely, prompting a sigh from Mike. The entire nation was abuzz with news about Izuku. On television, in newspapers, everywhere people were discussing Izuku Yagi, the son of All Might, who had been kidnapped. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself in a bar, tied to a chair with heavy 𝐻𝐻𝐸 and a muzzle over his mouth. Shigaraki, with a smug expression, turned to Izuku and remarked on the publicity they were receiving, while Izuku, still battered and exhausted, struggled to keep his eyes open, which only served to irritate Shigaraki further. Melissa and Rudra were on edge, having never seen Steve so tense. He paced the room, deep in thought. He muttered to himself about the connection to All for One, recalling previous encounters with Wolfram and Muscular, fearing that this would lead to another attempt to dismantle Hero Society. His main concern was Izuku. He knew they wouldn't kill him, but he worried about how long they would keep him alive before their patience wore thin. He had warned Izuku, yet he had left 𝐒𝐿𝐴 behind, perhaps to avoid raising suspicion. Still, it felt like a mistake. Rudra offered Steve an iced coffee, urging him to think clearly. Melissa placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, reminding him to trust in Izuku's strength and Nizu's plan. In Ochako's room, she, Kaminari, and Izumi discussed the evolution of Ochako's quirk, which now allowed her to control the gravitational constant without needing to touch objects. Suddenly, Monoma, Kirishima, Shoto, Momo, and Bakugo entered the room. Shoto expressed his longing to rescue Izuku immediately. Kirishima explained that Momo's tracker had revealed the location of one of the bases, sparking hope for a rescue. Bakugo, filled with urgency, insisted that he couldn't just sit back while Izuku was in danger. Ida entered the conversation, emphasizing the need for a well-organized team rather than a small group. He reminded everyone that they were dealing with the League of Villains, and a coordinated effort was essential. Bakugo, taken aback by Ida's seriousness, fell silent. J.I.R.U., sensing the tension, suggested they focus on creating a plan and timeline. Kaminari took the lead, proposing that they divide into teams for the rescue mission. He emphasized the importance of having a list of everyone willing to help. With that, Momo, Kaminari, Bakugo, Ida, Izumi, Shoto, and Ochako gathered together, determined to formulate a plan. They were resolute in their mission to rescue Izuku, without a doubt. Izuku was creating something special for Kaminari and J.I.R.U., and he thought it would be nice to do the same for Shoto and Momo. Shoto recalled a similar piece from the cafe on Island and asked if that was where it was from. Izuku confirmed that he had drawn inspiration from their cute moments together. Shoto was impressed, and Momo was focused intently on the artwork. Izuku, feeling a bit anxious, asked Momo if she liked it. She expressed her gratitude, still captivated by the painting. The atmosphere shifted as everyone turned their attention to Momo, who was lost in her admiration of the piece. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he called her name, prompting her to look up and notice the attention on her. Curious about what was happening, she asked what was wrong. In unison, they pointed out that she had referred to Izuku as Ni-san. Momo's face flushed with embarrassment at the realization. Izumi playfully chimed in, claiming it wasn't fair since Izuku was her brother. Momo quickly apologized and Izumi giggled, teasing her further. Izumi explained that she was just joking and that they both shared a sibling-like bond. Izuku expressed his surprise, saying he never knew Momo saw him as a big brother. Momo shyly admitted that being an only child, she had always wanted an older brother. Izuku smiled warmly, thanking her for choosing him to fill that role.